chase. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I welcome you all to TEC Pro Series fall season of Rainbow-Six-Siege, supported by Ubisoft and powered by Zotac Gaming, along with our broadcast partner Loco. I'm Alika FTW, and with me joining on desk is Aggressive. And are you excited for today's match, is Aggressive?
Yeah, honestly, I'm really hyped up for this one in particular. Not only are we gonna have a first initial banger being Uwu going up against Kira, the second set of the day is possibly the most hyped up matchup that we are going to get throughout the entire Pro Series alone. Again, I do have to reiterate, it's gonna be MRCZ going up against Hunters LFO. Now,
Yeah.
both of these teams, top of our region, 1 and 2 respectively. I'm not going to say which one is which because both of these teams they have been proving their worth and been taking games and maps off of each other constantly. But for this 4 p.m. matchup, it's going to be a bit more interesting because from what we have heard, Team Uwu, a team that is a lot more, let's
Mm-hmm.
say, filled with people who have been playing for the longest time, but they're players that are returning after a very long break. While on the other side, Kira Esports, a team that have already solidified themselves to be one of those top five big names, but from what we have heard, they've been going through a couple of problems when it comes down to the roster because feels to be a couple of internal politics coming into play because the team has just not been playing properly, even though the roster is exactly the same.
Yep. Well, I pretty much believe that Kira might be able to, push back all the internal politics that they have and, make a better game today. But let's have a quick look at the format of the series. Qualifier number one, which was happening from 8th September to 11th September. And I can gladly say that today is the last day of qualifier number one. And from 13 to 17, we're going to be moving forward with qualifier number two. And finally, top four from each qualifier will go to the playoffs, which is happening from 19th to 27th September.
Yeah, and with the prize pool coming on down, it's gonna be 1,200 USC on the line. And hey, if you're getting for the top prize, it's gonna be something that you really want. But second place gets a hefty amount, 600. Third place getting a 400, and of course fourth getting 300. Prize money on the line. Every single bit of cash counts because moving
Mm-hmm.
on down the line, not only are you fighting for the cash here, but you're also fighting for the SA national points, which
Yep.
are going to be helping you moving forward into the SA nationals. Now, don't
Yes.
forget about that because that is possibly one of the more important parts of this. Yes, you're getting a chunk of the prize pool, you're getting the money that you want to move yourself forward. But if you get towards the nationals, that's where the big money's at. That's where the teams are going to be gunning to go in for that top. With the first place getting 10 points, second getting 8, third getting 6, fourth getting 4, fifth and sixth getting 2, and seventh and eighth getting 1. But as we head on down over towards the point table, I really have to reiterate that people who are fighting to get into the nationals,
Mm-hmm.
they need to start fighting right here and right now. As you can already see, the top three teams are Hunters LFO, Mercenaries, and Kira. Everyone else, they're pretty far behind. And to get to that nationals position, unless you're able to finish off at maybe the second place, third place, or even the first place, which will be very difficult considering the names that are already on this entire Pro Series, to get to that spot, it's going to be a tough road. But hopefully, Kira Esports, they're going to be able to take that first initial step by taking down Team Uwu, who haven't even made a dent on the national stage.
Well, yep, that is definitely there. And I guess each point counts at this time because there's a huge difference between the first placement price pool and the second placement, around 600 US dollars. Now, that's a hefty amount that you don't want to miss on. So, make every point count. And moving forward, today's first match, Ubu versus Kira Esports. And now that Ubu is actually mixed and a new roster that's coming up in fall season, but Kira has been experienced enough playing from, I think, past 2 to 3 seasons, and we already saw on the leaderboard they were in third position exactly. So I really hope them good luck. And let's move forward into the map veto, and we can see that the
This
first
is
map.
interesting.
Yep, the first map for today is going to be theme park, and we've got the deciders as Oregon, and second as Chalet.
Again, I'm a little bit more on the dicier side because Kira picking up Chalet, like if Assassin can also tell me this, Kira historically just hated Chalet. This is one of their must ban. This is one of their must bans. Like yeah, even we
Mm-hmm.
got confirmation from our producer. This is one of their worst maps. I'm looking up at the stats as well on my screen.
Yep.
Why did they pick up Chalet? They always try to avoid this, and now it's one of their pickups. And Team U are going into Theme Park. Theme Park is fine because Kira they have a pretty good run on Theme Park. Let's say their win rates around that 60-40 margin, so they're okay with it. They can play the game. But Chalet is just a curveball and a half. The roster, even when they're going through a couple of problems and the team play is not present, is it
Mm-hmm.
really a good idea to pick up Chalet, a map that is heavily attacker favored, where you know for a fact you need to rely a lot more on your team being able to completely
Mm-hmm.
dominate their different lines of sight and be up on the top notch when it comes under the trade game. It's going to
Yep.
be a tough fight for them on that particular instance. But Theme Park, I don't know. I'm not going to make any predictions for the first particular map because Theme Park is one of those maps that we can make a prediction on. But considering it's South Asian Siege, some things are just better left to be seen rather than predicted in this instance, especially with the map being defender favored. But from what we have seen and the playstyle differences that a lot of the teams have, it can shrew easily over to the attacking side, especially with the current meta coming into play. With Thatcher not being banned out as often, considering everyone else has EMP grenades in hand, we really need to see how this entire game will pan out because normally Theme Park has a lot of soft walls that you can utilize to just circumvent the fact that you don't have a Thatcher. But now that Thatcher is in play, it will open up a lot more potential for different types of plays to come in. But let's just see because each and every side has very specific
Mm-hmm.
weaknesses that you can take an advantage of as an attacker. But the real question is, will the side of Kira be able to do so? Because they're going to be the ones starting off on the attack, I do believe.
Yep. Oh, actually, Kira is starting on the defender side in the map of Theme Park, and
Always.
surprisingly, all I wanted to say about the map pick of Chalet was because Clubhouse was banned by Ubu, and straight up Kira didn't have much options to pick on, maybe. So they kind of must have compromised on Chalet. But anyway, either way, they're starting off on the defender side and Theme Park, and I heard that it's a heavily defended side and map. But with players like Ubu coming in the attackers who are heavy fraggers, things can go different.
Bans, though, will be a little bit interesting considering everything that has been going on. Completely change up, and just as expected, Thatcher's not being banned out, considering a lot more different operators still have EMPs on their hands. So why would you ban out the Thatcher when you can ban out something a lot more in particular that could be a lot stronger? Now, they've gone for a completely different approach. They shut down the Nomad because they're on the attacking side, and Nomad is a very strong and powerful operator in this particular instance, considering the level of roams that you can go for on the map of Theme Park. Now, shutting down shutting down the Nomad this early on when you're starting off on the attack could be something that could bite them in the butt down the line, but
Hmm.
I do believe it's fine.
Yeah.
They're going for a much more stronger start for their own defensive side because with the map being defender sided favored, if you're taking out the Nomad from the equation, yes, you're going to have a very weak attack, but in general, your defense will be a lot stronger.
Yep. Well, that is definitely a fact to read on. And I guess banning Valkyrie was a smart choice because it's going to cut a lot of intel for the defender side. And moving forward, I think, especially very
Attackers need to
interestingly
locate and
coming
defuse
from
bombs.
there is a knock on the lead. And I think he is one of the
Razor wire going up.
I should say with the grenade coming
Shield
into
deployed.
which, is the reason for all the other shots. So it's an advantage for the attackers in the game.
Don't worry about grenades now.
In a lot of situations, there's no just getting completely banned out as well.
Yeah.
Those EMPs are such a nuisance,
Base
but
device.
on the other side, you also have a sledge to work. But what I'm pretty much sure to move away from the sledge considering the opportunities that you can have.
10 seconds remaining.
But it's completely. Think about it like
Setting
this.
the bag.
In a lot
5
of
seconds
scenarios,
remaining.
we
Attackers have located a bomb.
vertical lines of sight.
Attackers are heading out to
But
defuse a
on
bomb.
the map, especially when the floor is especially when it's the second floor, there's not really a lot of excuses that you can use the sledge to get packages. But here things can be a bit more dicey as well. Vortex often
Unrolling
goes for the
razor
back.
wire.
Something that we haven't really seen in the longest of time. People don't often play up the
Drone
backers, but
activated.
they have two ways to deny a lot of the utility that could be coming into play. Most bandit, and on the other side there's you. Now, Vortex may be playing a bit too
Drone
aggressive
active.
for his own good here. Could be a detrimental fight, but the question is, did they spawn on Vortex? Now they did, guaranteed. Drone's gonna catch him out. This slow, he's pretty much gonna fall flat on his face if he's not careful. He needs to try and dip back out, but he's now in a hard place. If he tries to run, he's gonna get caught. Malik comes in down strong with a grenade. With that first initial kill, they're already starting off on the back.
Yup. Well, 2 esports right now. A 2v1 situation, and Trisha, it's all on him. He has to start the bomb right now. The attackers are still on the stairs, and there you go.
Wait, Shisha?
Yep, he did it. He got a triple kill, and he's just looking for one last player. That is Dogger right now. They're after a 1v1 situation. Really hoping that Shisha does something over here, but his HP is really low, at least compared to Doggers. Really hoping that there you go. That's Shisha coming up and clutching it out. I think it was a 4K win. That's a really massive that he has put into the first round itself.
That was a perfect play and a half. We have to give it to Shisha, just using every single line of sight that his team had put up for him. Going all the way from inside of the site off to yellow corridor, understanding that, hey, there's a good possibility that Zofia could be on upper arcades because I already killed the players coming in from the main stairs. He backed himself up, isolated the 1v1, and then rotated around towards the line of sight that was created beforehand.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
He just got the face on his line. That was perfect movement coming in from Trisha to get that clutch on a quad kill match. Man just got a quad. He single-handedly took down 4 players as a mirror, which is not an easy feat when you're not playing purely through your mirror. That was a masterclass of clutch coming in on the side of Kira, but again, they're relying a lot more on these individual performances. One initial basis against Zotac, maybe a bit too aggressive when it came down to that roam. He had no one to race, but turned out twice.
10 seconds to go.
Take out a bit of information, but the fact that his roam just did not pan out the way he wanted.
5 seconds left before insertion.
Down the line if he's not there.
Yep, and there's already a some
attackers must locate and defuse the bomb.
Playing apart or away from each other, it's easy for them to secure fights, just like we saw how she's able to open up one game. It's going to be a little difficult for Ubu to impact on team game because it's a roster and they have teams. So they have to focus more on pushing together, like, you know, what this communication can do. We just saw it last round. Shisha going to that quad kill. Well, I really hope that, you know, Ubu doesn't fall back.
Drop the bomb diffuser.
Reloading! We'll get you a medic.
Yep. Yep.
Going dark.
I think as long as Malik is alive on his team, there's a really good chance that Ubu can get this round into the hands. He has 2 more nades, and this took out 3 of the first kill that he got in the game. A well grenade, and he can do wonders with that. Well, it's a 3v2 situation.
A bomb has been located.
Drone activated.
HP, they might be able to put up a really good fight, but they're almost down to the last 40 seconds.
Attackers recovered the bomb diffuser.
Almost got a frag gets taken down. That's a double kill coming in for the defenders. It's a 1v1 situation. Vortex versus Dogger. There's no time left. Absolutely 30 seconds to go. Still hasn't planted down. Planning to, but there you go. Surprise coming in from Vortex. You know, it's funny how Vortex was the first kill of the game, and now he actually made that happen as like a clutch. So he technically answered back to all the viewers.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
Unrolling razor wire. Razor wire going up. Jammer ready.
Bomb located by attackers.
You can stop worrying about grenades now. Deploying the bait. ADS deployed.
10 seconds to go.
Right. Keep us strikes true. Barrier
5 seconds remaining.
changing mag. Shield deployed.
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
Deploying jammer. Changing mags. Setting up a little show.
Yep. By the way, like surprisingly aggressive, this map was picked by Ubu, and they started off on the attack side.
Loading the magazine.
I don't know why Ubu is lacking out on a lot of things in this map. And I think strategic is one of the.
Swapping back.
But they are failing,
Going in.
to get the whole vision accomplished at the end of the time. So they're either running out of time or they're either getting fragged out by Kira Esports. And I think they just have to focus and balance, communication. Yes.
Reloading ammo. Online. Swapping mags. Taking point. Located enemy. First floor. Setting first floor.
Activated.
Setting Selma. Activating hell. All set to blow attack.
Well, again, the time is ticking, but
Position.
out. And I think
Activating
that
server
puts them to a
sequence.
man disadvantage in the esports on 2v4 situation. But as we said, it also looks like a difficult situation for them. But I think I just stated going back all the way from 2v4 situation. They brought it down to a 1v2.
Loading new mag.
And I really hope that Zotac has the ability to clutch this.
15 seconds
Last
remaining.
one. Anyway,
Attackers are activating the bomb diffuser.
Lantern, it's not a 1v2. Yes, Ragnar is down to the second. First one will be taken down immediately, so that opens up the first round for you. Finally. I mean, it was the first round for them.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
Hanging mags. Razor wire up.
Bomb located by attackers.
Close the light wall. Jammer ready. Place device. Time to begin.
10 seconds left. 5 seconds remaining. Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
Jammer initiated. Fire. Enjoy the view.
Ready.
Yep. Well, Ubisoft is managing to get the entry, but right now that is the main goal. Like, you know, getting the job done with the time that they've been provided. They're already in the last seconds. They also have to take care of the guys on towards Kira. There you go. Another almost an opening plan for Ubu, but two players are down, Amr and Atharv. And I think it's going to be a difficult situation for Kira to bounce back from this. But Trisha is here. I think Kira is going to be the savior right now. I'm not really sure, but I should say one who's, you know, like
Stay back.
of the abilities of the offense. I think it's really the flash.
Attackers drop the diffuser.
Contact.
Reloading.
Going in.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
Swapping mag. Deploying shield. Setting the bait. Loading magazine.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Molotov. Got it.
Well, I'm not quite sure, but you know, one thing I've observed is whenever the booking side is forced to have the advantage.
10 seconds left.
Basically, the first
5 seconds left before insertion.
coming back to second floor.
Swapping.
Place
You
device.
know, we did look at the bomb site, but I feel
Attackers
like
are
this
moving
is
to
a
defuse a
thing
bomb.
about if Ubu can actually
Time to redecorate.
Always room for more.
Set device. Reloaded. Place device.
Here's the snack.
Reloading. Mine is up. Barricade going up.
Yep. Well, I guess Kira Esports, out of all, they should be able to, you know, defend properly. Who is getting aggressive?
Fully maxed.
And of course, they want to take a lead before we switch down to the next.
Changing.
But it has not been the best enough because Kira Esports is somehow managing to, you know, like take them out with frag ability once we actually so each round, each player is trying to step up from Kira Esports, which is, you know, really
That's for sure.
impressive.
Oh, okay, good trades.
Well, there you go.
Drone
One
activated.
player down from each of the teams, and I think Atharv has got back on his feet, but with very less HP. So I kind of doubt if he can keep it up for the next, you know, 10-15 seconds at least, without getting spotted.
For now, though, in this instance, you can already see a bit more of an equalization play, but look at the levels of control all across the map as well. Dark Lord just holding down from the stairs could just easily be a kill for him. He does find that first particular instance, nothing really much to be found just yet. So now they can just hold. Positions are good, positions are strong. Atrav has a shotgun in hand. No one really pushed up into his own jacket zone just
diffuser
yet.
has
And
been
yup,
dropped.
Dark Lord, free kill for him. Drive by on towards the face of Ragnarok. And that's a pretty big hit. Now, you don't have the Twitch to clear out any of these mirror windows over from the side. Desamar holding from inside of the side, looking for another one from the breach. Doesn't really get anything just yet. Here comes the big Delmite. Swung out a little bit too far, but Desamar's close by for the trade. Beautiful play from each and every side. These players just know how to play off of each other. And Kira, their hold was perfect. The adaptation was good. That's what we expected coming in from Kira Esports. Because, yes, you take a round off of them over on the same side. That's perfect because UWU were able to adapt. They were able to learn and understand the strategies of Kira, understand their habits on that particular instance. But what you're going to do, if there was a complete and utter roundabout, you need to showcase a little bit more proficiency in the way that you're trying to drone
Defenders,
out
protect your
different
bombs
positions.
from
Because
by
you know a
attackers.
team player's counter will never go in for the same strat again. That's one of the main reasons why they just bit the bullet in this instance. Now they are down on a 2-3 score. And whoever takes this 2 and 4 will be on a massive lead. Yes, true, they're banking on the fact that, hey, we have the strongest defense. But that defense, it's not going to be that easy to get to if you're down 4 and 5. Especially with Rooney coming out as well for the defense. Now is where the much more interesting plays will happen.
Laser gate in position.
Well,
10 seconds
I
left.
pretty much feel like if Kira keeps on investing or like, not change
5
their
seconds
play
left
style, like
before
just how
insertion.
they're doing on, more like frag based rather than ult based, I think they can actually out-frag. I mean, so far it has been that way. And I think all you have to concentrate more on right now is playing together because they're trading out, they lost 1-1. Even the first round that we fragged out in the first floor, I think they won that round easily because they had the trade. One was dealing with another, so it made them easily frag out Kira Esports.
Dark Lord.
So now that we were focusing more on the frag base, focusing from the directions, I think who has come to Kira.
Counterplays will not be that simple to do as well in this instance, though. Ragnarok has the Twitch drones ready to try and maybe be a nuisance to the Mira, but there's no Mira here at all. It's going to be their Rooney being an absolute nuisance over from the side. Beautiful lines of sight being opened up from each and every end, though their Habana doesn't really get much done. Positions are good, but wait a second. Drish, did you try to go in for an entry over onto the kitchen side? Hello? That's going to be a big hit but from each side, there's going to be a perfect trade. Look at the lines of sight also being traded. Vortex, he's using this perfectly. 2 on each end. The Renegade has been opened up, but still, look at the amount of util that had to be invested to try and break just one shield. And Zofia has absolutely nothing now. No charges whatsoever for her gadget. Now, she's completely relying on her gun.
Well, I think it's the time game right now, at least for from the side of UWU Esports. We're down to the last 1 minute 15 seconds, and Shisha is trying to get fragment along with Kira Vortex. Both of them
That's
got
a
double kill. It's down to a
1v1.
2v4 situation. I think it's a 1v4 situation unless Ragnarok, wakes up, and I don't think he will, and he will be getting confirmed pretty soon. It's all down to DZ on a 1v3 situation. Ducklord is down. It's Shisha and Vortex, and trust me, Shisha and Vortex are the 2 players who've been doing clutches so far from Kira Esports. So being able to frag in front of them is a big deal for DZ. I mean, if he gets this clutch, then it's a big win for UWU.
It's going to be a tough one for him as well. He has no information whatsoever. And to go into bunker and daycare while the... Yeah, that's a default cap already spotting him out. This position is
Attackers
known
have recovered
already
their
over
diffuser.
onto the upper side of arcade. He's going to work his way in. And yeah, entering onto this side. Through bunker and daycare, it's close to impossible. There's no way he's going to get to this in time.
15
He's going to
seconds
push his
left.
way in from the side of yellow, but I think he's done for. 2 players spot him out.
10 seconds.
That's going to be the first. Shields coming in from the side. Good movement coming in from Vortex as well. Just a bob and weave that we would want. But shots get dodged out on. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, Kira, they take a very convincing 4-2 scoreline to head off onto their own attack. And now we're going to be witnessing why exactly UWU picked up this particular map and also banned out on the Nomad, because the Nomad on this map is just such a nuisance to deal with. But for Kira, it showcased that they were able to utilize that space of not having Nomad around. But the real question is, will UWU be able to do the same? That's why they picked up that Oryx. Now, this Oryx could be the best pickup for them, or could be the most questionable,
Attackers need to
considering the amount
locate
of
and
hatches
defuse
that they
bombs.
open up to make their defense strong, but also make it weaker in the process.
Well, true that. So far, I think UWU Esports are not really on the bright side of their map pick. I mean, they had the attacking, and one way it was actually easy and advantageous for them since they had very less area to clear.
Attackers
But
have discovered the
UWU
location of a
Esports,
bomb.
it's 2 rounds for them in the attack, and Kira managed to get 4 rounds from the defense side. Now that the sides have been switched, I really want to see how Kira Esports actually, execute this attack.
10 seconds
Because
remaining.
now that you've told me, Kira Esports are having some troubles, but according to
seconds
me, I
remaining.
think more than team game, they're individually giving a really good performance today. And
Attackers
UWU,
objective
as a
is
team,
defuse
they're
the
being able to
bomb.
put up a good work, and I hope defense side is going to be easy for them to, defend for.
Hopefully in this instance, because UWU, they're showcasing proficiency when it comes down to their team being a lot more systematic in their plays, but that's pretty much it. He's just waiting to try and open it up for us, buddy. He's like, let me just open it up for you, man. Let me be a proper gentleman, but really doing it all by herself. Malik's gonna be able to find that opening that he needs, but for the attackers, they need to create something to get their way in here. Look at the level of defense that they've already gone in for, but again, they're giving up a lot of map control as well. Ooh, what's the game plan here? You're not extending your sights that much. You're all playing for yellow, and you're leaving everything open. Detamar's going to be able to find that first initial kill on the Drish, and this is bound to happen. No one was playing from office?
Yep, and I think that's the case. UWU Esports are trying to play a little passive, I guess, by giving up a lot of map control, as you mentioned. And Kira Esports has been able to push through almost every corner they can. They've already got 1 frag in their hands, which already gives them a man advantage. But currently, what I'm looking for, most importantly right now, is will UWU be able to trade off for Drish?
I don't like this at all. They're holding down yellow corridor. Deez is playing from the bottom end. But what's the game plan here? There was no site extension whatsoever from the members of the UWU. Office control is established. The office walls have completely opened up. This could just be a kill over from the side as well. They know the positions of one, but maybe a bit too greedy to try and find that kill. That's going to be Dagger going down, but that's completely fine.
Yep,
It's going to be a 2-for-1 trade. That's perfect.
Yeah, that was a nice setup
Wait,
coming in from UWU,
what?
by the way. Not exactly what I expected from them. I just was about to compliment UWU for the trade they've got, but never mind. I guess Ragnarok going down from Dagger's ability util. It's down to a 3v4 situation. Although UWU is still on man disadvantage, if Kira Esports doesn't make it inside the side on proper time, it can be a huge difficulty for them. We are almost down to 35 seconds, and we've got Malik covering out on the bomb side. And Atharva is trying to actually get a pick over here. I don't know what he's waiting for, and he definitely does. On towards Malik, the perfect player. Ragnarok takes 1 out, and that's a double kill for Ragnarok. A triple in the whole round. It's down to a 2v1 situation, all down to Vortex again. A lot of
15 seconds to
responsibility
go.
on his shoulders.
Well, that'd be an easy one as well. One right behind the bomb, and that's gonna be the hole coming in from these. Okay, never mind. Maybe this yellow hole was the perfect play for them. They had all the map control in the entire world, but because there were players holding from yellow, the members of Kira just got completely off guard. There's no other way you can put this one down, because Kira, they got office, they had initiation, they broke down every wall to try and get into the site, but they didn't drone out the side of yellow corridor, and they all funneled in through the exact same hallway.
Yep.
Very questionable push coming
Attackers
in
need
from
to
Kira. They
locate
got a
and
bit too
defuse bombs.
dicey and a bit too overzealous as well in this situation. They needed to try and slow things down and try to feel out the map again. It's always the teams that get that first initial pick. They need to try and understand. Siege is one of those games that even if you have only 2 people alive, a 2v4 situation can easily turn into a 2v2 in just a couple of seconds because the defenders will always be at the advantage. Considering the attackers, they're not going to get a lot of sound cues. The defenders will not move that often, considering the amount of utility that they have spread across the map. And in this instance, they got badly caught out. And Malik, he has an echo, and this one echo drone,
Attackers are heading out to
this
defuse the
yokai
bomb.
drone, sorry, could just easily change the tides of the battle.
Yep. Well, so far
It's
Kira.
a lot of info.
Yep, that is definitely true. And I think Kira was really good on the defense, but again, it explains why. I really don't understand what happened to them in attack. And I think they maybe, they might have underestimated Ubu's defense setup, but I think Ubu was, playing out. They were actually gambling with their players and trying to have a better positioning. They did lose one, but then they immediately traded. They lost Thresh in the very first, but they immediately traded it out. But coming back to this round, if Ubu gets this round, it's going to be a score equalizer between Kira and Ubu. But if Kira takes down this round, I think they might have a better lead in the game.
Looking at the positions for this one, though. Again, things slowed down quite heavily all around, but okay, Dagger getting that first initial pickup. Malik, where did you even find that kill? What's that line of sight? That's one ratty line of sight that he created all the way from office. That's a good catch for him to find. And I'm pretty sure the attackers, they were not expecting it. Even I did not expect it. I didn't expect there to be a line of sight all the way straight up into the castle entrance. What was that? That's a free kill for them to get. And now already 2 players are taken down, and 2 of the most important players as well. You lost your sledge and your ace. You don't have anything for the entry anymore. That's Deathamar going down as well. The Zofia is gonna get caught out. One by one, they're gonna drop their bodies, and wait a second, whoa! What was this hold? This side was absolutely impenetrable, all the way from office on the castle entrance. What?
Now I'm actually understanding why Ubu picked up the map of theme park in the first place and why
Actual
they
stonks.
started off on the attacking, because their defense setup looks really strong against Kira's attack right now.
Attackers need to
Well,
locate
moving
and
forward,
defuse
and I
as many
think
bombs as
Kira,
they
they've
can.
lost almost 2 rounds already in the attacking, and I think we're just down to the last couple of rounds, and I really hope that Kira Esports should be able to back their score up. Now that the scores have been equalized, Ubu has a better chance and a better momentum if you ask me. But who is gonna be the one to stop the momentum of the other team? And I really hope it's Kira Esports. Well, so far they've had no luck in the attacking, although it was supposed to be an attacking, it was supposed to be an easy attacking side for Kira compared to the amount of experience they have together as a team and how many matches they've played previously, and of course the previous
5 seconds
scorecards
left
of
before
previous
insertion.
seasons clearly depict that Kira Esports was in the 3rd position, and now a newly formed team into a new season, they are really putting up a show over here against Kira Esports, and I think moving
Yeah, that's
forward,
for sure.
yep.
But let's see how this one pans out. But again, we're going to be hitting on down over on the throne room, a site that is a little bit more difficult to hold if you're on Ooze, and considering the different avenues that you can have for the attacking side. But slow things down just a little bit here. Talk about the different positions that you can play. Ooh, they're playing it very smart. Think about it like this. They have full second floor control. The Oryx is being a nuisance all around, and the attackers need to try and clear them out in this instance. Let's try and understand exactly what could be going on here for their end. Ragnarok, though, already catching out the first initial player, and that's what's gonna happen. There's so much roam presence coming in from Uu that the members of Kira, they're not gonna be able to get away from this catch caught free. There's gonna need to be someone who will be the casualty here, and to lose out your Zofia, that's gonna be a pretty massive hit. Again, those concussive shocks are so important from the Zofia utility to try and take an entry from the second floor over on towards Throne. They almost have nothing. A couple of flashes from Vortex will open things up slightly, but Kira, they need to figure out their game plan right here and right now. Otherwise, ooh, they could just be walking away with this victory. Again, Vortex, good catch, shutting down Ragnarok early on. That's the alibi straight off the table. But the Oryx still on the top side, trying to be a nuisance, sorry. But he could just get caught out. They know his position, so he needs to dip. Complete second floor has been given up. The attackers have the control, but they don't know it just yet. But Drish!
Yeah,
They
that was
got a 3-shot, but still it's going to be a 1-for-1 trade, but it's still not a favorable 1-for-1 trade. You lost out on your catcher. And I don't think no one else's EMPs on their hand.
Yep. Well, all I can concentrate right now is the amount of util damage that Kira can do right now. They've got 2 grenades with them, 2 flashes. They can put it to a really good use, and that's how they're gonna enter aggressively against Malik at least. They've put 1 nade, and they're trying to figure out some or the other way to push inside. And I really hope this works for them. Yep, the grenade goes in, but not much information coming down here. So they're just gonna be holding back, but one thing they're not concentrating right now is we are down to 30 seconds. They absolutely have very less time, and especially they've got 3 players to fight against on UWU Esports. And Kira, it's not a 3v3 situation, but oops, a third Kira gets killed onto its dagger, putting it down to a 2v3 situation. There is absolutely every chance that Kira can do this, but if Kira loses this,
my God.
and they won't do this, they will win it. Attackers, that's a really smart round coming in from them. But, you know, they did risk it on the time factor at least.
That was a very big surprise. And Kira, they're going to take the tactical timeout coming in immediate. And that's smart. They really needed this tactical timeout, especially in this instance, considering, they've been just running away with a lot more of these rounds, especially when it came down to that second floor hold. The second floor for Kira has been a pretty big nuisance where they're not really droning out properly to get advantages all across the map. It's kind of difficult to just think about it like this. Again, their defensive holds and the sightlines that they're creating are very hard to predict. And Kira are just not mentally prepared to take entrances from different sides of the map. Maybe in this instance, they're trying to plan out their strategies a little bit more to just force people into very uncomfortable positions. For example, in this current scenario, they're just very comfortable in the places that they're holding, especially when it came down to the office control. Creating a line of sight all the way from office onto castle entrance was one of the best plays that they could have done to hold down that very specific sight line. Then no one can really enter the site. Office is completely clear. Bunk is clear as well. They don't have much to worry about. But if Kira are able to create some map presence over on the bottom floor, maybe take some first floor control, force the defenders into maybe holding yellow corridor in a lot more instances, things could be different. But we really need to know which of these second floor sites they're going to be going for. I'm expecting Daycare to be the first initial one, considering they had a very strong hold onto Daycare. But it could be interesting to say the very least of what Kira have in mind, because again, their second floor attacks have been so lackluster that they need a completely new and different strategy. Otherwise, this could easily be an equalization where they take the 6 points, and we could be looking at match point favoring on a 6-5 scoreline, or a possible 6-4 scoreline where their backs are against the wall.
Or maybe can we expect overtime is my question. I mean, if both teams have been able to put up a good game, I'm really looking forward for an overtime though. But coming back, I guess Kira Esports is all ready with the tactical time they've taken. I really hope they discussed things that they're lacking, at least in the attacking side. If they give up like, a round or 2 more, it's going to be really a disadvantage play for them, at least in the map of theme park. Now that the next map is Chalet, and according to the data I've gathered, Chalet is one of the most hated maps by Kira, but I think they've become confident. I think they're working on the things that they haven't been able to so far, and this is a new season, so this is a new start for them, a new qualifier.
10 seconds remaining.
It's not going to be an easy one for them to get though either way.
5 seconds left before insertion.
One of the more important map pickups for UWU to try and find. And looking at their composition, I'm maybe a little bit more on the hopeful side, I would say, especially with the Goyo coming into play. Drish, he is trying something a bit more special, and with this oil, he's gonna be able to be a complete and utter nuisance on different portions of the map. The attackers can't just go in for free rushes anymore. But Kira, now here's where the interesting plays come in. The OSA is gonna get picked up. They're trying to contest the lines of sight being created by the members of Kira by first droning out and finding the positions, and then creating OSA shields to try and contest it properly. And with this adaptation, things will be a lot more interesting because Kira should be able to find that first initial kill. Yup, that's Drish getting taken out of the equation. But he already put down all his oil mines all across the map. That's more than enough for them to try and find an avenue of attack to work around. And hopefully, they're going to be able to do exactly that.
Yep, I'm hoping for the same. But, you know, frags to play a major role over here, at least for the side of attackers right now, now that the kid have got the first pick. They don't have to worry about the fragging department now that they're, you know, playing together and they know where the bomb sites are, so it's easy for them to go ahead and plant it. But my only question is, if Ubu gives up this round, will Kira be able to bounce back is my question. Ragnarok definitely gets a trade. That's a smart play.
Are you serious from initiation? Oh, no, don't peek that again!
That was a beautiful shot coming in from Shisha though.
It was a nice skill. Good crosshair placement all around, but I don't think it's going to be enough to try and find this kill down the line. Dark Lord, he needs to win this engagement, but no, he loses it. That's a Torn getting the kill, but still it's going to be a 1v1 situation. How the hell are they fighting these trades? Shrisha still very much alive on this Osa. Has the shield in hand. He can easily work his way around for this play, but Dagger, he's also information dry. And Shrisha has a drone. That's perfect for him. Just needs a bit of information. 52 seconds left on the clock. He has nothing to worry about. Ample amounts of time. The diffuser's still in his close vicinity, and Dagger has no idea where this attack could be coming from.
Yep.
But Dagger, he's trying to take things into his own hand. Just look at him. He's pushing up. He's trying to get some information, at least some noise at the bare minimum. And it could just work.
I mean, that's really a smart pick coming in from Dagger, considering that Shisha hasn't seen him push so far. Even though with the drone, he's unable to spot Dagger's position. Now, this might actually be a disadvantage for Shisha. You know, the time is kicking. We're down to almost 15 seconds, and Shisha has to make a push right now. He picks up. The diffuser is gonna plant it shortly, but Dagger, look at Dagger. He knows where exactly Shisha is standing. He's gonna peek out. Shisha gives him the damage. Dagger definitely takes him down, and that's a round for Ubu. 5th round for Dagger and Ubu's team. I mean, I'm not surprised, you know, the way that Dagger pushed or was confident about Shisha's peak. I understood that Ubu was gonna get that round.
That was guaranteed, but still. Again, Kira, some of these rounds, they have the information, but they're getting a bit too overeager on these fights. And again, Dagger, beautiful reposition coming in from him as well. Understood exactly where the rotation hole would be at. He just had every single part of the map under control. And I love the fact that Dagger, who was playing slightly aggressive as well, understanding that Shisha possibly has another drone available. So if he does not play aggressively, Shisha could just catch him out, trying to hold down into a corner. Understanding that play, he tried to play as unpredictable as possible, and with the aggression, he was able to catch Shisha off guard. And Kira Esports, they're now down multiple rounds, and this is an equalization already. This is not a position that you want to be in, especially when the site is still on the second floor. Again and again, Team Uwu, they're showcasing. And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Rainbow Six Pro Siege Fall Edition, presented to you by the Esports Club, supported by Ubisoft, powered by Zotac Gaming, and of course, our broadcast partner is none other than Loco. It's going to be your boy Aggressive back on the hot seat with Elka FTW on my side, and we're now here back once again to bring you the second iteration of this matchup. The first initial game was a pretty close feat, I have to say. A little bit more on the side of course, Team UWU taking a 7-5 victory, but we can't really say that the members of Kira Esports played that one badly. Not at all. The team really did showcase a lot of proficiency in the way that they were playing, but is it really enough for them to just push past that edge that they have just built themselves into? Not exactly, because again, we're looking at a team that has the makings to be the next big thing, but for some reason, Kira, they're just not able to get back onto the form that they were in previously. We know already that they're one of the top 3 teams, and now Team UWU coming out of absolutely nowhere. This is just an up-and-coming team. They're now taking down one of the greats, one of the top 3s in our region who have what, 12 points for the SA Nationals,
Mm-hmm.
and they're now stuck here in this position.
Yep.
We're heading on down over into Chalet as well, a map which is historically one of the worst maps for Kira.
Mm-hmm.
I have no idea how they're going to fight this one.
Well, I mean, I think they're pretty much ready for Chalet because it's their map pick, and they pretty much look confident in the map of Chalet. Well, on Theme Park, when they started off, they had a really great start, but as the rounds went by, Uwu completely took all the rounds as much as they can. Well, let's move into the second map of the day, ladies and gentlemen, the map of Chalet. And we've got, I guess, Kira Esports starting off on the attack and Uwu on the defense. And so far, according to my stats, I think it is an attacking started map. So it's a really great start for Kira Esports, I guess.
Kira, they're in the best and most optimum position to try and find everything here for their side, but ooh, they're actually playing it quite smart. Nomad's been one of those must bans, seemingly for a lot of the different teams because of how much of a nuisance Nomad can be for people who like to roam. And on this particular map as well, map control is key. Every single time you're playing Chalet, on the defensive side, you need to extend the site as far as you possibly can. That entire second floor or the entire first floor has to be your fortress. And if you're playing on the first floor, if you're playing on the basement, that second floor is a must. Having second floor control is the most important part of this particular map. And for UWU, they understand that. Banning out that Nomad gives them that avenue to just play around with. They have a very strong start to their own defensive side. So that's perfect for them. But for Kira, they've shut down 2 strong operators for defense. The Malusi getting taken off the table and the Valkyrie. Information denied on both strands because the Malusi not only slows down the attackers, but also gives info of where they really could be. So Mezzanine is now going to be even more difficult to try and hold on to because the attackers, they have almost 3 lines of sight over onto any player that could be playing from Mezzanine, where normally you could place a Malusi Banshee and just run on away because the Banshee alone would give you that information, allowing the players from library or even from the corridor to go in for a peek and find an easy kill.
Attackers need to locate and defuse
Yep.
bombs.
Well, there we are. We're going to start off the first match. Sorry, the second match and the first round. As we know, Uwu is going to be defending, and it's going to be second floor setup for them. And so far, like according to what we've seen from the first map, Uwu's really strong at the defense, and I think that's where they've done most of the work and the comeback in the first map. And I really hope it stays the same for Chalet. And Kira Esports, on the other hand, one of the most dominating teams and really good on paper, they should be able to, focus and execute well compared to what they've done in Theme Park. Although Chalet has not been their pick for a long
5
time,
seconds to go.
I hope that they chose this map with all the preparation they needed
Attackers must
to have.
locate and defuse a bomb.
This could be an issue on that end, though. Seems the team move. They started off on the back foot here. It will be a 4v5, and this scenario is just not going to be going in their favor as much as you would have hoped for, but it's completely fine. Let's just take a couple of steps back and just try to figure out exactly what could go wrong for the side of Kira. Again, Kira, they have not really been playing together as a squad as much more individualistic in the way that they're taking a lot of these different engagements. So in that sense, anything in wrong notes because I want to see Kira playing a bit more on the information that they're gathering. But again, these drones, they're clearing out a lot of the different portions of the map. But these portions alone are just not enough. They need something better to try and play around with. And again, right off the start, Kira, they get that first initial catch, and that catch will be on the Frost. They now know that a lot of these sightlines can get
A bomb has
easily
been
opened
located.
up. Plus, these windows could easily be trapped as well. The defenders in a tough spot already. Not only did they lose out on one of the key players they could have had early on being Malik, they've also lost out on their Frost. Man advantage going in the favor of Kira, and this tank still on a snail's pace, but slowly building up to be a stampede.
Well, looking at the number of players they have, I think who is already on the disadvantage side. But Kira, a really great start for them in the attacking side, I should say. Well, they also had like a really good drag out game over here. But most importantly, I feel like Ubu is stepping down on a lot of things, and it's surprising to see Kira Esports being able to put up such a good performance in a map that they haven't chosen before. Chalet. Death Armor, there he goes down, and that's an immediate another kill coming in for Ragnarok onto
Attackers
its Dark
recover the
Lord.
diffuser.
2 players down from Kira Esports. I speak of the devil, and there you are. Ubu puts down 2 players. It's 2v3 situation. And I think it's still doable. Another kill for Ragnarok. It's a triple, and 2 more kills until he
Attackers have
finds that
recovered
ace,
their
but he's down to
diffuser.
low HP, and I'm not expecting him to go for the fights right now. Well, Dagger is down to half HP as well, so they have to be really careful on the kind of choices they're making if they have to peek or hold on. It's
Oh,
down
that's
to...
a free kill! Come on! No!
Wait. Oh, that definitely is, but Dagger is trying to defend it, and there
Wait,
you
what?
go.
What
Ubu
guy
won
got
it.
caught in a frost mat? Wait a minute, he just jumped in. He knew the frost was.
Oh my god, that was such a well defended round for Uvu Esports. Despite of Kira getting the
Was so
initial picks,
anticlimactic.
initial frags. I don't know how Uvu managed to do that. Such a beautiful defense setup. You know, at one point in the mid round, I was like, wait, why is Uvu losing to Kira when it was Uvu like who has better chance of winning Chalet, and especially on the defense side because their setups have proven to be right and good. And again, this round was totally like surprising for me from the side of Uvu.
It's just such a questionable situation as well for you to be in. You knew the frost was there. I thought the lion was gonna clear out the frost mat before he get in.
Defenders, protect your
But of
bombs
course,
from being
again, the
defused by
frost from
attackers.
the grave somehow still finds a kill.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Just as our boy Jack would have said, a pog mat coming into play. Pog mat does find another one. And this time around, we're going to be looking at a bit more of a different side. They're opting to go in for bar instead. This could be interesting because a bar hole is something that is a little bit more unorthodox, but something that can easily go in the favor of
Keep it deployed.
defense if they have proper second floor control to play around with. Because normally, whatever
10 seconds to go.
what happens on the map of play in particular, sorry, I'm getting a little bit tongue-tied today for no
5
reason,
seconds left.
is the second floor
Reinforcing
control is where most of
Attackers
the
are heading
time
out to
is being
defuse a bomb.
absent. Normally, there's about 40 seconds left, and the attackers are able to properly clear out the second floor with maybe a 4 versus 3 situation favoring the attack. But sometimes, in a lot more different cases, the attack can go horribly wrong. And you only have, what, 20 seconds left for the execution. We have seen that happen over and over again on the map of Chile. So let's just see how Uwu can play this one out. Because again, they're down to a 4v5 situation. And if Kira lose this one out, man, I don't know, Elika. We could just be looking at a pretty hefty loss, not just in terms of the rounds, but also for morale, because Kira, they have all the advantages.
Yep. Well, it's one chance that Kira has got an ace up the sleeve, but I'm really not sure if they're gonna take this opportunity into their hands. As long as they're getting the first pick, I think they should be on the right side, and there you go. They definitely do. They find the first frag against Rish, and down to 3 last players. Come on, it's a 5v4 situation. Either way, one of the players has been disconnected, I believe, and Rish has also been taken down. It's 5v3 situation. Unless Ragnarok puts up a different game, Ragnarok and Dagger together as a duo, I think there are very less chances of overtaking this round up. And Kira Esports, they've got a really good chance right now. And Uber's got a really good defense set up, but despite of the man advantage coming in through,
Nice shot.
Ragnarok will put that shot on towards Other, making it down to a 4v3 situation. Now things are looking very interesting for me right now.
Attackers
If
recover the
Kira manages
diffuser.
to lose this round, then I don't know what to say.
Reloading ammo.
Look, that could put them in this particular instance. They need to try and find a kill and Ragnarok. How are you getting away with this, buddy? He's just playing on top of the second floor and he's being an absolute nuisance. No one's trying to even clear him out as well. Where are the drones? Where is something? You have to have something available. Vortex still has a drone. Darkwood has a drone. He has a Gemini to play around with, and Ragnarok down to the very low levels of HP. He still survives. He still gets a triple with 10 HP left. He's still alive and kicking. Quad kill for Ragnarok. He's gonna get an ace out of this.
Oh,
No
yep.
way a single lesion just did all of this.
I wouldn't be surprised if he actually managed to do that, but Ragnarok on the other hand is down to very low HP, but he can actually pull this off, the one last kill, unless his teammates, if his teammates are willing, to give the ace to his hands, then definitely yes. Shisha, I think, is gonna be pushing in from a window. I think it's a really good choice, but then again,
There's
his
the ball.
position hasn't been revealed yet.
Ragnarok free heals for
15
him.
seconds to
Thunderbird's
go.
already there. They have everything. Heals are present. Ragnarok
seconds
could
left.
easily go in for this ace. Just needs that first bout of information. Little bits of noise.
5
That's
seconds.
all that he requires to try and find this kill. That's going to be a couple of the frags, and in comes in from the back.
Oh my god.
Sad the ace has been
Seriously?
stolen, but it's fine.
Yeah. I mean, we were just discussing it like a moments ago that, if Ubu wins this round, I really don't know what to say, because it was almost down to 3v5 situation. Kira had a 4-man advantage and they still lost. Now, this is what happens when you have a player like Ragnarok, who's really, really aggressive and is also like outstanding performance, of course. And looks like Ubu is down to a really good start of the game. And I mean, I slowly understand why Kira Esports wasn't picking Chalet before, even though they had the advantage. They were on the attacking, they had the man advantage. Everything was set, even the positions. They kind of knew the positions of Uwu, but they somehow managed to, fail to take the trades.
Seems like there will be a rehost because Malik is just not
Aman, can you
able to
please
join.
call
So, they're
Nagishan?
gonna
Please.
opt for a rehost. And honestly, at the end of the day, is a rehost really even
Hello,
necessary? For some
Aman.
reason, they've been playing on a 5v4 situation and still putting up the numbers. But Ragnarok, man, getting that quad kill, it's just something that you just don't expect. Again and again, you have to speak about one particular instance where Ragnarok just single-handedly played by himself on the top rope, and he didn't even care. Each and every kill that he got was pristine, surgical precision all around, and that is how you're meant to play. That is the cold-blooded killer that a team will need to win out on an engagement. But these are all done through individual performances, and these individual performances, you do have to remember one particular thing. It's not something that you can always recreate. These are miracles that happen from time to time because a player is able to find that first initial advantage early on by maybe finding an advantageous peak, catching your players off guard. But for Kira to just give him those 1v1 duels, knowing that a player is on the second floor, a single player, mind you, there's no one else with him because someone else would have shown presence at that stage. No one showed presence, and Ragnar just single-handedly took down your entire squad. You cannot let this happen down the line, especially when you had such an early advantage on a 4v5 scenario. A rehost came in now, so that's going to be a massive momentum break for the members of Team Uwu. So I'm going to chalk it up towards the side of Kira Esports to finally be able to retaliate. Now they not only have the time to try and calm themselves down and get together as a squad and huddle up, but also to try and figure out a strategy to shut down Ragnarok, who has been a menace over on those second floor holds.
Well, I guess most importantly, all I could see or I could feel from Uvu's side in the first two games was the defense setup, and it definitely looks like a one-sided game for them if they manage to start off on the defense. Like we've seen previously, they made a comeback against Kira from 2-4 all the way to 7-5. So they only just gave, I think, around one round for Kira in the attacking, but the defense was really good. And moving to Chalet, which is actually the pick of Kira Esports, but the irony is that I think they started off pretty well. UWU Esports, despite it being an attacker-centered map, like we discussed. And I think one more thing I've noticed from Kira Esports is again the same thing. The trades are not accurate enough, but I think it's also smart how overplays, like, expect the unexpected, and I think it really suits them.
Yeah, that's for certain. Because the way that U are playing, it's not something orthodox, especially on the map of Chile. I was not mentally prepared for a single player to put up performances like this. But Kira, again, they just have a really difficult time trying to finish their play. They have early advantages. They get the first initial couple of kills. They have the first bout of information, but it's just not enough for them. They try to overcommit to certain different sidelines. They are not really playing together with one another. They're creating the sidelines, yes. They're getting the drones done, yes. They're droning out default positions, but who's really using that information in any of these instances? Siege is one of those games. Yeah, you drone out a corner. 10 seconds later, someone could be in that exact same position, and any information that you gained previously is now null. It's void. This is why there always needs to be someone to capitalize on top of information that you're gaining. There's a reason why Siege gives you 2 drones each. You have your drones early on in the round as well. If you're able to save that drone and gain information purely on based upon top of that, you already know where the site is. This is what really presses my buttons in a lot of different ways. I understand using your drones early on in the prep phase to try and figure out where the defenders could play from. You're trying to find potential spawn peaks. You're trying to figure out exactly how your opponents are opting for a defensive setup by noticing where the lines of sight are treated so you can utilize it to your own advantage through the upside down propels. It's all fine and dandy. But again, you gain information, but you're not doing anything with it. This is not something that we have seen only from Kira, but from a lot more of the other teams. And the only team, personally, in my eyes, that utilizes information that they gain early on, immediately as soon as they find it, is Hunters LFO and Mercenaries. And this is a sound fundamental of Siege. In Siege, this is one of the biggest things that I've seen a lot of teams struggle with. They struggle with the fundamentals when they're trying to utilize a lot of, let's say, unorthodox rocket science strategies. I like the idea. You want to go in for something different. You want to be a lot more decisive in your battles because, hey, you're thinking that we have a lot more of a strategic mindset. But then a team comes around with have a strong fundamental basis when it comes down to their trades, when it comes down to their droning, then that team will always win. A foundation is one of the biggest points for a team to build on. And if your foundation is wobbly and it's unstable, it doesn't matter what you build on top of it. Even if it's the most strongest structure in the entire world, it will fall down to the ground just because the foundation is too weak.
Yep, well, that is definitely there. And so far, I think, according to the game, I really do agree with everything you said. But most importantly, like, I'm really surprised by the way how, like, Kira has been performing, at least compared to the previous stats. So for someone like me who just joined the R6 Pro Series, by the way, thank you so much. I think it's been a really good day so far for me casting and coming back to desk. But what I've noticed so far for someone like me who just, walks into a broadcast or watches the team stats previously how they've done, it made me look like Kira was supposed to already have an advantage from their end because they
Yeah.
didn't have any roster change, and they have been like the same dominating players before. Even in the like previous season they were in the third position. I think in second there was Mercenaries, which map is definitely going to like which match is definitely going to be played the next one, the next best of 3 series. So guys, do subscribe to the channel so that you're tuned for the next match. But coming back, I thought Kira Sports was like really aggressive, and yes, they do have better team coordination, but I think they're focusing more on individual plays. But compared to Uwu, like since Uwu is a
True.
newly formed team, they have two players from different, and they also have two players from different regions like Bangladesh and Pakistan. So despite of having so many differences, they've been able to put up a good show individually and as a team. So I think how always thinking right now is that we might not be able to coordinate, but we can trade each other off, or maybe completely play individually. So like everyone is specialized in their own skill set, and they've been able to optimize in every one of the way. And I think that's one smart way of like putting up a game, especially for a new team like UWU Esports. And they already know about Kira Esports. Everyone's, there's also a disadvantage for Kira that they've been playing with the same roster, same setups, or like same type of coordination
True.
of plays or strategies. So it might have been able, it might have been easy for Uwu to read them. Like there are two sides of a
Yep.
coin, but I mostly think that I really didn't expect Uwu to put up such a good performance in the very first game
Yeah.
itself.
And again, the cracks are starting to show. There's a reason why Kira just hates this map. We talked about this as well on the pre-show before we even got into the first map. I was just on edge as soon as I saw Chalet getting picked up by Kira Esports. I knew that was gonna happen. The first two initial rounds just paints a horrible picture in my mind of what could happen here. Possibility of a 7-0 is something that we really do not want to see. And Akira, they need to showcase what they can do right here and right now. 4 seconds left on the clock, and the Warden's gonna get picked up as well. An interesting pickup coming in from the side of Uwu. But maybe this could be exactly what they need to be a game changer for this.
Yep. An interesting pick coming in from like Vortex as well. Lion, completely not a really expected pick, but Hero Esports might be able to actually put up a good performance having Lion and like his additional abilities and utils like EMP grenades, which has been a recent addition into the game. I really hope they make the most of it, but having the Jekyll is smart ace, Aina, and Floors. A good setup overall. And I think defense, if you ask me, someone like me is not really good enough, like judging on the defense, but I think Uwu will definitely do good. And the
Yep.
fact that they've banned Nomad on the other hand is also very surprising because that makes like half the work is done when you ban Nomad in one way or the other.
Yep. That just cuts a lot of the different advantages the attackers can have in general. But at this point, we do see
Attackers
a
need to locate and
little bit
defuse
more
bombs.
of a couple of technical difficulties coming in from
Malik.
Ooh, once again. Yeah, Malik. He's just not been having a good game out here for this particular map. He's just disconnecting constantly. But I guess it's
Attackers
fine.
have discovered
Of
the
course, they
location
are
of the
starting
bomb.
off on the basement hole. So for basement, again, they need to have proper first floor control. But in a 4v5 situation, if they have proper wine control, they should be okay. I'm saying
Mhm.
should be because having man advantages for this particular side really does help.
I
10
mean,
seconds to insertion.
I mean, really, I'm so sorry to cut off, but at this point, I think man advantage or disadvantage, who is going to keep up with the performance either way? Like, I mean, this is
Yeah,
how it
that's
looks
true.
like from the round that Kira gave away, like 5v3 situation. So I pretty much ruled out on that fact, but yeah, you can go ahead like this.
Let's just see, honestly. Yeah, I completely agree with you on that fact. Their plays, even on a 4v5, they're very confident, and these are the type of confident plays that you really hope to see. And when the team is able to perform to that caliber,
Hmm.
it's just going to be completely fine and dandy. Good drone clearance as well. The way that they're playing this is so smart. Atrav needs to use one of his charges to try and break this Rooney wall as well. That's going to be one part of utility already being given away. And the Warden. Chill, buddy. Take a deep breath. Cool down. You're already in a 4v5. He doesn't need to over aggressively peek because this side is better when you're trying to go in for a full-on anchor. But he's still trying to go in for a fight. And one of these pre-fires are going to hit him. Then Ragnarok, he's going to be regretting everything that could happen to him.
I mean, according to Ragnarok POV, it could be that he wants to like he wants to prevent the other person from taking a peek, so he just gonna pre-fire and like make him hold. And there you go. I think that's definitely not gonna work for Team O as Dr. gets the first pick on the hand, and we are already down to 3v5 situation. It is giving me a deja vu chills again. Would I really
Vortex?
hope Kira gets this time?
What's happening?
Why are they not pushing?
Hello?
Is my question.
No, no one's pushing because, yeah, that. C4's in hand. Someone was already prepped up and ready for that kill. It's a 3 versus 3 situation. They've lost out on one of their players. And the ace charges are not going to do anything just yet. The Flores finally breaks that new jammer that has been a nuisance to them. But the Azami is already there, terraforming even more portions of the map. Drish is going to get caught out as well. The drone's not going to spot him. Wait a minute. The drone didn't see him. The RC is right up in front. he run? Where does he hide? Run away, Trish! He's gonna be able to get out. Look at the other positions. Ragnarok's right over on the corner. Spots out one of the players. Just try to play it slow here, buddy. All the way from blue. The shots miss. And Trish.
Oh, no.
GLSN doesn't find anything, but still it's a 2 versus 2 situation. Regardless, that's gonna be a trade. Wait a minute. And with this trade, 2 players are very low on HP on either side.
I think at this point, I think
It could work.
Yeah, I think like at this point, I feel like Kira Esports doesn't have the advantage unless like
Oh,
Dagger
that's a
goes
down.
there and pick up the kill, and there you go. So basically, I think it was more like a sandwich situation because they didn't have enough space to work with, and both of them had to peek at some point, and Dagger and Drish completely took advantage of it. And there you go. As you said, man advantage. Nah, not in front of Uwu.
Just doesn't work. Malik is now back, but Vortex then suddenly disappeared as well over from the other end. Seems as though technical difficulties are coming in from all around. And that's a sad story. But what's the climax of this story is a real question because Kira, they're down bad already.
Yep.
On their own attacking side as well, Chalet, a map that is heavily favored for the attack because of the lines of sight that you can create. To go down this far and to also lose out on basement, which is arguably a lot more of a much more difficult site to hold when you're down one man. I don't know what to expect. Malik again has disappeared off of the face of the universe.
Yeah.
Kira, I don't know what to say at this point because both teams are having so many technical difficulties that there's no real set strategy that we can talk about or analyze because in a 4v4, all hell is going to break loose.
Yep. And like according to me, sorry, like what do you think? I actually have a question for you. So do you think whenever like the bomb is planted over towards the basement, is it actually favor towards attackers or the defenders? I think it's favor towards the attackers because defenders don't have enough space to work on or like to breathe or like to stop or prevent them from pushing. So like attackers can straight up take first floor and hit a basement. That would be an easy start for them. So according to you, what do you think is fine? Is it an attacker-sided or a defender-sided advantage when the plant is in basement?
I would personally say that it's much more favored towards the attackers if they have proper first floor control. Again, I always talk about the first floor control being mandatory for this particular instance because if you have the first initial bit of hatch control, then you can pressure the defenders from multiple different sidelines. But if the defenders have proper control of the first floor and they're able to work their way around and have those roams be a lot more prominent, then the attackers are at a disadvantage. It really does depend on the control on this particular map. Again, each and every side on this particular map is always favoring the attack, but the defenders will be favored depending on how strong their roams can be. This is a very roam heavy map. And if your roamers are able to just be free, primarily because there is no nomad, the defenders are always at the advantage because of the way that they're playing. I have to give credit where credit is due. Uwu is playing a masterclass when it comes down to just being a nuisance all across the map. They're utilizing lines of sight that are being created by the attackers in a lot of instances. They're utilizing the Azami to terraform the lines of sight that the attackers are creating through the breaches for their own advantage. And because of it, the attackers, they're not showing any form of map presence. There was no one on the main stairs. There's someone needs to be present on towards the main lobby, going towards main stairs to just try and pincer the defenders from two different sidelines so that each and every one of the players has to worry about two different lines of sight. No one was playing from blue as well.
Yep.
That's the thing. That's the problem here. We don't see any form of map presence coming in from Kira. They only wanted to entry from the side of Wine Cellars. Why?
Maybe
They
I
needed
thought
something more.
like maybe I think for them they thought if they push together or they like if they entry from one side it would be easy for them to clear it angle by angle instead of like pushing on like at different places. Now that you already know that the team coordination is being a little up and down, so instead of going for a diverse play, they wanted to stick to one game, and I think that also didn't get into the favor because Uwu are not dependent on each other. Even if one player goes down or two players go down, they know how to make the plan happen. They know how to defend. They know how to set up. They know how to peak. Especially, I was so impressed by the last round where I saw two of the Kira players together playing together, and we had Ragnarok on one side and Drish on the other side, and they still managed to get that round in their hands because they were far away, and it was like peak on my contact for them. So one
Yep,
gets the
that's true.
info, the other peeks. And Drish knew that there was a player over here. He did not reveal his position. Instead, Ragnarok's position was revealed because he pre-fired. He didn't get the kill, but he somehow managed to alert the enemies to one side. So that's a clean-fed distraction coming in from
Mhm.
Team OVE, I should say. So even though they're not dependent on each other, they know how to like make the best of their individual plays.
Yeah, that's for certain. And you have to give them credit for that. They understand how to create contact plays. And on the other side of the spectrum, we do see Kira just not being able to create any play at all. Information is there. They have the advantage, but I do believe they get rattled very easily. And that's something they need to work on. I understand in the game of Siege, something is not gonna go as you plan. It happens from time to time. A team is just not gonna have the perfect side entry or the perfect set execution. It's bound to happen. Your opponents will have some counterplay or something horrible could happen where you get headshots straight through a wall and you were not expecting. But a team that is not able to adapt from their set plays will easily just fall apart. We've seen this for other teams as well, not just in our region, but in the much more regions of EU and NA, where a team is set to be one of the best teams in the entire world when it comes down to set strategies. But if a team is able to counter strat them properly and just take them down about 2 or 3 rounds where none of their set plays are working, that's when the team just gets so rattled to the point where there's no form of execution for them to come on back from. That's when every single one of the strategies that they could have gone for a specific site hole or for a specific site take, it's just not there anymore. Your strat book starts to run dry. You start to panic a lot more. And I'm really hoping that Kira doesn't fall into that trap. They still have 3 more rounds to play before the side swap happens. So let's give them that benefit of the doubt that they can evolve, they can adapt, they can learn. Again, they have another long break in front of them to try and figure stuff out. Because if U are able to take this one away, not only are they getting that 4 scoreline that they want to end off their first half on a 4-2 on defense, mind you. On defense, they're taking a 4-2, which is close to impossible on Chile considering the statistics. They're going onto the attacking side with a lead. And that's a massive lead on their end, considering the team play and strategy that they have already cemented from the last month.
I mean, if Kira keeps on playing the same kind of game or like the same kind of strategy, I think there's a really good chance that, Ubu might pick up the first round. So, like, the first defense completely in their hands. I mean, their defense definitely looks strong. And it's quite different from what Kira does in their defense or in their attack. They have a lot of differentiation, of course, between two teams. And I was really hoping that, do you think the recent updates coming into the operation, like of course the new operation Rooted Swarm, do you think all the recoil changes have they impacted a lot in the players? Since I don't
Yep.
see any, I think there's this very minor like impact of that, but I really hope it's not an adverse impact in the game.
It really does depend. For the defense, there's not really a lot of changes. People still will go for the usual strategies on the defensive side, but on the attack, we see a massive shift in the meta.
Yep.
Ash is now back. The R4C is incredible. I love to use the R4C again. Before, I initially, when I came back to Siege after a couple of years of break, I honestly thought that I forgot how to play Ash. Then I saw the recoil changes and I'm like, oh, wait, this recoil is actually increased and I just don't suck at the game. Now the R4C is incredible. The Zofia AR is also beautiful. Like, honestly speaking, I think that I'm preferably playing the Zofia a lot more than the Ash in a lot of instances because the Zofia just has a lot more utility. And before, it was always that argument, do you want to play the Zofia or do you want to play the Ash? Now, both of them are viable. Both of them are perfect for pickups here in these instances. So the meta has shifted quite heavily, and there's a reason why Thatcher is not also banned out quite often as well. There's so many different types of plays that you can go for, but for now, we need to make a play as well from our end because the players they're having a lot of technical difficulties. We're going to be heading on down over into a short little break, ladies and gentlemen. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with the R6 Pro Series.
We got something.
And we are back, ladies and gentlemen, with the Rainbow-Six-Siege Pro Series, presented to you by the Esports Club, supported by Ubisoft, and of course, powered by Zotac Gaming, with our broadcast partners being local. We are now back, jumping straight down over into the game just in a little bit. And hey, don't forget, I know we've been in a pretty long break. I know for a fact that it just took us absolutely forever to get everything set back up, but it's completely fine and dandy because at the end of the day, we're going to be jumping straight down. It's completely fine and dandy. It's all right because at least the players are now all back onto the server. No more 4 versus 3 situations. No more 4v5s. Everything's okay. Fine and dandy. Right, Alika?
Yep.
Or
definitely.
will the SA region curse just continue to plague us to the end for this?
Yes. Well, so far I think I've lost hope, or at least yeah, I've lost hope in SA National scorecard, at least from previous to now, because I was expecting much better performance from Kira, but looks like this is just not their season. Maybe they'll just go back to drawing board after the season ends and, you know, try and focus on things that
5
they
seconds to insertion.
left out on this qualifier at least. Let's see if Kira can actually, you know, try to build up some synergy and counter UWU's defense strategies. Now that all 5 players are back from both of the teams, the fight will be worthy, I should say. UWU with already a 3-round lead, and Kira Esports has to do the rest. I think at the last 3 rounds before we switch to the other half.
Let's just see how it all pans out now. Because what we do see in these type of instances is a little bit more of a forward plan and a forward push that could be giving the side of Kira a bit more of an advantage. Again, they're in a pretty tough rope already. They still need to work their way in towards the side. Trophy room control has been established. They are working their way in from the bottom, but again, going for these bottom floors are not really going to be helping them out as much. Normally, how do you play the map of Chalet? You open up multiple lines of sight that gives these advantages, but okay, a grenade kill straight to the face. And that's going to be a 1-for-1 trade. But is it a favorable 1-for-1 trade? Not exactly. Not in this situation because, Rob, getting taken down as okay, nice shot. I did not expect Ragnarok to find that kill on an Oryx. Sure.
Definitely a different strategy over here. But then, like Kira Esports managed to
What?
get another trade on towards Easy, which pretty much puts us in a 3v3 situation. Now that's an expected pick, but there you go, another fight coming in through. Shisha gets that pick on towards Trish. I don't know what's wrong with Uwu. They're just walking into the crosses of Kira Esports at this point, and I really want them to be careful on their setups. C4 Explode coming in through, and a beautiful kill on Srisham. Well, Dag is the only guy who has to take responsibility of two players. He is literally pushing out, and I'm not sure if that's a good choice for him. He has to look out in two players. And Ragnarok is already down to very less HP.
Ooh, even more defined. Good God, ooh, they're just so perfect with these kind of plays. Again, one pushed up from the staircase, one already over towards the lounge area. Like, how do you even try and fight this? It's just not gonna happen. It's not gonna work out in your favor whatsoever. This master bedroom hold was just absolutely perfect. Dagger, the corners that he holds is immaculate to watch. And with that free double kill for him to find, he had all the information in the entire world. 4-0 going in the favor of Team Uwu on the defensive side, mind you, for the map of Chile. They're
Attackers
making
need to
things
locate
happen, and the
and defuse
possibility
as
of a
many
2-0
bombs as
for
they
this entire set just
Yep. But definitely something I haven't expected coming in from
Attackers
Uwu, because
discovered the location
that
of a
two
bomb.
frags coming in from Shisha and his teammate. I thought that's it. Dark Lord and Shisha are gonna make it. Kira Esports is gonna get that run. I mean, wait. They had it in their hands, man. It was a complete spoon-fed round for Kira Esports. Uwu was literally walking into the crosses, but I still don't know how Kira Esports lost that round. Well, on one hand, there is Ragnarok, the most dangerous player, along
10
with
seconds
another
remaining.
most dangerous player, that is Dagger. Both of them make a really good duo. If you've seen most of
5
the
seconds
clutches
left.
that happen, it was either Ragnarok or Dagger or Malik, all by himself,
Attackers are
like as a
heading
solo
out to
player.
defuse a bomb.
4-0 for their side. They need something here. I'm trying to figure out a strategy that the members of Kira Esports can just try and utilize, but I don't know. They have nothing. They're playing all by themselves on so many of these sidelines. They are not playing for each other. That's not helping them whatsoever, especially when it comes down to these second floor holds. But finally, we do see some form of retaliation. Dagger tried to go in for the dock, a bit more questionable in the way that he wanted to go in for that peek and a swing. Hello? Okay. It's the first time that I've seen a bandit just casually try to go in for a peek when he really just did not need to, but the members of the Wu, they're feeling themselves. So sure, go for it, but at the end of the day, you're gonna get punished regardless. You start getting out of line, then the members of Kira Esports are of course gonna punish you. Those are free kills that there's no way a team of their caliber will miss.
Yep. Well, it's just one more round until Uwu actually closes this completely in their favor in the first half, but I don't think Kira Esports will give them a chance because they're already down to 3 players. Ragnarok seems to be on a really low HP, but I don't trust Ragnarok because even with that little HP, he might be able to frag, and he's definitely trying his level best to. Uwu DZ is also down to like 60 HP, I guess. It's a 4v3 situation. Definitely giving me the chills, down to a 2v3 situation. Ragnarok barely has any HP left. 1 minute 15 seconds on the clock. 2 rounds before we close in the first half. And looks like Kira Sports have made their way. They've got the map control, but there is still 2 players of holding it off pretty well. As long as they don't get the map side, I don't think there's a point of Kira Esports pushing up. And this one last player standing over there, Ragnarok, who gets taken down by Kira, and that's finally an opening round, a really good round coming in from Kira Esports. Could have been a flawless, but then yeah, one man down, it's okay.
Completely fine. That's the first initial round that the members of Kira were really hoping to get as well in this scenario. As soon as you find that one round, your team morale will just start to skyrocket further. And when you have that play in your arsenal, you're going to be completely fine. You're going to be a lot more happier, understanding that, hey, we are not going to be on Chalet on a 6-0 scoreline, possibility of a 7-0.
Attackers need to locate and
Even if it's
defuse
a
as many
7-1,
bombs as they
you're
can.
still going to be in a level of a better place down the line. Because don't forget, even if you lose out on qualifiers number 1, qualifiers number 2 is right around the corner. So pretty much anything could happen. Play it smart, play it slow, play it steady. That is exactly how the game of R6 is meant to be played. You take one round at a time, take one step forward, and don't take 5 steps back. And for the side of Kira, they're making sure that, hey, you did win out on a lot of the rounds, but still show some respect to your opposition. It is still Kira. It's still a pretty high caliber team that you need to take seriously. And in this instance, they are going for a basement hold with the Goyo. Some possibly a complete anchor position coming out from them. They could turtle in towards the side. And because of it, looking at the setup, the Goyo can easily slow down any form of an aggressive play that we could be expecting from the attackers.
Yep. Well, now that, there's finally an opening round for Kira Esports, they might want to maintain that momentum throughout the first half. Well, I guess this is the last round in the first half, so they really have to be careful.
Never mind.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, you remember the kind of prediction you gave. If it's a 4-2, we will still have an advantage on the attacking side, but I really think it's gonna be a 5-1. I mean, my predictions are on Uwu will get this round. They already got an opening frag. So what do you think?
I'm expecting it to be the case here because, again, they lost out on the Gemini. Massive amounts of information that could have been gained. 2 drones, mind you. Atrav still had both of his drones available. He saved his drone early on. And because of that spawn peak coming in from Malik, those are just freebies for them to find. Plus, the members of Uwu, they're turtling inside of the site because they have a Goyo. Looking at the composition that they're running, this is just incredible to watch. Again, this turtle could easily work out in their favor. Also, at the same time, it's going to be Dagger off the sidelines. He catches out one of the players with the Tootsies. That's a kill that they wanted. And now with the side being opened up slowly but surely, Trish, okay, buddy. That's pretty aggressive. And he's possibly going to be able to find a kill with it. They're not going to expect him, Trish. He ran it through the breach made by the Ace. That's going to be another one. Trade going to be coming in from the side, but no. Vortex. Keeping things as competitive as possible. That's going to be a triple kill for the band. Possibility of an ace on the card. And the members of Uwu, they could have possibly dropped the ball here. And your prediction could have easily turned into the curse for Uwu, it seems like.
I still kind of do believe that Uwu has a chance, but again, Kira Esports, it all depends on the kind of strategy or like the kind of priorities they're setting up at this point in the round, down to 1 minute. They're trying to make their way over towards the bomb side, and Uwu have like really good angles, and the diffuser is dropped, I believe. So Kira has to pick up the diffuser, go back to the gain map control. They have to go to the site and plant the diffuser, which looks like a bigger task right now. At least, task that may or may not be accomplished in 40 seconds. With all that utility use coming in from Uwu, the Molotovs and stuff, it definitely seems like a tough job. And look at it, Ammo trying to, push towards, but there are 2 players sitting in different directions who might have a really good view on him. Ah, there you go. Dagger gets a double kill, and we're down to 1 last player. That is Vortex, the clutch master, if I could say in short. Is down to very low HP in a 1v2 situation. That was also down to very less HP. If there's anyone who can come for the save, that is Ragnarok right now. Vortex did not check the corner, and there you go. Dagger's gonna take that kill, and that is 5-1 in the favor of Uwu Esports.
These are the type of rounds that you're supposed to win, especially with that early advantage. Again, this was such a strong position for them. It was a 2v2 already. Vortex pulled his weight drastically on this round. But at the end of the day, was it enough? Not at all. Round swap comes in. Side swap comes in, sorry. And with this, a 5-1 scoreline to boot.
Yep. 5-1.
When the going gets tough,
Yeah.
need to get going. And for Uwu, they're pretty much at the finish line, while Kira, 10 miles away, they got caught sleeping on the job. For them, trying to catch up here will be a monumentous feat.
Yep. Well, most importantly, I feel like, I really feel like Kira Esports might be able to do a comeback, but if it depends on how weak Uwu is at on their attacking side, to be honest. If you ask me.
10 seconds.
It all comes down because Uwu is really good at their defense. and Kira is
5
not
seconds to
great
go.
at defense, but okay, should attack. So if UV Esports lacks something in the attacking, then Kira can completely take advantage of it and capitalize on whatever plays UV is making, and they might actually get some rounds. But when Kira Esports started off on the defense in the previous map, they did a really good job. But again, it's Shelly. I don't know. I can't predict how Kira Esports is gonna set their comeback.
Oh, that could have gone in the opposite direction in just a couple of seconds, Shrisha. That bullet went past his ear. That could have easily been a kill, but nope. Rish comes in from the sidelines. That's a PB over onto one. The Jackal's going to be an absolute nuisance, especially on a map that is heavy for the roamers. The Alibi is going to try to go in for a catch. Does have the pings to play around with. Look at the level of information that they have and how they're pushing up as well. Shrisha's just getting lit up like the night sky full of fireworks. And this man's not having a good day at all. Second floor control is present, but for how long is a real question, especially against the Jackal. You're not going to be able to get away with this that easily. Still has one more scan in his hand, and this one LMG can do a lot of work. But Dagger, hello? Nothing? Didn't even drone, no nothing. They're just trying to burst their way into our side, and it's not working out in their favor at all. Dedamar with the triple kill, he's able to hold down the sidelines. It's a 2v3 situation. Things are not looking that good for the side of UWU because they're getting overzealous and they're over pushing their boundaries without utilizing the utility that they have in hand.
I think UWU took a quote very seriously, where the quote goes by like just shoot, don't think. It's a basically a pickup line coming in from Valorant, but right now I think UWU Esports and the rush coming in through with barely any HP left from Drish. I don't think it's an easy thing, but UWU expect the unexpected. They can clutch it if they want to, and there you go.
He
DZ
still
gets
finds
killed.
it.
Yep, it's a 2v2 situation, but both of them are down to very less HP. Unless they go in for a backstab or their position is not revealed, the only way Kira Esports can win is take a fight on face to face. Like at this point, they should push up against UWU and take the damn fight. They're barely down to any HP, so I think it's an easy win for them, for Kira.
Kira should be able to take this, especially with the advantages that they do have, but still with the wall slowly being opened up, positions to be revealed. And Drish, you just gotta slow it down here a little bit, buddy. Come on, not just yet! You don't need those. Just don't. And yep, that is gonna be Kira to try and take that one away. A bit too much of an over-aggressive play coming in from the members of UWU that just backfired in more ways than one.
Yep.
Chile is a map that you just need to play a little bit slower. But for UWU, they took it way too fast.
Or maybe on the other hand, like UWU might have been thinking that, since Kira is already on like one round itself, their momentum could have been a lot more worse than what UWU was having. So they just thought, why not just push? Why not just be confident? Why not just go ahead and frag out this round? But that didn't happen because Kira Esports was a little careful. That's what I told you. The only reason Kira Esports can do a comeback is if UWU is bad on attacking. Like UWU's setup might be different on attacking. Even like it doesn't matter how good Kira Esports is at their defense. The only way like they can acquire rounds is if UWU is gambling their chances on attacking and losing players. And I think it really worked out well for Kira Esports in that mental point of view. But coming back, 5-2, and I really think that Kira Esports might be able to do a comeback over here. Well, 2 rounds for UWU to get the victory, but it's a long way for Kira Esports.
It's gonna be a long and arduous journey, that's for certain. And for the team, you need to start thinking about what exactly your squad is doing wrong. Because Kira, yeah, they've gotten 1 round on the defensive side, but again, these defensive rounds are not going to get easier as the site is moving down or up. We are looking at a holdover on towards the second floor. That is the side in particular that we have to worry about. But in the current situation, I'm expecting UWU to be able to take this, especially when it is the master bedroom hold. The side there is very difficult to hold if the defenders don't really, start to roam a lot. But then again, if you don't roam and if you try to triple in towards the side, it's still going to be difficult to hold. And this is exactly why there's so many different lines of sight that the attackers can utilize to try and win this one out. And Ragnarok just got in. The timing not really in his favor. Not
Definitely.
in the best of ways, and the closet hold is still alive.
Yeah. And I'm pretty sure Kira Esports will take the trade, and there you go. Atharva is gonna put Dagger back into the coffin, making it a 4v4 situation. But as long as Ragnarok is alive, there's nothing to worry about. And DC gets a frag with the grenade. It's a really smart play coming over there. You don't even have to peek, either you play on util based, and it definitely is working for Wu right now, down to a 4v3 situation. I don't know how Kira ends up getting the first pick always, but eventually loses the round.
That's a lot of damage being done already. Look at UWU.
Yeah.
They have pretty much all of their players on full HP, while from the side of Kira,
A bomb has been located.
they have one foot in the grave. The second foot is slowly but surely slipping in soon enough if Vortex doesn't find that pixel
electronic
that
devices.
he's hoping to get. That's going to be a couple of different shots to come in already. The IQ is going to be able to break down the claw. And with the entrance coming in straight up over onto the office side, things are looking quite good. They just need to hold down the lines for as long as they possibly can. But for the attackers, this is just a free push and a free plan. Wait a minute, did the Hibana charges not go through?
I'm not sure, but if either of them is planning
This is
on
bad, Drish.
Shisha is the only person who's capable of taking a fight right now. Although Vortex managed to get a kill on towards Ragnarok, his
15 seconds
HP
left.
seems too low. And as long as Shisha sits in a corner, I don't think that's gonna
10
happen.
seconds left.
A beautiful trade coming on towards Vortex, and there you go. Death Armor
5 seconds remaining.
gets another one, putting it down to a 1v2 situation. And Malik, the clutch master,
1v1?
can he do it once again? Oh wait.
You're out of time.
Oh, that's a really smart play coming in from Kira. Now I understand the reason why Shisha was sitting in the corner and he wasn't taking any fights, because two of the teammates were already down to very low HP, and it doesn't make sense to take a fight.
Yep. In this engagement, he just wanted to play it as safe as he possibly could. But again, I'm very surprised that 3 players just opted to come in from the side of Master Bathroom. I don't get a lot of the planning that is going to be going through on this particular round, but I do believe it primarily was because Nifane was not able to get the breach from Mezzanine. He expected to go in for a Mezzanine push straight up over onto the bedroom, but it just did not pan out in his favor. I don't know what exactly happened to the second Hibana charge, but that's going to be a rough patch that you're not easily going to be able to get through. The team is slowly losing their foothold in Team UWU. They could just be showing a couple of their cracks, and that will be a problem moving down the line.
That definitely looks like it, but let's see. Kira Esports 2 more rounds until the duo come back, and Uwu seems really less confident on their attacking side. I really expected Uwu to do much better in the attacking, but so far they haven't, gotten a single
Defenders,
round in
protect your
attacking.
bombs
So
from being
Kira
defused
Esports is
by
having
attackers.
a good time in the defense. And now that the setup is over towards the first floor, it should be easy for Uwu to, tackle Kira Esports from first floor.
There has to be something that they can do to try and make this first floor hold even better. The closet plays that are coming in constantly from Vortex is what's really giving them that early on advantage. And Vortex is being the hero that really is changing the tides of the battle for the entire team. And that's what you would love to see. But for UWU, I want them to take
5
things a
seconds
little
remaining.
bit slower. They are over-aggressive for no apparent reason. They can
Attackers are
just
heading
take
out
their
to the
time, play it slow, opt for resets. You have that early advantage. Why are you still trying to go in for engagements and duels regardless? You don't need kills to win out on a game. You don't need to get about 14, 15 kills to showcase you're a really good player. We know that you're really strong players. Each and every one of you are pulling their own weight, but at the end of the day, it really is important of how you close out an entire game. You can't have a 5-3 scoreline on a very attack-favorite map when the opposition stopped their defense on a 5-1. That just cannot happen. You've already lost out on 2 rounds, and 2 more rounds are left before the equalization comes through. Things are going to look a lot more harder moving on down in, just as the clock is ticking down. They've opened up the proper lines of sight, and this hold over onto bedroom will, not onto bedroom, sorry, onto bar will not be a simple feat if the second floor control is established properly. What's the game plan here? Because Ragnarok has already made his way in, and he's in Solaranium. I did not expect him to push in that quickly. That's one part of the map opened up, and trades coming in both sides.
Well, true that. Beautiful trade game displayed by both of the teams. And I think the next one to pick a kill will have the advantage.
Malik? What you doing there, buddy?
Definitely not sure, but Deathamar on the other hand gets that frag onto its dagger. But I think if Ragnarok pushes, the person sitting in the corner is not having a really good time. Wait, I don't think Ragnarok will check the corner. What do you think? I really don't. If he's planning on pushing
but
it,
still.
if he's planning on
should
pushing it, it's a bad idea. There are 3 people at least holding him.
Oh yeah, he has teammates for it. That staircase hold though is just gonna be an even bigger role for nuisance. They can't really push it really onward on this side. Yep, Malik jumps straight in. That's gonna be a catch. The Frostmat's gonna be able to find another one. Pogbat to the rescue. Ragnarok very low on HP. I don't think he's gonna have enough to make this happen. One of the players trying to maybe find something here. Because of that Frostmat, he's pretty much lost his last line of information. His one teammate that could have done something to make things better for his squad, but with this, the Buck, very low HP on his side, looking for headshots only to try and go in for a clutch. All the information in the entire world for the defenders. Yep, with a free peek. Shrisha, here's the sound cue, pops out into the open, and just gets a casual frag. Nicely done. Kira, they're holding down the fort, and maybe the map of Chalet is not as attacker-sided as we would have hoped.
Mm-hmm. One more round until Kira Esports finds that score equalizer and a comeback against UWU, all the way from 5-1 to 5-5, I guess. And UWU, they have one last chance to make it to match point, and I believe it's just so easy for them. But then I don't know, so much so much miscommunication, and the coordination is just not working for UWU in the attacking side. They are getting picks. Ragnarok has been able to put up some good performance in terms of fragging department, but that's not really helping the entire team, accomplish the task again to deploy the diffuser.
Nothing's really going in their favor.
Attackers have discovered the
At this
location
point,
of a bomb.
Kira, they have a rhythm set in mind of how they want to play this. But for UWU, I'm surprised that they're still not going in for attack pause in any of the scenarios. They need to try and take a tactical pause to at least solidify a proper lead for themselves, because currently the team just feels very disconnected. They need to start slowing down their pacing and just communicate with one another, because I do believe that the communication lines are just a little bit far in between. They're not talking to each other. They're getting caught off guard in a lot of scenarios where they really shouldn't be. And because of plays like this, it's hurting them in more ways than one.
Yep, that's definitely true. And I really do think for a fact that Kira Esports will get the first pick again, if I'm not wrong. But let's see. Let's wait. My bets are that Kira will get the first pick, but eventually this time maybe UWU Esports might end up taking the round. It's not really a direct connection, but Kira Esports, on the brighter side, I've seen to have more impact on the attacking side than their defense. Oh, sorry. More impact on the defense rather than their attacking.
Let's see how this one pans out for them here, though. Dagger, over on the back end of this, doesn't really find the first initial frag, but a Thrav open things up with a beautiful frag over onto one. He's still on the frost. He's still trying to be aggressive here, but he just needs to run on back. Kira, they're making things competitive. They're making things work out in their favor. And oh my god, it's still a 3 versus 5. How the attacker's not able to go in for any of this? Dagger, he was all by himself, pushing in for Resident. The Solarian push was not necessary in that instance, and the library hallway is completely in the clear as well. They're getting shut down from 3 different scenarios and 3 different angles. They have no one to play off of each other. And the ace is all the way back in spawn.
Definitely not a good time, or like definitely not a time to be there. But let's see if who can manage it. But Kira Esports definitely with a man advantage over there. They're trying to get as much as info they can on towards. And there you go, there finds the frag on towards Malik, putting it down to 2v5 situation. Absolutely not a chance for UWU Esports to make this clutch happen. Well, DZ, it's the last man standing. He's outside on the ropes, gets spotted out, and that's a beautiful kill coming in from Death Armor. And there you go. That's the comeback aggressive. That's why I think Team Kira Esports went ahead and chosen Chalet, because it might have taken them some time to get the hang of the map, but once they did, they're putting up a really good performance. I mean, the comeback 5-1 to 5-5 is a big deal.
I just don't understand how is the comeback happening on the defensive side of Chalet. It doesn't make any sense. The attack should
Attackers need
always
to
be
locate
stronger
and
on this
defuse
particular
bombs.
map, but hey, predictions thrown out of the window. It seems as though the side of UWU, they're dropping the ball hard. And if they don't start picking up their pace and start figuring out exactly what they're doing wrong, which is honestly on the bare fundamental level, the main thing that they are doing wrong is just not communicating with each other. What's happening? This all the way back in spawn. He was not even in the building. The Ash was inside of the master bedroom.
10 seconds left.
What's happening?
5 seconds left before.
Well,
insertion.
if you ask me, according to what I can see, at least, I believe that Kira Esports is trying to strong the defense, but UWU seems like they are not really sure about the kind of places they should be pushing into.
We're ready for
Oh, there you go. That's a good trap.
Seems. Now the first initial pick will be the most important one here in any situation. And from what I can tell, the first initial pick is just not going in their favor. The members of UWU, their mental is shattering slowly but surely. To lose out on 4 consecutive rounds on the much more stronger side of this particular map, that's going to take a toll on you, that is for certain. Small bouts of information to be found and given by those default camps, but for the attack, how do you want to play this? They're looking to work out that first initial pick, but currently in this scenario, they're not able to find much of anything.
Yep. Not much of anything, but I guess they should really start up the code like something is better than nothing. They should, implement on at least a tiny strategy where they can maybe get the control. And look at, oh, they're so confused. They don't know what to do. They're just getting taken down back to back by Kira Esports, and at this point they look so lost. I think the amount of confidence I've seen them in defense is completely opposite to what I'm seeing them in attack.
Happening in so the team just doesn't feel to be connected whatsoever. What's really happening to them on these type of attacking rounds? But finally, we do see a resurgent. He's going to be able to come on straight in, get those first initial 2 kills, make sure that Shrisha's very low on HP, but they cannot get overconfident in any of these scenarios. Solarian push could be coming in, and wait, that's a drop of 2 bodies. Wait a second, Dagger. He's able to find everything here, possibly another frag as well. The Upside Repel making a lot of noise, but the position still known. Shrisha all alone, very low on HP, position already revealed, but he still finds a frag over from the side. Nicely done from Shrisha, and a good try, but it's just not going to be enough. And finally, Team UWU, they pick up from where they have left off. It took them 4 rounds to try and get to this position, but with round number 12 on the horizon and possibly the last round of this entire series, UWU, they're at match point.
Yep.
Kira Esports, they're trying to catch up and maybe try and find something here to take us over onto overtime. But now that UWU have tasted victory, is it enough for them to hunger for the last bit?
Defenders, protect your
finish
bombs
their
from being
plate.
defused by attackers.
But in this scenario, I don't think they can. because from what I can see, ooh, they get a bit too overconfident, and that overconfidence alone is just what's bringing them down a couple of notches.
I
They
mean,
need
if
to
you
showcase discipline here, otherwise they're just completely done for.
Yep. Slow and steady wins the race, and it's just one more round until Ubu finds that win against Kira Esports. And wait, Kira Esports have never been so
10
comfortable with
seconds to
Shelly. It's the
insertion.
first time they've picked, and it would really be a huge,
5 seconds
insult
left
for
before
Ubu not
insertion.
being able to win this map against Kira Esports, knowing the fact that Kira definitely didn't
Attackers
choose
must locate and defuse the
Shale in
bomb.
their history. And now Ubu definitely has a history with Charlie, and they've been a good a good team in
Stop
this
worrying
map.
about
But
grenades.
let's see how this map goes for them, or this round especially is the most important one since it's the match point. The team to win this round will definitely move to the next one. If Kira Esports manages to get this round, it's going to be an overtime, which I really want. I wanted to see an overtime in the first game, but unlucky that U Esports shut it down in a 7-5. And I hope that Kira Esports might get us an overtime, but on the other side, OE Esports, they have an advantage. It's 6 rounds in their hands. All they need is one more. They have to have a lot of strategy planning in order to get this round in the hands. But if they're focusing more on the outside, like they have very little map control right now. On the other hand, Kira Esports have spread themselves out throughout the map.
This is going to be an even more problematic scenario. Again, this is one of the weaker sides for Uwu to try and break into. So let's see what the strategic planning is to try and isolate the fights against the members of Kira Esports. Again, you see the upside down repel coming in from the main Valkyrie side.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Now with slow, methodical pushes coming in over from the back end of this, Ragnarok has a lot of information. They're going to be able to work all the way in towards the other side. Okay, they're already in. The building is theirs. Mezzanine hallway is under their control, and they're working their way up. One of the main entry points are now under their control, and they can easily take these breaches. It's perfect for them. That's the first initial line of sight opened up. They still need to find a kill though. Every single one of the defenders, they're turtling over from the other side. They're in Solarium and in the master bedroom. They're just waiting for the attackers to walk into their crossfire setup. This could go horribly wrong, and it's already starting to be. That's going to be the first kill for the attackers. And this piano hold is not going to survive for long.
Yes, it's down to the last 4 plays from both teams, and I believe the Ragnarok is already down to very low HP, so not much
That's a planter.
expectations.
What is
What?
happening?
Malik
They
is
have a
already getting the
C4?
diffuse planter? Kira Esports, they were so close to losing that round aggressive, and I still believe they are. It's down to a 2v2 situation. And Uvu Esports, they are trying and gathering information as much as they can. But on the brighter side, for Kira Esports, the diffuser is down. So if Uvu Esports
22
want to plan
seconds.
it, they have to push ahead.
Ooh, they're in a good spot to try and find this one
15
out. But
seconds remaining.
at the end of the day, Dagger, he's going to be able to come in for one more play and one more clutch. It's a 1v1 situation. 10 seconds left on the clock. Position's already known, and the shots are going to be
What?
perfect. Ooh, they take it away. A 1v1 clutch, and the position's already found. The alibi's not going to be able to survive behind the desk. And it will be the Ash to find the final frag for his squad. Perfectly done. This is the play that they wanted, and this is the play that they get. Team Woo, they take it all away. That's another game. That's another round. And Dagger, he takes the MVP to boot as well. And ladies and gentlemen, this is how you do it. Team Uwu, they had a very sloppy attacking side, but at the end of the day, they were able to close things down on a 7-5 scoreline.
And
Well done on both maps, but you have to say that that second game really should not have gone that far.
at the start of the match, I was really rooting for Kira Esports, but the kind of setups, the kind of plays I've seen from Uwu, they are really outstanding, man. Like a very new team that has been formed recently. The amount of coordination or the amount of trust they have between each other is really impressive. Because if it's a newly formed team, you have a lot of distractions, but they mostly focused on what they had. And even they did lag at a part in the attacking side. They lost like 4 rounds back to back against Kira Esports, but they knew all they needed was just 2 more rounds to get that win, and they're definitely there. What a game today. And it's of course sad not to see Kira Esports being in the next playoffs, of course, because they were starting on the third in the leaderboard of the last season. So I was really expecting Kira Esports, but again, it is the time for underdogs to rise and shine, and there we are, Ubu Esports, definitely making it happen.
Yeah, Team Ooh, they just made things work out. Again, these are a lot more of the returning players. These returning players, you could say that, oh, it's the boomers just coming on back, trying to showcase the zoomers exactly what they can do. But no, these are the players that have been on the top of their game back in the day when they were still competing at the highest level. I do believe that Ragnarok, he was part of one of the best teams in the entire region back in the day. And as we head on over towards the highlights, you can see exactly why we say that. Ragnarok has been a star performer in a lot of these scenarios, and so has Dagger. Man, Dagger single handedly brought down so many rounds when he was on the defensive side, and Ragnarok with the 4K right off the bat to get that first 2 0 was absolutely beautiful play from his side. He single handedly took down 4 players. And that is saying something. It shows the level of experience. And even some of those games where experience will try to the more you play this game, the better you become. Siege solidifies that fact, considering this is a game that will award people for having a lot of knowledge. Beautiful game to watch. At the very end, it started being a lot of and now that it's really will show exactly what it is. You need to learn how to close out a good game. And the last today is the day we end up qualifier number one, but we've got one more best of three, which is a more interesting one. A lot of people have been looking forward to it, and also I believe that is having Mercenaries versus Hunters, and I think that's one of the match today, next match. But today, like the first match, I was really hoping it would go to our third map, but looks like Ubu just shot Kira Esports down. Especially with a lot more technical difficulties coming in as well. Teams in Anthem will get broken down pretty hard, but at the end of the day, they were able to take the lead. It took a while to set everything back up. We were making mistakes. Just won't pan out in your favor. As you can see from the summary though here already, it's a bit lackluster for both ends. 77% cost, 77 for Ragnarok as well. Not that high of a cost percentage, as you can see already on the map, but Dagger put up the frags and so did Ragnarok. Frags are important, but the impact frags were not that present from the side of King Uru. And that's one of the main reasons why they started losing out on those 4 rounds initially when it came down to their own attacking side.
Yep. Well, they definitely didn't have a good side when they were starting off on the attacking, but Hero Esports definitely did a good hold in the defender side. But did you notice something? Both the maps, Chalet and Theme Park, the score line was 7-5, and Ubu winning both of the maps out. I just noticed. Like, is 7-5 a charm for them or something? But maybe like Kira Esports, the probability of Kira on one side, either the defend or attack, is just like 5 rounds for them.
Yeah, at this point, they just took it and complete another clean slate. 7-5 for the first, 7-5 for the second. Team Park was a lot more, let's say, balanced for both teams. It was a very surprising map in general, but for game number two, they left a bit more to be desired for. It's completely fine, honestly, at the end of the day. If you're able to close things out on a proper note, that's all that you can hope for. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, that's going to be all that we have for the first initial set of games. We still have one more set to go. Don't really forget about that because that one's going to be a hype one for sure. Mercenaries going up against Hunters LFO. That will be a fun one indeed. But hey, we got to set everything up for that and get the teams all prepped up and ready. We're going to be heading on down if we're into a short little break. Don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be right back. And before we go, make sure to check out all the links down below in the description. Also hit that like and that subscribe.
TEC. Alrighty then, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again to the Esports Club Pro Series Fall Edition, supported by Ubisoft, powered by Zotac Gaming, and of course our broadcast partner, Loco. I'm your host, Blackjack. Joining me is my co-host, Aggressive, as we are back once again after a pretty close, series between Kira Esports and Team UWU. We'll be shifting gears now and going towards the big one, the one that everyone's got their eyes on tonight, Hunters LFO versus Mercenaries. Aggressive, how do you feel?
Honestly, this is the most hyped up game that you've also been hyping up for a pretty long time. I've heard about
Mm-hmm.
these teams. I've seen them play quite often, quite regularly, of course. I've seen them play in the last Pro Series, but I didn't get the pleasure of casting this game. I initially thought that, hey, this is going to happen somewhere in the playoffs. I'm not going to get that opportunity. I'm going to be sad. It happens all the time. The big teams are never on my side. But we get this on Qualifiers 1, mind you. Qualifiers 1, and both of these teams are on the same stage.
Mm-hmm.
One of them will make it over onto playoffs. Of course, there's Qualifiers 2 right around the corner. It doesn't really matter. Both of these teams have to make it through, correct? Otherwise, it would be a massive upset. But here on right now, Qualifiers 1, one team is going to move it down forward. It could go either way. Both of these teams are very evenly matched. And if Mercenaries are able to take this victory against Hunters LFO, that's going to send a message to Hunters that we need to improve, and we need to improve drastically.
That is very true. Hunters and Mercenaries, of course, a rivalry that spans ages when it comes to, of course, the South Asian and Rainbow-Six-Siege scene. And they, of course, whenever there's a match between these two, we are host to a absolute plethora of maps. Sometimes the SA Classics, sometimes not so. Whether or not that is the case, of course, we'll have to wait and see in just a moment when it comes to the map veto, folks. There we go on your screens right now. As you can see, Hunters are bringing us Villa, Mercenaries are bringing us Clubhouse, and Oregon will be the
Very
decider. Mind
standard.
you, yes, very standard. And it's not in the order that I just said. It is actually Clubhouse first, then Hunters Villa, then Oregon Decider. Pretty standard stuff, which probably is gonna be one of those days, right? Sure, it's a qualifiers match, but we're not gonna see the absolute best of both of these teams today just yet. They're gonna be hiding some strats a la G2 style. Anyone who's been in the seat scene long enough will know exactly what I'm on about there. But yeah, there will be some hidden strats. There'll be some tactics and all that they won't actually use today, and they'll be using those later on down the line, because both of these teams, let me tell you, they have a whole strat book. Hunters, of course, I'm pretty sure they've got a whole book of just one-off strats that are probably going to work once because they're so outlandish, and then
True.
they can't really use them again because it's very easy to figure out or something like that, maybe in a VOD review or something, right? I will probably go back and look at the BO5 from last Pro Series that Hunters Mercenaries played just to see if I can spot anything. I'll let you guys know on social media later on. That is if I even get to posting on social media. But anyway, Clubhouse, we
Laziness.
have Mercenaries coming first. Yes, thank you for pointing out that fact. Mercenaries, we have them bringing out Clubhouse first, and they'll be defense first on that map. So since Clubhouse was picked by Mercenaries, that means Hunters had the side choice, and they'll be going Hunters, that is, attack first. They're playing for the long game here, as Clubhouse, of course, defender sided. Playing defender second there is always a good choice.
It's a smart plan that should give them that early advantage. But again, it's Clubhouse, a map that really does favor the defense just a little bit more depending on the compositions that they could be going for. But Jack, I do believe that the biggest difference we're going to be witnessing on this particular map is the operator bans. Now, the operator bans will dictate the pace of Clubhouse quite drastically, because with a couple of the operators out of play, let's say maybe if the Thatcher is opened up, maybe we could see a Maverick ban as well. There's a lot of different things that could go haywire for either one of these teams, depending on the bans that come on through. I want your opinion. Do you think that we're going to be witnessing some very standardized bans, or maybe a couple of targeted bans coming in from either one of these teams?
There's definitely going to be a couple of targeted bans. I am absolutely certain. I mean, just given how these teams play, right? They've played each other so unbelievably many times as teammates, as enemies, and even sometimes under a different org and all that stuff. Right? Hunters themselves, of course, they used to go by the Union Gaming Organization before, But of course, now they're Hunters LFO, and they are still looking for an org. So, you know, anybody looking at this match, if you're impressed by the Hunters, I mean, come on, why wouldn't you be at this point? So let's see if there's an org that's out there willing to take them on. I would certainly be happy to see these folks find a home, man, because
Yeah.
there are some of the best players of the region in that roster itself, and that, of course, is always lovely to see. But at the same time, mercenaries, they are definitely flying, well, not as high as the hunters, I would say. There's definitely been a few ups and downs in their roster. They've been a little bit out of it lately, and their matches have gotten much closer with other teams like Kira Esports and Retrograde than they themselves would have liked. So we'll have to see how they have trained and, really upgraded themselves, if at all, coming into this match. I don't mean to say that, they can't. They definitely will. Knowing mercenaries, there's definitely been an upgrade between seasons. But how much is it going to factor into this match? That is exactly the question that we are here to ask and answer, folks. We'll be getting into the game very, very shortly indeed. But before we do, aggressive. Given everything we know about these two teams, right?
True.
And the fact that Hunters have beaten Mercenaries in BO5s twice now in Pro Series finals, one a 3-0 and one a 3-1. How do you think this match in particular is about to go?
Honestly speaking, considering what we do know, we are not going to see 100% of hunters. I don't think that's going to be the case. If they do show their 100% right off on the qualifiers number one, they could get anti-strat heavily down the line over onto playoffs. They cannot showcase their entire strat book, so maybe there's a good possibility we are expecting a 2-1 scoreline to come on. Yeah, but it really does depend on if hunters, they're going to take this game as seriously as they normally would, or are they going to be going for those aggressive spawn peaks that we know them to go for. Like, it's hunters, man. You know they want to play aggressive. If they don't play aggro, it's not hunters anymore. While on the other side of the spectrum, it's mercenaries. They like to play a lot more of that control strategy. They don't like to over aggress as much. They like to wait out, feel out their opposition, then go for those aggressive type of plays. So it's two different ideologies starting to clash up against one another. But if mercenaries are able to properly punish hunters if they do play aggressive in this first initial instance, then I do believe we have a game on our hands. And a possible win for mercenaries as well.
Okay, now that is something to keep our eyes on, folks. Mercenaries, of course, they would like to get in and qualify for the playoffs first. But Hunters, as we know, the biggest obstacle in their path, quite literally, given how the last few Pro Series seasons have gone. And we'll have to see if Mercenaries are able to overcome said obstacle here and now. And looking at their BO3 histories, right? Mercenaries have actually beaten Hunters before in several non-final BO3s. Pro Series 1, Mercenaries actually pushed Hunters into the lower bracket, and Hunters had to make the lower bracket run to get back to the BO5 in the first place. So it has happened before, and who knows, maybe Mercenaries will be able to challenge some of what we have seen from them back then to today's game. It all depends on how they're feeling and whether or not they are feeling confident in the plays that they would like to make, folks. Because again, against the Hunters, confidence is key. And if you lose momentum, you lose confidence. And the more confidence you lose, the more likely it is you will end up losing the match itself. That much is a given. I'm pretty sure anyone who's fought the Hunters will be able to tell you pretty much all of what I have just said. But hey, as a caster, there's only so much information I'm privy to, right? No matter how long I've been casting these folks, there's some certain things that only the teams themselves will be able to say better. And of course, what better language is there than language of action, the action of Rainbow-Six-Siege? So we'll have to see how they will be performing here today. Again, a lot of stakes at the line. Of course, you have the SA Nationals points, you have the prize pool, $1,200 for the top spot. And that's definitely something that both of these teams will be gunning for. As Mercenaries so far, they've won 600, and Pro Series 1, I think it was 500, if I'm recalling it correctly. I might be wrong. Don't jump at me for that. But it's been a while, right? My memory's not that great. But they'll be looking for that top spot, and they will want those 10 Nationals points. Hunters are sitting on 20. If they win this, they'll be at 30, which is basically...
It's a guarantee. It's a guarantee.
It's 100% guarantee, right? I mean, sure, Mercenaries are at 16 right now. They get 8 more at second place. They'll be 24. They're pretty much guaranteed as well. But they would want to at least break Hunters' streak here going into the Nationals so that the Hunters don't have some big, just this big amount of momentum going into the Nationals. I mean, Nationals is a
Yeah.
big competition. They'll need momentum going into it. Both teams will. All the teams will. The teams that even get eliminated early, even if they make it in to the competition, they would like to show how they can play on a much bigger, grander stage, so to speak. So, if you're curious about the match itself, we're just waiting on some final confirmations, and we're going to be going straight in. Don't you worry, folks. Clubhouse will be live very, very shortly indeed. As for predictions, I'm going to try and stay off them today because. Yeah, as we all know, I am absolutely terrible at predictions. So I'm just gonna
A
say
curse,
this
not
much.
terrible.
the curse the curse of blackjack,
The curse of the
like
Jack.
how the curse of the jack. Yes, there we go. Thank you for I was gonna say, like how those how the pirate movies have all of their curse, right? The curse of Blackbeard and all that stuff. Blackbeard's an op in Siege anyway, but he is actually cursed in a way. You go up
Yeah.
against a Blackbeard, you're not winning the gunfight. So
Hey, at least it's not the old Blackbeard.
oh no, don't even get me started on him. 800 HP shield, near unbreakable. My goodness, that was just too much, man, too much. But that point notwithstanding, of course, we'll of course be seeing whether or not there's any sort of curse in play here for both of these two teams after all. And we're just waiting on one final player from the Hunter side, if I believe I have heard correctly, which means there's not too long remaining in the match going live with Clubhouse and Hunters attacking first on Clubhouse. That, of course, is something that is always going to be brought up. Mercenaries are going to be defending second on Clubhouse. No, defending first on Clubhouse. It's Hunters who are defending second. So Hunters are playing the long game here. But if they are able to take attack rounds first and then going to the defensive side of Clubhouse, Mercenaries will be very much on the back foot, even if they are the ones who have brought this map. And when it's Mercenaries, you think of Chalet primarily, right? Because
True,
they
true,
love
true.
Chalet. Chalet have been their
It's banned
stomping
though.
grounds. Yes, exactly, right. It is banned. So
It's
we'll
a
be going to
smart move.
Clubhouse right here, right now, folks, for this match. It is now here on your screens. Let's get going with the ban phase.
This is where the real fun will start on off. And ladies and gentlemen, with all of these plays coming on down, I do have to say that, okay, we could be looking at something completely drastic because, never mind. I think it's the same. It's fine, Jack. I think any sort of, let's say, prediction we could have had, let's just throw it out of the window.
Thatcher, I mean, it's Clubhouse. Thatcher, I think, is kind of a given on this map, primarily because, Thatcher is just so universally useful, right? I'll get to the Flores in just a second, as Flores has been banned by the Hunters in the meanwhile. But on a map like Clubhouse, you normally see Thatcher get banned because there's so many reinforced walls that need to be, and hatches that need to be electrified, that need to stay electrified, right? If they are
Yeah.
not, then the site access becomes too easy. And then, of course, the defenders have a much harder time actually holding the site down. Think kitchen hatch or blue or moto hatch in basement, or the main CCTV
True.
wall or jacuzzi wall for the second floor sites. Even first floor bar and stage has a couple of walls like that, right? The wall facing the strip club at the back, the wall facing stocks. Some teams like to extend into stocks, but some teams don't. So that's another wall that is very
Okay, that
important.
is smart. All
Goyo, though.
right.
All
That is
right.
smart.
So
That is actually so smart.
very, very smart indeed. Yes, I have to agree with you. Quickly, let's run over the bans once again. Thatcher, for all the reasons we just pointed out. Pause request has come in the meanwhile. A game crash on the Hunter side. Unfortunate. The other attacker to be banned. The other attacker to be banned, of course, is Flores. No real surprises right there. Flores, of course, absolutely, absolutely beautiful of an operator at taking out any and all kinds of utility that is not a mute jammer. Mute jammers are the bane of Flores' existence. Otherwise, that man has a very clear entry into sight. Valkyrie, no real surprises. Information game is the name of this, well, any match really. And Goyo, that's a smart one. Aggressive. Any thoughts on that Goyo ban there?
Primarily, Goyo is one of the strongest pickups if you're going for a basement hold. If you're on basement, if you have a Goyo present, you can't really go in for any form of rush. Plus, on the other side of the spectrum, a Goyo can place a proper trap right below the hatch. So if anyone's trying to drop and a defender is playing from church, you can instantly break the trap and catch the players trying to drop in. There's so many different plays that you can go win with the Goyo, especially when you're on the bottom floor, that you just don't want to deal with it now, do you? He slows down your attack drastically. The amount of utility that you have to invest to break those traps as well, it slows you down to a snail's pace, and the attackers just did not want to deal with that. Primarily, I do believe it was a ban coming in from Mercenaries, so they're building up their own attack by banning out the Goyo early on. Hunters, they're also very creative in the way that they set up their defenses. You'd have to remember, and the Goyo just further solidifies that creativity. And Hunters shutting that down early on is a smart pickup from their end. Flores, we already know why he's banned. You just don't want to deal with those shields. And Flores just makes it very easy. Thatcher, though, on the other hand, I don't know. You're saying, I understand why you're saying Thatcher is one of those must bans that you still need to go for, but you still have EMP grenades that you need to worry about that a lot of the attackers will still have access to. Plus, on the other side of the spectrum, I get it. You're trying to force the attackers to pick up those EMP grenades instead of having normal frag nades, but still, is it that big of a hit considering the massive roster of attackers that have frag grenades in their arsenal? And most of them are very powerful.
Locate and defuse bombs.
I mean, that's the thing, right? It's all about decisions. Which piece of utility is going to give you more bang for your buck going into the rest of the round, and sacrificing which utility is going to be better off in the long run. So, with all that being said,
the way that they do it, I love it.
I know,
I'm sorry
right?
to cut you off, but the efficiency of how they move around the map and set everything up. It's only 20 seconds left, and they have everything reinforced.
that is the sign of a very well-oiled team right there. Well-oiled machine of a team, I should say, right there. All the cogs are turning. They're all here, folks. So let's have a look at both of the rosters that are here in the lobby for us today. From the side of Hunters LFO, we have Jittery, Sparko, Rattler, Beat, and Sandy. And from the side of Mercenaries, we have Ayan, Taha, Hasib, Shinra, an addition to the squad. Okay, note the surprise in my voice. I did not actually know that this had happened. And MI7 brought into the 4. All right, then, Shinra in MRCZ, formerly Kira Esports player, now here. Let's see, as we have the first land scan going out. Wow, that is quick. Sparko finds Taha. Taha might have been going for a peek towards the kitchen hallway, maybe towards Stock side. Falls by the wayside, though. That's your first kill of the round.
Yeah, especially with an Ella, it's not going to be an easy feat for you to get here in these situations. Taha dropping down early could be a big hit, but Ayan's already there. Jeffrey's going to take a big hit over from the side. Beat's going to be able to shut down another one, though. 1-for-1 trades? Not exactly. What's exactly happening? He forgot about the default camp. Beat, he dropped in from the hatch and just did not care about the default camp. Hello?
Well, this is a little bit uncharacteristic from the Hunters, given their roam clear is always so good. No. Sparko gets shot in the back of the head with it by a teammate, no less. That's going to leave them, kind of thrashing around for this 2v3. They want to win this first round, but they're doing it a little bit too hastily. Beautiful shot from Rattler. Finds MI7, as is expected. But the Banshee slowing him down on entry means that he'll be careful going in. What? But where is Shinra going? Gets caught out on the cross. And that only leaves Hasib, the last one standing, in deep arsenal behind the shelf. Drone has given away the position of this Melusi. Does the sledge come in from Church? Yes, he does. Goes into the side. And there we go. Hasib wanted to take care of the ace coming in from dirt first, but it was the sledge Sandy to finish off the job at the rotate into the hallway. Little unfortunate right there, the way the round went on, but why I say it was uncharacteristic for the Hunters to have played it that way is because normally their roam clear is so good, so tight, so efficient. But today, that does not seem to have been the case, at least not initially. Because they were, again, all over the place. Not exactly looking all too strong on the start, but things can, of course, change and get better.
I guess it's a little bit more on the dicier side, but let's give them the benefit of the doubt because, hey, Hunters LFO, it's going to take them some time to, get in the groove. Because after I witnessed that kill coming in from Rattler, Yeah, that kind of just put that final nail on the coffin, and I thought, honestly believe that there was no way they're going to be able to survive that one. But then Sandy just came in over from the side. Rattler was able to find all the frags that he wanted. That was absolutely gorgeous, the way that they played things out. But now, Mercenaries, they have taken CCTV. What's the game plan here for them? They have the Azami, they have the Kiba barriers to completely block off those specific lines of sight that they would want, and they are hard holding on the garage push. I love this idea, and because of them heavily stacking towards garage, it could just help them out, because without garage control, especially against a well-oiled team, you're not going to be able to take that entry on the CCTV that easily.
That is a given, yes. Garage becomes so important, but in the meanwhile, you have the, there we go, secondary EMP is out. Is there going to be a trick happening? No, there is not. There was no trick happening in the first place, actually. Someone was just right next to the breach. We saw a defender right next to the breach for whatever reason have you, trying to put something down, maybe an ADS, maybe, I don't know, barbed wire, if they really wanted to feel funky about it. But MI7 towards the red stairs. Just gonna hang around here. No real pushes coming in from the Hunters. They're just gonna wait and clear out the rest of the building first. That includes going into Gym bedroom. And that is where Sandy is. Jumps into Gym after breaking open the window. The sledge, of course, gonna open any and all number of rotates possible. And there's somebody being pinged by the Lion scan as well. Shots should be fired in just a second here. The Lion himself beat. Trying to find one in construction. No dice so far. Camera needs to be broken. Sandy's going to try and go do that. Break on the door. Make sure that the movement is never impeded. And finds a Seeb. That's your smoke down. And he's mighty close to the site as well. Barely a couple feet from it. Shinra taking damage. Crossing away into the remainder of...
What a shot! Shinra!
What a shot! Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Sandy goes down. That's the trade.
Oh my god! Get
Right.
this man out of here! What is he doing? He's still fighting and he's still going in for kills. That's a triple for Shinra. He's possibly gonna get a quad out of this. He already knows the last couple of positions. That's gonna be a flash. Shinra's gonna need to dive. He's out. His Tutsis are gonna get shown. He's finally gonna get shut down here. But Smarkle all by himself. Absolutely nothing to do with this corner. My god, Shinra single-handedly broke down 3 players without even breaking a sweat out here. The man can do no wrong. Just look at him. It was just because of one flashback he got caught out. And good God, man.
All right,
That's
then
an
we're looking
individual
at
performance that is pretty much going to go on the highlight reels for sure.
That is for sure. Can't wait to see that in the highlights reel, right? But anyhow, jokes aside, that was some very good play from Shinra. I have to give him that. The first shot on the Sandy, I mean, information was there clearly about the fact that the sledge is towards the logistics wall. Got that. But then the second shot onto the repeller on the balcony of CC? Nah, that one was nasty. Beautifully done, beautifully orchestrated as well. Playing around all utility that remained in the site just to make sure that Hunters had zero chance of getting in. Putting them on the 2v4 and making it pretty much impossible for them to get back in. At the end of the day, only 2 Mercenaries bodies were lost in exchange for all of the Hunters players. So big ups to them for that, as they have now gone back to Basement Church, now with the round under their belt, effectively resetting the score into a tie between both teams. They're 1-1 now, of course, so that means they'll be fighting for much more here, a lead in the early rounds. Hunters have already taken an attacking round, so they will be feeling good about it, but they need more if they want to make sure that second half goes the way they want it to.
They need to figure out a game plan and a strategy for this play as well here. It's not looking that great for them currently, but let's give them that opportunity to just evolve and adapt. Slow and steady wins the race for them. Rattler opening up a couple of these soft walls to try and break his way in, because again, you have to remember these basement holds really does rely on you having proper control of kitchen. Hatch is still there. Taha's gonna get spotted out by the drone. This L has not been able to get a lot of value here, especially with Taha dying out early. But maybe with a couple of his mines, he does waste a bit of time there, and Rattler's gonna get spotted and possibly killed out as well. Gotta be careful on the defensive side. You do not want to contest the person who has the high ground. They're gonna give it up, but that's a lot of control being given. Moto's been opened up as well. They're now stuck between a rock and a hard place. The defenders, they're all turtling in towards the side. And this could easily just be their downfall. That's going to be a drop straight down over into the hatch. And they're going to work their way in.
All right, that first kill was extremely important right there. Shinra,
What?
ooh, didn't quite get the flick down onto Jittery. And Jittery instead is going to be the one to match that in that moment. I mean, it's Jittery, man. You kind of just got to expect plays like that at the end of the day from that player. Which is so good. On the blue stairs now, shots fired. MI7 taking damage, actually. Both trying to play, both MI7 and Taha trying to peek blue in that moment, as the Ash has fallen back since. Rattler's the only one to have taken any kind of damage. Secondary EMP will shut down. No, it doesn't. All right, the range on that is actually much shorter than I think people are giving credit for, as Jittery taking a bit of damage on the blue peak right now. Taha doing what he can, and then, nah, nasty. Jittery, he's already here, folks. Can he get another, though? No, it's the Lion coming in, Beat getting that one, and it's all down to the last player inside of Church, behind a shield, prone. It's Hasid, but doesn't know of the approach coming in. Yes, he does, but can't do much about it. Sandy will shut him down, and Hunters will take another round on Basement Church.
Yeah, Basement Church is seemingly not their forte for this side. And I guess Hunters, they know that. Their attacking strategy for this particular instance is just so immaculate in every situation. And Taha, again, he's trying to go on the roam as the Ella, but it's just not working out for him. The poor guy hasn't even found a single gunfight through the entire engagement, and the fact that Hunters were able to force him off in each and every scenario just shows the proficiency of how beautiful Hunters can be to allow them to take map control away. Hunters, they had all the map control in the entire world. Every single hatch that they needed were opened up as well. And poor old Hasib, he was just stuck inside of the side doing absolutely nothing. What can he do? You can't even blame the man.
Understandably so, you know. There's not a whole lot that was, going the Mercenaries' way to begin with, and then you pile on that play from the Hunters, and yeah, it's not exactly going to be going all too well for them, unless, of course, they can somehow pick it up, and they are going to have to. Changing sites once again, this is, of course, something that I love to see in any team playing competitive Siege. Whenever you lose a site, change it up immediately. They have gone, of course, to second for CCTV with the castle in tow. So far, I'm seeing 3 castle barricades, 1 on construction window, and 1 on gym window, 1 on the bedroom window. Where is the 4th one going to be used? Is it on one of the doors? Guess we'll have to wait and find out. Could be on the gym door, actually. An extra layer of protection if they want to really shut down breach on the jacuzzi wall. But there is no electrification. There's no mute. Again, those secondary EMPs are so good for this very reason. Just 2, Beat bringing just those 2 is enough to even outweigh a Maverick in some cases, because otherwise you'd be seeing Maverick here all day, every day. But Shinra's position given away as we have a breach coming into our CCTV. Peak is in as well. The Eon are trying to find one. That's Jittery. Don't want to contest the Shinra. There's breach on CC. The Alibi's falling back, but no! You can't escape from Jittery. As another kill fires off.
What? Jittery, why? Did he actually try to contest a mirror window? Hello?
He did.
Oh, the man was feeding himself a little bit too much. I think we hyped him up a bit too far there, Jack.
Probably.
That's a hero play that could cost you the entire round. And Hunters, they've already lost one of their star fraggers on towards the entry, and that Gemini could have been so useful to gather some information from them. The Alibi does get them the info, small amounts that they need. Good. Free fires coming in from Ion. He knows what to expect, but here, that's another EMP getting popped. Possibly another kill as well over from the side. Here comes a flash coming in from the Ying as well. They can get the possible entry, but the entry is not coming in anytime soon. That's possibly another kill. Ion! He's still surviving this. Wait, is the hatch above him open? No way, Ion. You do not forget about the hatch. Don't tell me you forgot about the hatch. Hunters,
I don't think it's more to do with
away with this.
Maybe? No, okay, I was gonna say, if that clutch actually happened, though, that would have been hype as anything. But going back to that moment, right, with Ion on the hatch, I think it was more to do with the fact that no one had been contesting the hatch for that entire time. Ion might have just assumed that no one was going to come there because the callouts were stemming in all from construction window, CCTV, and cache, right? All from that area of the map. So for someone to just turn around and go up to the roof and go for the hatch play, that would
Defenders,
be
protect your bombs
a
from being
little
defused by
unexpected.
attackers.
While the hatch was open, yes, he should have been careful. 100%.
Yeah. No, but consider
was just-
something. You already got spotted on
Mhm.
logistics, correct? You know that a player is playing from logistics window because Jittery died and there was an engagement coming in from construction window. You should understand that someone has to be coming towards the logistic hatch to try and shut you down. Again, heat of the moment, that these are the type of things that you just cannot predict. Mercenaries, they're cracking under the pressure.
10 seconds to go.
They definitely seem to be.
5 seconds
That
remaining.
is for sure. But right now, it's a 3-1. Hunters have pretty much put themselves on that particular situation that we love to talk about here in casting, which is to say they have made it such that in the first half there is no more lead that Mercenaries can take. They can equalize. That is the best they can do right now. But they've gone back to the second floor CC, of course, the site that they are so good with. We
Going
saw
for a
not too
trick.
long ago. Yes, there's a bandit trick being set
Oh
up.
wait,
Look at the fact
Maverick!
that
They
there's a
know!
There's a Maverick. He's about to get shot. He somehow survives and gets the trick off as well. No way. All right, a little bit of a mistimed, mismanaged moment right there from the Hunters. They should have been able to get the bandit out immediately, but I think either Sparko put down the exothermic too early. You gotta be kidding me. He nearly found Shinra there. Okay. But either Sparko put down the exothermic too early, or he the Maverick started too late. Regardless, they can do the half wall trick, be completely saved from any and all kinds of Maverick tricking, get the wall open thanks to the Ash, and there you go. That's your breach done. Later than they wanted it to, but still done.
Not in the way that they wanted it to either, but hey, improvise, adapt, and retaliate. That's exactly what they're trying to do. That's going to be the first kill. Beat's going to be coming in strong with that. The Lion Scan's going to be an even bigger of a nuisance. Now is where the pushes come in, and Jittery's going to be able to shut down one more player. Jittery gets traded, but honestly, that's a perfect trade. They took down the smoke. Hasib,
Yep.
it was so crucial to try and slow down these pushes that could be coming in towards Cash Room, but now he's not present anymore. Ion, though, equalizing things down. Who needs Hasib when you have Ion on the anchor? He's able to hold down strong, but now with another Lion Scan, another push coming in from the attackers, how are you going to survive this one? Because Ion, his position's already revealed, I do believe. They just need to hold for a little while longer, but are they going to be able to is the real question. C4's coming in, everything other than the kitchen sink is being thrown, but it's still not enough. The side of Hunters, they hold it down. And with a 2 versus 1 to go down on food, it's going to be Sandy already in Cash Room to go in for the final kill as well. Perfect play and a perfect hold. Hunters, even through all the chaos, they're able to find this round, regardless of what happened.
All right, then. Looks like even the CCTV is not going to be Mercenaries' domain to play with. Hunters are just all in right now. They are all for it and all completely, overturning anything Mercenaries throws at them. We
Defenders,
saw
protect your
how
bombs.
Shinra was so influential in round 2 on CCTV thanks to that 3K, but that was all that Mercenaries needed. They have not been able to get anything remotely similar since, and that is very clearly hurting them. They just aren't able to perform the same way that we have seen them before. Now, it could just be a case of them taking longer to warm up since this is a BO3 series after all, right? Putting everything on the line on the first map alone wouldn't exactly be the best idea. But this is Hunters we're talking about, and Hunters, they have shown time and time again that not only are they basically South Asia's masters of the long game in Siege, but they are also 100% over any and all issues they may have had before, especially when it comes to endurance. I remember a time when Hunters and BO5s, the talk of the town was that you take them all the way up to map 5 and there's a good chance you'll win because they won't be able to keep up. That's no longer the case. Hunters will simply tear you down if you let them, even if you don't want to let them, in the first 2 maps alone. That is the beauty of a team like this. They are ferociously strong, and all of Mercenaries is currently feeling it. Taha taking some damage right now. Early gunfights for the Legion above. Gotta be careful though. Shinra's on the roam as well, as Taha's looking to get back into the site and get something going for himself. There is no Thunderbird, mind you. Those blue mines, though, they're going to be very important in this round.
Maybe the most crucial part of this play as well. Let's see if they can get away with this, though. Again, trying to survive this one for as long as they possibly can, but Hunters, they're not giving anything away. Look at the push already coming in. Okay, boy, he's going to get chased out to the ends of the universe. Needs to immediately dip, and that's the roam already cleared.
Ooh.
But never mind. Who needs a roam when you have Hasim just being an absolute Giga Chad? That's a kill. That's a frag, and Rattler, he's also going to get caught, and somehow they're able to win out on each and every one of these gunfights. Hello? They lost second floor control, and they're still holding.
I want to know what the thinking was in this round from the side of the Hunters, because this is questionable, the way that they have played this round. Hasib's going to shut down Beat after that 2K, giving no hope for Beat to try and bring things around. No way, Jose. That shot from Hasib, I'll give the Hunters that. That was a beautiful shot that not a lot of planning can, help against. But that push from Dirt was entirely too early. Nobody had set up Kitchen Hatch. They just decided to walk in, and against the Mercenaries, you can't do that. That should be amply clear to a team like the Hunters. So some major mistakes being made in that round. Uncharacteristic for the Hunters, that is for sure. But they will maintain a 4-2 and a lead going into the second half. They are now defense, the supposedly advantageous side on Clubhouse. I say supposedly because I said something similar for, what was it, Chalet yesterday? And defenders took 90% of the rounds on that match. So I'm going to stay my hand from staying entirely defender-sided Clubhouse. It could very well be that today attackers just somehow have the better fortune here. Hunters are on the defense now. They are 4-2 up. Mercenaries, the ball's in your court.
10 seconds remaining.
It's finally got the round that they needed. And I actually did not know that you could do that with the Aruni. I've never seen anyone do that. Blocking off one of the hatches with the Aruni walls? That's the first.
Yeah. It's not something you see people do pretty often, but it's actually, it's actually something that is done every now and again just to add an extra layer of utility wasted,
Yep. Bit of a surprise here and there, but the more you know. Lion, though, now being scanned out to see if he can find something. And this drone, yep, it's not gonna get a lot of information unless he's pretty much guaranteed to use this drone to get his way in. That's a drone lost. The Flash is gonna be able to get the catch, and with the drone going in, they're finally able to get a proper entry up on the line. Taha, he knows the positions that he wants to clear out. Going for the other end. Do they have an EMP on hand? Yes, they do. But where's Hasib? He needs to get close for this EMP play to work, and already Mi7, he's just gone. And Mi7 needs to be present, but Shinra, okay, he saves it. Jittery, maybe getting a bit too aggressive. Sparko? Hello?
That was a pre-fire with the DMR. Your eyes did not deceive you. Sparko goes down, though. There's a mute above. All right, Rattler and Sparko all gone now, which leaves it down to the 2v2. But this is a big, big situation to be in. There's only one exothermic charge remaining. Do they want to use it on Dirt or one of the hatches? Because there is no hatch electrification, no Kaid in play. But they've gotten rid of the Lion, which means secondary EMPs will not be available either. But what they do have to worry about is the Echo. Beat, well, Echo the operator specifically, works perfectly in situations like these, because this means defenders will have all the intel in the world thanks to those echo drones. Attackers, in the meanwhile, they will have to struggle because they need to gather that intel. They need to use drones, which can be shot out, while, of course, defenders, they have those echo drones. They have deployable cams. There is one in play. I'm not exactly sure who brought it, but it is there. Shots fired. Taha's the one taking damage on a vertical gunfight right there. Again, uncharacteristic for Clubhouse, but when it comes to these two teams, not exactly unexpected. They've broken open the kitchen hatch. They've got pings going inside of the site, but they need to get in there. And it looks like they want to go through the soft wall here at Church. Shots are fired, but Sandy wins that 9 times out of 10. Taha comes in with a beautiful turn back, but he doesn't see the echo. Take shots in return. Beat. All you gotta do is survive, my friend. He knows what the thermite is. Thanks to the shots fired, flashbangs are going out. And the smoke, all it did was mask Beat's placement, because the head was just only visible above the smoke. And in a moment of pure panic, I'm not sure Taha saw it. It came very close, down to the wire no less. But the round still goes to the Hunters.
Everything is just under their wraps. Hunters, initially we believed that, hey, there's no way Hunters are going to be able to hold this one down, considering how fast Mercenaries were able to find those trades. But again, they spent so much time on the roam clear, and Hunters wasted that level of time that the players inside of the side, they were just sitting comfortable and pretty. And the site, mind you, was not on the first floor. It was not on the second floor. It was all the way down at basement. And it was already a 2v2 before the members of Mercenaries are even able to clear out the first initial floor. You didn't clear out the first floor. You need to go in for a full-on rush on towards basement, where there's still ample amounts of utility being littered all across the floor. There's no way Mercenaries would have been able to find this. Hunters, they played their roams beautifully. They wasted so much time that the members of Mercenaries, they had no way of breaking their way in towards the side unless they won every single gunfight, which is difficult in a lot of different cases. It came down to a 1v1 where the defenders, they played it perfectly. That was a masterclass on how to hold down a defense, knowing that your opponents like to take control over it.
I mean, yeah, all things considered, it was a very good read from the Hunters, knowing full well that there will be a large amount of roam clear going on first, and then a push towards the site. So, they played the roam clear, they brought the fight to the attackers, and they won it. Beautifully done once again, as they have now gone to second for Gym Bedroom. Of course, typical Hunter stuff, as we are going to be seeing CCTV last, maybe even never if they want to pull out the bar and stage. I almost always forget that site's name because nobody plays it right. As the Siege takes a bit of damage, a good chunk of it actually, a third of his health gone. So he's got to be careful on the fights that he takes here. Trying to find where another defender might be. Well, my Magnus will catch the flashbangs as they fly in. It's all down to these players as MI7 will find Sparko. Big start. The Jaeger is gone, but Sandy gets a return onto Shinra. Here comes an E1D. A ping is there, or two, towards construction. But Sandy gets Ion nonetheless. How do you get these players out of these situations? You gotta get them somehow. Another breach happens, this time on the construction single wall. Taha comes out towards construction stairs. EMP is out by Hasib, but Jittery finds Taha nonetheless. MI7 comes in, gets the frag onto Sandy. One down, but it's still a 3v2. The Lion trying to find a player or two as they get into the site. They have the diffuser, but it's with Hasib. He's got to go in and get the plant going, but since the long hold is there from construction, and the site, of course, is Gym Bedroom, because I completely forgot that the site is in Gym Bedroom. Apologies for that.
Honestly, when it's both of these teams, you're supposed to forget the sites in Gym Bedroom.
I know, right? Oh my goodness.
It's all about the map control.
Said it too. I said it too, that the site's in Gym Bedroom, not CCTV. And then my brain defaulted to calling for CCTV. Oh, Hunters Mercenaries, the effects you have on my cognitive dissonance. Anyhow, Hasib and MI7 in a 2v2 against Rattler and Beat. Health-wise, MRCZ, and they're a little beaten up right now.
Slightly, but I think they have it. Again, this Gym Bedroom push is not gonna be that easy, especially with the hole coming in from the hallway. That's possibly gonna be a catch for Beat, and Beat all the way over towards the staircase. Default can gonna be the thing that spots him out. Rattler over from the other side. That's gonna be the first kill possibly, but no! Rattler, he misses a very crucial shot. The SMG-11 is not going to be able to find anything. That's going to be the C4 over from the side. He's going to be able to shut down another one. 7 seconds left. And it's all about holding down for as long as he possibly can. Stick it down as hard as he possibly can. Over from the side. Possibly a catch and a kill.
He gets it.
Baby. To take it all away. Good God, Beat. He had no business winning this round out. But hey, at the end of the day, they're able to shut it all down. Beat, man. He came in clutch and Hunters. Making things spicy, and you could say, hey, it's a 6-2 scoreline. It looks very one-sided. Oh hell no, this is not one-sided at all. Both of these teams are at each other's throats, and it could turn either way. Just a couple of missed shots, a couple of missed bullets, and it could have been all over.
100% agreed on that. It really just does come down to that between these two teams, right? But you know what else is also super important to remember here, folks? We are looking at a 6-2. While every round has pretty much been very, very close, down to the 2v2s and 3v2s and especially 1vxs in the last few rounds, we are still on the MRCZ map pick. So we're gonna be we're looking at a very, very quick first map here, unless Mercenaries somehow starts bringing things back here, and there's always a chance that they might. It is Mercenaries we're talking about. There's always a chance that they might turn things around and stage a massive comeback. But as we go to round 9 on CCTV for Hunters LFO, the side that they have come to last purely because of how they like to play this map, we'll have to see if Mercenaries have any sort of response. Jittery, yeah, there we go. I was gonna say, thinking to spawn peek or not to spawn peek. That is the question. He decides no. Stays his hand as we go into the action phase.
Just take it slow here, buddy, because again, from the side of Mercenaries, their backs are against the wall. This will not be an easy round for them to find whatsoever, but if they don't, and if the map of Clubhouse goes in the favor of Hunters LFO, that's going to be a big, massive chunk of confidence being lost by the members of Mercenary. They need this one map to possibly take this over onto the third. Again, Hunters, a team that is pretty much built upon momentum. If you break their momentum once, they're going to have to take a little bit of a breather before they can set it back up. But in this scenario, I don't think they're going to be facing any form of momentum break. Mercenaries, they already have the pings, they already know the positions. The Lion is just being an absolute and utter nuisance. And there's a reason for it as well. Yeah, it's not all Lion, but still, Lion's very powerful, he's pretty strong, and this is exactly why Rattler, stuck in a pretty hard position to get out of, gets caught out. That's a massive kill for the attackers to find, and with another Lion scan, they're going to be able to get even more space all across the map. That's perfect for them to find.
That it is. Now we've got some good crosses being held inside of the site. Yes, while the breach is done, they're trying to clog it up with the use of the Azami's Kiba barriers, as you can see. Nasib trying to find somebody towards garage, but of course that area is protected, but still will find Sparko. That's the Jaeger down. Leaves it now in a 3v5. Sandy, where are you going? Bit of an ill-advised peek there, as Sandy's head will take it clean off. Construction has now been blown wide open. Beat has a C4. Jittery, now wanting to go out, actually gets that, falls back. Beat finds MI7. Okay, interesting. Ion finds Beat in the meanwhile. It's all down to Jittery, but no. Could have gotten the Zofia, but just missed the shots in the middle there. Both the two kills coming to the Zofia. Both of the defenders trying to get away from their positions. Unfortunately, not to be. Mercenaries finally fire back on a round after losing 2 in consecution. They will bring it one more for themselves. 6-3. We are going into double digits of rounds, as we will now be seeing as to whether or not we have what could be another massive game on our hands.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
I don't know what else to say. Hunters doesn't seem to be working out in your favor just yet, because Mercenaries, they still have a little bit of fight left in them. But now is where the real sights are going to be held. we're looking at a basement take, basement and church. And you know, historically, that the members of Mercenaries don't really have a lot of potency for this particular
10
instance,
seconds
because
left before insertion.
this is one of the sides where you need to clear all the way from the top and onto the
5
bottom.
seconds to insertion.
And from what we have seen, the members of Mercenaries, they spend so much of their utility trying to get into the second floor, mind you. They don't have enough to even entry onto the side. And if this happens again, things could be over before it even starts. They need to be a lot more efficient in the way that they're going to clear out these roams. Otherwise, things will just not be panning out in their favor.
Well, how does Hunters get around to finishing off this game? That's a question I think that's on a lot of people's minds right now. Down in the chat, let us know what you're thinking as to how this game has gone so far, and what do you think it might happen, it might go to going forward from here. 6-3 the scoreline. Mercenaries still very much on the back foot. They have a lot of ground to cover if they want to equalize and push for overtime. That's the only way they can win their map pick here. Otherwise, they are done and dusted for this map. We are, of course, back to Basement Church. No surprises right there, given the way that Hunters won this last time they came here. But in the meanwhile, look at this. A big push in from Dirt as they've realized that they've gone for that extended roam strategy again. Shinra's in here right now. And shots fired, targets Rattler, but Rattler finds Shinra in the meanwhile. Here's that Thermite inside of the site, trying to go for the plant. Here comes an Echo Drone. Should be able to stop him. No, doesn't see the planter. It's going to become a post plant because Pete wasn't able to stop the plant. But two shots from Sandy and Sparko. Turn it down to the 4v2. Kitchen is where they have to stop the counter defuse coming in from. And somebody needs to go upstairs. And they are. Look at this. We're going to have a cross being held from the hallway in just a second here. The Hibana should peek. What? Oh, Sparko nearly won that gunfight too. But MI7 stays alive. Should be able to get the cleanup. Yes, he does. The counter defuse is happening. Sandy's going for it. Beat goes down in the meanwhile. Holding vertical. Counter defuse happening again. And Jittery just wins all the fights above. It does not matter. Hunters in the site retake, fully prepared. They will still win, as it does not matter how the Mercenaries decide to attack. Hunters have a counter strat for it. You had better believe it, folks.
I don't know what to say. It was a full-on lone rush coming in from Shinra. He just ran into an immunity gate, over to the other side, got domed, Taha got the plan down. 2 seconds later, it was a 4v2 situation. Couple of seconds later, it was 3v1. What was happening in this last round? Nothing made sense. It was as if Mercenaries, they just threw caution into the wind and just were like, YOLO, we're gonna go. That's literally what the play was. What was the strategy? Don't tell me there was a strat for that.
So here's the thing, right? This round, the couple of rounds we've had on Basement Church from Hunters with their extended roam all the way up to second floor, that actually reminds me of Pro Series Season 2, or Summer Edition, I guess, where they did the same thing on Clubhouse as well, believe it or not, right? And the first time they did it, it failed spectacularly, right? On that very map. I'm talking about that map specifically, not anytime they might have done it before that, because it's the closest one in my memory. Let's go into the highlights and talk about exactly what I'm saying here in just a second. So what they did was they went up, right? That is to say, Hunters went on that extensive roam, and Mercenaries just walked into the site, and Hunters seemed completely ill-prepared for it. But this time, they were very clearly ready for anybody walking into the site, as we saw from that counter-offensive that they launched, trying to retake the site itself. So all things considered, not all bad. Not bad at all, actually. Very, very good performance from the Hunters. Mercenaries not quite, kind of sputtering and spattering into existence for a couple of rounds, but not much else from them. It really was a swish and a flick, and then the Hunters were up 7-3.
Honestly, what was the case? But again, I have to reiterate that none of these rounds were very one-sided. each of the teams, they had to fight for this. And this level of a fight is something that I was pleasantly surprised about. I knew that both of these teams were very evenly matched, but I didn't really expect them to be this close in the skill level. Each and every one of them, they had a game plan in their mind, and it was the smallest of mistakes that caused all of this to happen. Tiny, minuscule plays where one person did not go in for a proper crossfire, or the crossfire just didn't work out and the other player missed a shot, is what really caused everything to break apart. Strategy was key, but at the same time, team play and coordination from both teams were just pristine. And again, Mercenaries, they fell short, I do believe, because they were not playing the fundamentals as soundly as the members of Hunters were. Again, the roams are present at all moments to try and slow down the attackers, but the way that Hunters dealt with the roams coming in from Mercenaries was just way better, because Mercenaries, they tried to play the roams on a much more 1v1, 1vx individual level, where they were trying to utilize the utility from the attackers on the much more minimalistic way. While from the side of Hunters, they completely disregarded that they had a basement side. They sent 3 players all the way up to the second floor to contest them. They read Mercenaries like an open book, and I like the play that Mercenaries, they wanted to just throw caution into the wind, try to brute force their way in towards the basement side on the final and last round. But that also didn't work because they didn't have second floor control, and they had no idea how many players could have been in basement. The adaptations were there, the plays could have been made, but Hunters, they were just one step ahead in each and every turn.
I mean, yep, you've pretty much summed it up 100% accurately right there, given how the map went. I'm not surprised that it went the way it did at the end of it all, right? Looking back at it, right, I was pretty surprised seeing Mercenaries getting shut down on their own map, for lack of a better term, right? There's other things I want to say, but I'd rather not say them on stream, folks. I don't want to be called a biased caster after all. But anyhow, we're going to be moving on to Villa, map number 2, where Hunters are starting out on the defense. So it looks like we're going to have one of those situations where Mercenaries are the ones playing for the long game here. They're going attack first and then defense second, because Villa, unlike Clubhouse, which is only slightly defender-sided, Villa is heavily defender-sided. We have seen it time and time again. Even on days where there might be an attacker-sided thing going on, nah, man. It is not that case with Villa. It is just one of those maps. It's like Theme Park, right? Where you know it's defender sided just by watching 1 or 2 rounds on it at the end of the day. But all that notwithstanding, well played to Hunters. Mercenaries now on the back foot. 0-1 down on the map count. We'll go into the match summary in just a short moment here as we await, just a few final roundups of the statistics and all that stuff. You know how it goes. Shout outs to all the admins on the back end who are dealing with all the stats, right, that we have to talk about here as casters. There you go.
True
Match
OGs.
summary is up. Yep, true OGs. Big shout out to the admins, folks. But anyhow, we have a very, very big gulf in a sense, right, between Mercenaries and Hunters on the scorecard. Aggressive. That is a big difference.
Yep. Looking at the cost percentages as well, that's a pretty big hit. Beat with 93, Sandy with 86, Jittery with 79, Sparkle with 79. Rappler's the only one who didn't really have that big of a game, but honestly, he wasn't that quiet. The man was still putting up frags on the board, and he was still utilizing his utility, and of course, the drone play coming out from him was immaculate. And at the end of the day, Mercenaries, they also did not play that badly, honestly speaking. But I think the problems that we witnessed from them on the Community Cup is starting to show here as well. The team just did not feel as sound as you would have hoped for. Yes, the presence of team play was there, but it was not as refined as you would have hoped for coming in from a team of Mercenaries caliber. And that shows on the scorecard here as well. To have 71%, 71%, 64, 64, 57 on your cost, it's not natural to see, especially when you know that the trade game needs to be almost on perfectionate levels going up against a team of Hunter LFO's caliber.
Well, There you have it, folks. 7-3 on Clubhouse. And now we're going to be moving to Villa, heavily defender-sided as it normally is. And we'll be seeing as to how the Hunters proceed to maybe, potentially, take this match in its entirety on map number 2. Will that happen, or will Mercenaries mount a comeback? We'll be right back to see the results of that. After this short break, stay tuned.
you chase.
Alrighty then, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again to the Esports Club Pro Series Fall Edition for Rainbow-Six-Siege, supported by Ubisoft and powered by Zotac Gaming, alongside our broadcast partner, Loco. We are your hosts, Blackjack and Aggressive, as we are here today, back again for the final, fourth and final, BO3 of Qualifiers 1 of the Pro Series. Yes, you heard me right, Qualifiers 1. There is a second qualifiers later in the coming week that will decide 4 more teams that will go into the playoffs. Right now, we of course are in the match between Mercenaries and Hunters LFO. We just did Clubhouse, which was Mercenaries' pick. Hunters were actually attacking first on that map, and they ended up winning 7-3 pretty comfortably, all things considered. Some rounds did come very, very close, though. Now we're going to be going to Hunters' pick, which is Villa. They are 1-0 up, going to their own map pick. And while Mercenaries have been pretty good on Villa before and up until recently, Hunters, of course, as we know, are on a different level.
They're
so
pioneers.
Aggressive.
Yeah, they're
What do you
pioneers
think,
for this
Villa? Does Mercenaries stand a chance here?
It's going to be a tough one for them to get, though, in this instance, especially when you consider that Hunters, they're one of the pioneers of this map. We could just even see a Sense coming out from their end as well. And of course, you're going to look at me and laugh a little bit, being like, Sense, why? Warden's a big counter. Impact Nades can easily shut down his gadget. There's not much that you can do, but you never really know. Hunters, they love to go in for wacky strategies. And hey, anything could happen here. Both teams, they're equally matched, as we did see from the map of Clubhouse. And as we're going to be jumping straight on down over onto Villa, the bans are where the real game is at. I'm expecting a Nomad to get banned out and Thatcher to be open, because I don't believe Thatcher is going to get that much play here in this particular map, especially with a lot more of those EMP nades opened up. But you never really know. Anything could happen.
Anything could. That much is true. Ban phase going off right now in front of all of our viewers at home as we await the first ban. Hibana is going to be banned out to start us off here. Now, interestingly enough, you do expect a Hibana ban on a map like Clubhouse, but on Villa, I guess it does make sense. There are plenty of holes that plenty of walls that Hibana can make small sightline holes into and entry holes into with her with her remote breach charges, effectively speaking. So, it's understandable. You want to make sure that those walls remain closed, and guess which other operator is going to get banned to make sure of that? Thatcher. No real surprises there.
Yeah, pretty standard bans coming in from both ends, but understandable to a degree why the Hibana was closed down. Hibana can be an absolute nuisance considering the lines of sight that she can create. And on the other side of the spectrum, normally an ace is a lot more of a bigger problem when it comes down to the hard breaches, but honestly, Hibana is a lot more of a nuisance because of the way that you can control exactly how you want each and every entry point to be like. And that level of control is something that the members of Hunters does not want to give. And never mind, they banned out Hibana and Azami, two characters that are built to terraform the entire map into your own shape and control. Now, will this backfire on Hunters because they're sorting on their own defensive side? This is something that we need to find out.
All things considered, given the site they're going to, Aviator Games Room, and the site that they will eventually go to, which is Trophy Statuary and then First Floor Kitchen Dining, I'm not surprised that they've banned Azami. Azami is very, very good on all maps, that is for sure. But I think, similar to how Mira has some maps that she doesn't exactly have the best spots on, at least not that I know of just yet, there is, of course, probably a couple of maps where Azami herself also doesn't quite stack up as well as she would want to. So there's always something or the other to watch out for in that regard. And mind you, the Azami ban leaves Mira wide open to be played. And guess what? Mira is in fact in play here. We have the Spanish defender coming in. Jackal's also available. In one of those rare moments where Jackal is actually allowed to be played, he is here. He's going to be playing for this round as well. So we'll have to see how both teams utilize these operators, beat with an interesting window that we just saw. Just on the wall, the double reinforced wall of Fox window there, or trophy entry if you want to call it that. Watching that window. So it's mostly for intel because it's not on a half wall or anything like that, right? And this mirror window as well, not on the standard position, which is the wall facing the office side. Instead, it's facing into Aviator. Sandy's going to take a bit of damage from the Twitch drone. A little poke to make Sandy feel a little unsettled. Here we go, the push.
No, they're telling Sandy, yo, we're coming for you, boy. We're coming for you.
A warning shot, right.
Oh, no. Oh, it's better, you know the meme, wake up meme?
Right, yeah. Yeah, I do.
Wake up. That's kind of what the Twitch drone is doing over from the side.
Making sure Sandy's on his toes, just keeping everybody honest, as the Twitch drone will be shot at this time. Sandy, gotta be careful on that Fox entry, as the shots will be fired and the Mira window will be popped open. But it feels like that's kind of what was expected to happen almost, given the way that Hunters are playing around that very Mira window. You have a cross being watched from Red Stairs and the 90 hallway. Jittery is in here, and he's gonna see one, but no, gonna go down because the angle was not in his favor. Ayan will take him down, gets another through the Mira window as well. A bit of a collapse here as Rattler turns around, finds Hasid. A big drop on the other side. That's your Nook gone, but the Nook wasn't really doing a whole lot to begin with. It was the Lion, and still continues to be the Lion if Ayan remains alive for any longer in this round. So the hunt is on, as it's a 3v4.
And the real question is, will this hunt go in the favor of Hunters LFO? They've already lost out on one of their key and most important players for this play, Rattler. Pretty much a blind C4 being placed out, but on a default position. So the players pushing in just through the usage of one small call out, and they have the avenues of control that they would want. These don't look as clean for the members of Mercenaries yet. They do not have full control of 90s hallway. Rappler already used the C4
Oh,
and Hamana.
Hamana. That self-grenade is not going to be too good. Sparko is now down to very low HP, similar to the amount of HP that Shinra has going for himself there. So both teams are roughly equal, or were equal. Ion now very low on HP as well. So there's a health lead that Hunters have. As Mercenaries are trying to push in, Banshee's going to be shot out, but the mirror window is still there. Shots will be fired. Lion is down and out, and the plan can't happen, even though the Mira is being taken care of. Thanks to an ace, it doesn't matter. Shinra's down, and there goes Taha. Hunters, they lost 2 bodies early, and they still did not falter once. Beautifully adapted into the rest of the round. They just held back, made the Mercenaries come to them, made sure that Mercenaries had zero idea as to where the Hunters players were, and capitalized on that lack of information in its entirety. Hunters stake the first round.
Don't forget the self-nade.
And that definitely did not.
That's gonna live a sting. That is gonna live a sting for sure.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
It's one of those things,
This
right,
really does
where-
leave those questions. Yeah.
Yeah, like
Continue.
almost like the I was actually gonna go on the same vein that you were going, right, about questions, because now the question is that kind of self-nade, what is it gonna do to Mercenaries' confidence and coordination, right? Because that's kind of a big error, right? Yeah, that's a big error to make in that situation, and they need to. Excuse us, production's having a laugh in the back,
10 seconds to go.
but. Like that's one of those things, right? And who was it? Who was the grenadier? Shinra, right? So
Shinra's the only one who had a grenade.
Defuse it.
right in that entire round, right? And he still does. He's playing the sledge, so he's gonna have a bit to answer for his teammates there. Hopefully they can keep the comms clear though, because they need it when it's this match that they're going up against Hunters LFO. As we have the full defensive setup once again, this time on Trophy Statuary. No surprises that this is the side of choice. A little bit of a surprise, mind you. Hunters do love to play first floor library on Villa, so the fact that they haven't brought it out yet, okay. I see what you're doing here, Hunters.
Trying to keep it as a special surprise for Mercenaries when they do get to that position, but for now they're just chilling. They're just not going to be utilizing much, but look at what the attackers have in terms of utility. 2 hard breaches, 2 smokes, 2 grenades, and 2 EMPs, and 2 claymores. They have the kitchen sink included in their entire utility pool. That is the first I've ever seen this much utility in the hands of the attackers, and this variety of utility, sorry. Because normally it's like, what, 6 grenades, something getting cooked and getting chucked constantly. But here in this scenario, they're playing for a much more controlled playstyle. But Mercenaries, is it going to help? Maybe it will.
Okay, the lineup from Rattler and Jittery. Jittery rushed to try and take study over there. And I'm not sure if that was a good idea, since Rattler was probably already watching that door. And then the Lion scan went up and just kind of added to their problems. Beat will turn around, though. Gets one on the 90 hallway. That is the Lion gone. Ion will be down on the floor. It's a 3v4 yet again. But they're looking for more here. Sandy, SMG-11 peeking this side. I'm not sure about this. C4 goes out. That does down MI7, actually. But everyone from the Hunter side is going to fall back. Sandy jumps down, gets the kill. SMG-11, but no, realizes that there's no he's winning that gunfight and just walks away. Sparko goes down. C4's out, does not find anything. Pete finds Hasib in the meanwhile. The refrag is there. 2v2. Shinra is a little bit tanked up on HP. Hit up on HP, excuse me. Where are you going? Quad kill for Beat. Wait a minute, he's on for the ace. Shinra. Gotta find him, and he won't.
Gave him a
Ace for Beat. Round 2. As Hunters LFO continue taking rounds.
Sound cues are just perfect for their side. And Hunters, what was this round? How do they even make sense out of this chaos? It doesn't make sense.
Honestly,
can you honestly tell me?
Yeah.
How do you make sense from this chaos? And now is where the real fun starts. It's dining in kitchen. We have an Oryx, we have a Cat, and an Ella. This is a composition that I did not expect to say at all. But I can understand why they picked up the Oryx, because they want that level of mobility.
Attackers have discovered the location of a bomb.
That they do. And more so than just that, Oryx is just wonderful to play with, right, on this side. You have a couple of hatches that you can jump up. One in living room library side and one in kitchen pantry. Both that the Oryx can use to come up from below and surprise opponents. So there's that. But there's also, if needed, Oryx is able to jump up to the second floor, right? There's the hatch on 90 hallway. There's the hatch in bedroom itself. And, you know, amongst other areas and avenues that he can use to go up, the hatch and astronomy as well that he can use. So Jittery's got a lot to work with when it comes to the mobility that Oryx offers. A very unique operator in every regard, but Beat, okay. Interesting decision here. You don't really get a peek from there unless someone's repelling, but Beat didn't want to wait that long in case he got caught out. So just falls back and the round will continue as normal.
Not looking that good for them to try and hold this one down. That's gonna be a Cats though. Jittery again. The drones play mind games with him, and he needs to give this space up. Study is now theirs. This is where the problems will start to arise. They can't even go in for that push, but never mind. Hasib catches out Rattler, who was being a little bit too over aggressive over from the 90s corridor. And with that catch, that's a massive kill. The Ella out of the equation, and I have no idea where he placed those mines.
Those Grishmots are going to be very, very, very important. There's somebody pushing up, and Sandy's actually going to find him. I7 off the Astro Hatch gets caught. C4 is out from Sparko. He's waiting for some sort of cue. Shindo's taking damage as well, and a kill is taken. Beat gets that, trying to find another, but Daha.
Wait, where was he?
Nonetheless, C4 is still not working out. He's waiting for a call. Sparko is given the intel to his teammates that, hey, the C4 is here. Let me know when someone's on that area. I'm gonna, you know, blow them to Kingdom Come. But Jittery, oh, here we go. This could be something or the other. No, drops down the hatch instead, deciding, all right, it's not worth it to risk everything for a play upstairs. But the drone has spotted his location, so Jittery's gonna have to be so very careful here. Sees the lines aside. C4's out, does not work. 2v3. This one's a little bit more dicey for the Hunters to play around with.
I have oh my god, I don't like this. And yep, that's one. That's two. And I think our poor boy Sparko is just gonna go through hell and back.
Astro stairs right now.
Sparko!
Hello? Too late on the reaction there. Can't get the buck as well. Too late to find him. And, you know, Hasib just dropping down in time. There you go. Little bit of a late reaction there from Sparko. Unfortunate as it is. MRCZ will win back a round here, finally, after so long of struggling against Hunters on the defense here. We're going back to second floor. Aviator Games Room once again. No surprises that the Hunters don't want to go back there. Seems like that site isn't exactly all that good for them. But we're going back to the standard site, the more expected second floor sites. So let's see how the Hunters have a defense plan for this one.
What's the game plan moving forward for this instance, though? Hunters. They're looking to be a pretty interesting play for Mercenaries, but I don't know just yet. Because with the hold that the members of Hunters are going for and normally on these type of occasions, this one mirror is being a nuisance. Like, look at the way they're placing the mirror windows as well. It's not in the most common of positions. They're playing the mirror windows for information instead of trying to play it for kills. And in a way, this could just work out in their favor as well. I might need to ask you, Jack, what kind of control are they going for with these mirrors?
I mean, like you said, right, information is probably what they're trying to get. But also, some of them are probably tailored, at least the one inside of the site is tailored for holding for the plant instead of actually holding for office pick, right? Because we've seen the office pick mirror window a lot, and honestly, mercenaries have also played against it a lot. So it's really just down to how mercenaries decides to play it, and if they go for that same default plan. C4 is out from beat early and actually gets that.
Nice.
Hasib is down. Sandy finds Ayan. There goes MI7. Shots are fired all over. Taha's now low on HP as Hunters are just closing in on the kills one by one. What do these attackers even do here? Well, they get one, but Sandy gets the refrag immediately. It's a 1v4 all down to Taha, as MRCZ just completely collapsing on entry, barely inside the building, and they're already on the floor, biting the dust one by one. We're already at round 5, folks, because round 4 ended in about 50 seconds.
That is probably one of the fastest rounds of Siege that we have casted in a pretty long time, Jack. You just snap your fingers, the round just starts. We saw a couple of drones being thrown here and there. 2 seconds later, the round's just over. We saw the
Defenders,
first
protect
body
your bombs
drop
from being defused by attackers.
just as soon as the first barricade got open. Hunters, they are showcasing their proficiency when it comes down to these second floor holds. And with a lot of these mirror windows as well, they have ample amounts of information to play around with. I love the play that they're going in for, and these type of plays is what's giving them such an ample advantage. Now is where the much more interesting plays could happen for Hunters. They're back towards Saturated Trophy. So what is the game plan for them to hold this one down? And another key important factor is normally we expect the mirror to be an anchor on the side, correct? But Beat, he's showing map presence all around. You can't shut this man down, and because of it, the way that he's playing, he's getting information for his team while being on a roam and also having a C4 in hand. He's not playing for the anchor plays, but instead he's playing off of contact from his teammates and also of course his mirrors.
Let's see if Mercenaries have something to say about this trophy round, as we've gone back to that site, of course. Ayan coming in with the upside down rappel on Astronomy as expected. But there's somebody on a run out, and Jiri's gonna get that as well. Shinra off the board. Where did he come out of? Must have been from upstairs. Gets shut down by Taha nonetheless, as the return kill is taken. But that is your soft breach, and Grenadier gone. Might have done them a bit of a favor, I'll be honest with you. But that is the sledge off the board. So soft breach gone, grenades off the board. They're still trying to find these kills. They're still playing pretty aggressively, even against these upside down repellers, which is an interesting thing to see from Hunters. Yes, they love their aggression, don't get us wrong, folks. But at the same time, is it really worth it? Rattler's going to be DBNO and out of the round, as Ayan will take that kill, turn it into a body advantage for Mercenaries. But as we've seen before, body advantage doesn't necessarily mean that the round is going to go your way. Sandy sees the smokes coming in, wants to go for another aggressive peek right now, but no, too busy taking the drones, and MI7 will shut him down.
Oh, wait, Ayan. He's in such a strong position to play this one out. Sparkle stuck between a rock and a hard plays all the way to Astronomy. 2 angles to worry about. And it's going to be MI7 just catching him right around the corner. Beat once again stuck in an impossible situation to try and go in for a clutch. He just needs to wait and see what he can find. No real information whatsoever. He just needs to wait and try to maybe go in for something. Has the position in jacket. C4 gets the kill, but MI7, he just knew. Immediately dropped out as soon as he heard the sound. That's gonna be the kill that they wanted. And if Beat was able to find this clutch and made his way over onto the red stairs, things would have been over before it even got started here, Jack.
Because it's Beat, right? Really just activated in this match, clearly. But for the time being, that clutch, unfortunately, will be left to the, memory spaces of what if, because we are now
Attackers need to
going
locate
in
and defuse as many bombs
towards
as they can.
dining room and kitchen. on the first. Wow, excuse me right there. Voice crack on the first floor. We're going to be seeing how Hunters decides to react to this particular, site that they have chosen. They've come here before, basically, right? And it hasn't quite worked out from the way they would have wanted it to. They kind of got folded, so they're gonna have to try not do that. Now, one of the reasons they got folded, we all know why, right? Because they were just a bit too over aggressive, a bit too over eager, and just doing a bit too much in too little time. So they want to avoid that going into this round if they want to win this round and make it 4-2 again. Mercenaries, on the other hand, a 3-3 would be ideal for them going into round number 7, second half. Beat. Is he trying to bait someone up here? He might just be. There could be a repeller coming up to him in just a minute here. He's really sticking to this. But no, he doesn't get the sight line on where the rappel anchor is. Just falls back. Gotta get away very soon, Beat. What is he trying to do here, though?
He doesn't care. He's not going to get away. He wants this fight.
He's going to contest this. Oh, no.
No!
Oh, wow.
Oh, my God. My heart skipped a beat right there.
I see what you did there. Oh, puns. But nah, man. That beat, no way.
That was completely unintentional, but still, that was perfect.
It really was, yeah. 11 to the first half beat. Just, this map really working out for him right now. Oh, as I say that. All right, we've got a pulse scan going out right now. Rattler giving away information, and oh, the C4 pre-placed, and Thaw's down. Shinra taking damage.
Still have a couple of C4s to go. Never mind.
Yes, and Sandy finds one of them. That is, of course, the mute on the board.
Attackers have recovered their diffuser.
Okay.
Nitro deployed.
That's interesting. C4 is being used up left and right. Jittery is now the only one with the C4 remaining. How many C4s were there in that camp, actually? I think 4 C4s. If Beat had brought a C4, that'd be 5, but Sparkle finds one nonetheless. Shinra goes down. Jittery saw the back end of an operator over there. Here's the movement. MI7 goes down, as in the meanwhile, Jittery running out of ammo, has to fall back. Sight is about to be compromised the way this is going. Just surviving entry. He still wanted to go in. MI7 gets a kill. Sparko's down. Jittery now in a bit of an awkward position. Where does he really go in from? He wants to find the Twitch, but can't. Again, these mistakes that are being made. Hunters getting picked off as they're getting a bit too ahead of themselves right now. MRCZ isn't going to let you just walk away with the win, folks. You've got to still keep up momentum, as Hunters will have lost a good chunk of it in those last 2 rounds. Now going into the second half, Hunters on attack, and it's a 3-3. MRCZ could potentially mount something big here.
That was something very unexpected. Mercenaries, they're putting up a really strong fight on the map of Villa. And it seems as though they have done their homework properly as well to try and take these engagements. But the real issue is, Jack, let's just talk about how Mercenaries are winning a lot of their gunfights and a lot of their engagements. It really did come down to the individual skill level, now did it not? Did we really see the team play together as a roster in those type of instances? Not exactly. MI7, he came in clutch on multiple different rounds, but where's the setup for that to happen? I need to see some form of team play to showcase what exactly your team can do. I already know you're very incredible players when it comes down to the individual level. I want to see the team shine here. And Mercenaries, they're a group that was known to be one of the best team players in the entire region. But now, Hunters LFO, not only do they have the talent on their side when it comes down to individual skill level, but also as a team, they're working together flawlessly. And in those last couple of rounds, the heroics coming in from MI7, Shinra, Hasib, is what's giving them these ample opportunities to play around with. We need to see something different here, especially on this defensive side. And you know for a fact that Hunters, their attack, yeah, there's a lot of wacky strategies to look into.
Well, we're gonna have some shots fired immediately. That is the alibi taking damage right now. Shinra, be careful. More shots fired, but it's Jittery who goes down. Real unfortunate right there for the side of the attack. Jittery just kind of has been all over the place, but here comes Sandy for the refrag. Shinra is taken down. The trade, I should say. Summer Breach now on that Fox wall, but Sparko goes down. Zayan pushed up, got the kill, and denies a fair few things as well. They don't know where these players are. Taha finds beat. It's all up to Rattler. Sees one, sees the second, can't do much about this. Tags Zayan up a little bit, but Taha's there for cover. It's a 1v4. Sandy is now the last one standing.
He did get away with a little bit of something here, but they're not giving him anything. They know Sandy's an absolute menace. No swings whatsoever just yet. C4's in hand. Trying to make a little bit of noise to make sure that Sandy doesn't get an advantage here. No one's pushing him in this scenario, but okay, Taha maybe getting a bit too aggressive here for his own good. Does catch out the first initial player. Still in a pretty tough spot for them to be in. That's the stun. That's going to give him the cue to completely push his way in. Two corners have been cleared. Another sideline still to be found. Already goes on towards the back half wall. He downs the player and he expected it to be fine, but nope. One wasn't study. He was just waiting for the contact play to come in and a free kill to boot. Mercenaries, they take a very strong and hefty lead right off the bat on their own defensive side. And with this 3 and 4, Jack, I think third map could be in question.
I mean, the way it's going, yeah, I wouldn't question it now. Given the way that Hunters are playing, their coordination seems to have just completely fallen apart. The Mercenaries are taking full advantage of that. That is for certain. As we move now into second floor trophy and statuary. Hunters really looked good as well, right? In the first half, in the initial bit of first half, and all across Clubhouse. But that Hunter seems to have fallen by the wayside, as they are now just making single plays and, you know, trying to brute force their way into objectives and situations that simply cannot be brute forced. They are going to be contending with the Mira as well, as we saw from Hunters themselves. Mira is a bit of a pain in the backside to deal with. So now they'll have to deal with that same operator that they decided to not ban just to take care of the Azami. So we're looking at what could be a pretty intense situation here for Hunters. Mercenaries, on the other hand, they'll be very happy at the fact that they have managed a lead. Not just in terms of the second half, but in terms of the score. 4-3. They will now be looking to make this into a 7-3, 7-4. Even if it goes to overtime, they want to win. Hunters' attack, however, it really needs to step up something fierce here.
Unless they are able to step up properly. I don't see them being able to take this one away at all, Jack. Hunters, they're looking to be shaken up and they've lost quite a bit of momentum. And in this certain scenario, we would expect attack boss to come in, but it seems like the members of Hunters, natural to their roots, they're not wanting to take a pause whatsoever. They want to fight this one through thick and thin. But is that the correct call? I don't think so, not in this instance. What's the game plan here and what's the play? They still have not really gotten a lot of real estate to play around with, and it's already 1 minute past.
Alright then, Rattler on the upside down rappel, trying to find someone, but no, Thaw's gonna get Sparko. That is the ace gone. Selma will still clear the mirror window as Ayan is found.
What?
And wait a minute, Jittery just walks
Are
in?
you serious? He just walks in?
Okay then. Just in here right now. Oh, dear me, the Lion losing that gunfight. Not that great, but Jittery is great. Gets a triple. Finds the alibi as well. Trying to get into the bathroom, trying to get into cover.
Siege?
But Jittery just gets in and, hello. Literally just, hello. The way he would have walked
how you play Siege?
into the side. I mean, in a way, it actually kind of is when you think about it. So, yeah, in some moments when you see that your opponents are kind of all over the place, that they've got this big old defensive setup, you see a potential entry point, you take it. And with that, Hunters make it 4-4.
attackers need to locate.
He just didn't take it. He stole it away from them. The man just casually walked in as if he owned the place. What is this, Grove Street?
By attackers.
I mean, for all we know, it really could be, right? But anyhow, Hunters will now have to contend with the fact that the site is first floor dining and kitchen. They've come to this site a couple of times, and unfortunately, they've lost both times on the defense. Will the attack be any different? Looking at that attacking composition, they really want to get in. There's a good bit of soft breach, of course, going into...
Attacker's objective is to defuse a bomb.
there's a little bit of soft breach going into that sledge, excuse me, rather, for the pause. Just had to really think about what I was going to say. I lost my train of thought so quickly. But anyhow, Sledge being brought in means they're going to play vertical, but that Sledge has to stay alive. Raptors had a pretty quiet map so far, playing support for the most part, not really doing a whole lot else, as the first EE1D will be popped pretty early into the round. But there's a ping working as well, but no, Shinra wins that gunfight. Jittery goes down, but the Lion comes back, as the kill will be taken in return. I'm not sure how Jittery lost that, but again, the positioning just so bad from Hunters. What are you guys doing? How do you give away these kills like this? I know that might sound overly harsh, but come on. You gotta know that the perspective is not in your favor when you're peaking like that. As they've lost two very important bodies, beaten Jittery at the very beginning of the round.
It's gonna hurt them down the line as well. That's a Lion going down. Forget about Jittery in this case. Of course, he was playing the Iana. That's a lot of information that you can gain, but to lose out your Lion, which is one of the cornerstones for an attack, especially on any map in this current meta. How are you gonna brute force your way onto first floor? That's not gonna happen. They're looking really rough now for their hold. And again, you have to remember, Ion still alive on the Goyo. And this one Goyo could just easily turn the tides of the battle. Yes, they do have sector for control in their favor, and the Sledge can go to town. Just completely making sure he's a nuisance. And okay, Sparko equalizes things down just a slight little bit here. And with this, they have a 3v3 with everyone anchoring inside of the site. Now it's all up to Rattler. If Rattler finds one kill over from the top side, they have more than enough room to play around with and possibly go in for an entry here.
That is true.
That's
C4
C4
comes out. Sandy is DBNO, but there is no secondary C4 to confirm onto that kill, which means that Sandy will still be alive. Low on HP, but that's a Zofia. Even if the LMGs are not quite the meta anymore, Zofia is still a really, really strong operator. That M762, you do not want to underestimate that gun. No way, any day of the week, that gun will send you to the Shadow Realm if given the opportunity. Now, Living Room Library, there's a long cross angle being held from here. Rayan does see him, but no, misses the shots. And that is the signal that Sandy needed to know that, hey, there's somebody back there. I'm going to need some support here. Sees the fact that there's going to be somebody to his pantry.
Wait, someone's
the single
behind
wall
him.
is also going to be broken open.
You
The
heard it?
Goyo from the back, though. There he is. Shots are fired. Hasib gets one. It's all down to Rattler. Can he find these final two? He's walking right into the line of sight of MI7. And the Malusi will finish it off. Took a second, but it will be done. Hunters once again lose the lead. Again, losing the plot going into the site. Nobody cleared the Goyo. They didn't have too much time, but they could have still done it. And the early positioning in the beginning bits of the round, again, not that great from them. They need to get these things back in order. They had these things in order in the first half. Where did that go?
It's just, I don't know. I'm
Defenders,
stumbling
protect
on
your
my
bombs
own
from
words
being
at this
defused
point
by
because
attackers.
this does not look like the Hunters that we witnessed on the map of Clubhouse. They're looking extremely disconnected, and you have to remember, this is their home map. This is the map that they picked up themselves. And this is how it's gonna pan out. Things do not look that great for them just yet. It'll be interesting to say the very least of how this team adapts in this turnaround, because now Mercenaries, they're the ones in the lead, and they're the ones who are possibly going to be putting up match point here.
5 seconds remaining.
Anything is possible, and the real question is Rattler.
Attackers are Locate the bomb and defuse it.
Are you seeing what I'm seeing?
Okay then. That's a
Choo-choo?
blitz.
Choo choo.
There's no Jackal to come in with the blitz and the lion, but yes, folks, your eyes do not deceive you. I don't know if Sakshima Goat, aka Senpai, is in the chat, but I'm pretty sure he'll be very, very happy to see this. A blitz play in SA competitive. It feels like an eternity since we've gotten this. As Rattler's going to be droning himself in towards Study side, knows that there's got to be somebody on that Study landing. Or Restairs landing, pings out on the Jaeger, who's currently on a cam, which means he'll have to fall back, and he will do so. Rattler, you're turning the wrong way! And gets shut down. Again, a little bit of outdated info. MI7 just moving a tiny bit. And there you go. Kill is taken. Shindra taking damage in return from the other side of the map. But he'll just fall back. That's all they need to do, really. Just fall back.
What
and wait
just
for Hunters
happened
to
there
come to
with
them.
that push?
It fell apart pretty much entirely. I think that's the words you're looking for there.
Sadly, the trade's gonna get put to a halt. But in this scenario, for Hunters, how are you gonna try to bring this one back? They need to equalize their man count at the bare minimum right off the bat. Shinra, very low on HP,
Bomb
but
located by attackers.
MI7, he needs to get cleared out. He's holding Redsters like an absolute menace. And slowly but surely, he needs to just be held down a slight bit. They're not clearing out the lurks at all. These roams are going to be such a massive thorn on their sides as soon as the 1 minute mark comes on down through. Perfectly cooked nade, but still doesn't get a catch. Now Hunters, they're on the back foot and the ace is taking massive chunks of damage. Ayan gets another kill over onto Beat, and those are the kills that they want.
3v4 now, as it's really all down to these final three remaining. Sparko, Sandy, and Jittery. They've got their ace fragger still alive. That's what really matters here, right? But Jittery hasn't exactly had the best of maps here, but a double down. Wait a minute, Jittery's gonna get one. Tha is also on the floor, bleeding out right now. Shinra gets one, but gets traded immediately. It's effectively a 1v2, as MI7 has to try and play for the post plant right now. Can he get the revive off onto the Mira? He's gonna try it potentially. Might just get it. Jittery, their position will be given away from the Mira window, and yes, it is. The Mira still bleeding out, but will get revived. This could be huge right now. C4's in play. That means for the rest of this round, there's one coming around towards Study. It's being watched. C4's out. Will it find one? No, it doesn't, but the camera shake means a trade. Sandy and MI7.
Very low on HP.
It's all up to Taha. Very low on HP. Not much remains on that player's health pool right now. And
Perfect,
tries to go
Jittery.
for the kill.
What did you say about Jittery, by the way?
I mean, yeah, no, I'll take it back. Jittery was, don't get me wrong, Jittery was having a bit of a quiet map initially. But this round, stabilizing the statistics, the universe is healing, folks. But, jokes aside, Jittery didn't really even need to push, right? Because there were vertical lines of sight onto where the diffuser was planted, so he could just chill, find that specific vertical hole, and shoot down the counter diffuser with no real care in the world.
Attackers need
But
to locate
Taha,
and
the
defuse
Mira,
any bombs
had
they
to go
can.
for the kill. Otherwise, there was no way they could have, in any way, shape, or form, won the round. The trade was beautiful. And, thanks to the fact that that trade allowed it to go to the 1v1, Taha had the courage to go for that kill. And mind you, Taha probably shouldn't have even been alive. But it was well played in that moment from MI7 to get Taha back on his feet and get another player to help him retake the site. Unfortunately, it didn't quite pan out the way they wanted it to. They're going back to second for AVG. Trophy they did lose a couple of rounds ago, so I understand the hesitation to go there. But now, they're going to be faced with the situation. How do they deal with the fact that it's 5-5, an equalizer,
Heading out
once
to
again?
defuse a bomb.
It already does come down to the smallest of margins. Again, Hunters, they won out that round purely because Jittery was an absolute hero right up till the very end. He was able to survive, he was able to get those trades, and of course with Sandy on his side, there is not a situation where they will not win. But they need to showcase consistency for their plays. It's 5-5. It's equalized on the map of Villa, something that we were not expecting whatsoever in this instance. It's all about the information play. They need to get the info and they need to capitalize on top of it a lot earlier than what we saw coming out from Rattler. The guy just ran in with the blitz, man. Didn't work out, but still, hey, a comical moment for us on the audience.
Yep, that is true. As we now have to see if we're going to be going for overtime. Looks more and more likely with each passing round. Shield is pinged, but oh no, Shinra, not again. He's got another team kill under his belt, and Aeon's down. MI7 finds Jittery, but they've lost 2 bodies for the price of 1. They can't afford something like this again here. Sandy's low on HP. Hasib and Aeon have gone down in the meanwhile. And this is not a good start for the side.
Wait,
of
what are these
MRCZ.
mirror windows?
That's okay. Double mirror setup.
I have never seen that.
And both of them are closed as well, so it's not like an open mirror setup either. Okay.
Questionable.
Grenade from below. I think Rattler's gonna be going for it in just a moment here. It is expended, but it is not going to find anything for them. The line is down, mind you, Jittery. So no longer will Jittery be able to provide any kind of ping intel. Gemini comes in, gives some intel, and a trade between Sandy and Shinra. Once again, 3v2 now. Taha and MI7 back in the same position that they were in the last round. How do they go about this time?
Have that early advantage as well on their favor. Taha not in the position that they want to be in. Beat beautifully plays drone as well in this instance, and because of that drone, they have ample amounts of information to play around with. Positions are already found, and still Taha finds a kill. That's gonna be MI7 with another one. And Sparkle all by himself to try and go in for this hold. Has no information, has nothing in his favor. No sound whatsoever, still finds a frag. Possibly another kill. See, know that MI7's over on towards Study. That's gonna be the plan coming on down through. They need to go in for the push, and MI7, he doesn't have a rotation for this fight. That's a free plan for him to get.
No, he does. That rotate in the hallway. Gets the kill right on time. Oh, Sparkle's not gonna be happy about that. But you know who will be? MRCZ. It's map point for them, folks. They are 1 round away from taking us to map 3. Hunters will not be happy about having lost that round in that way, especially when it was a 5v3. They simply keep giving away too many bodies, and they cannot be allowed to get away with this any longer. Map point, Hunters. Overtime is going to have to be your
Attackers
call.
need to locate and defuse bombs.
We're gonna be witnessing a miracle happen from the side of Mercenaries is the real question. The match is just starting to heat up, and for Hunters, we need a pace changer. Unless we witness something incredible coming in from Hunters, especially when the side is kitchen and laundry, mind you. It's not gonna be that simple. It just won't.
10 seconds left before
This laundry hold coming in from Mercenaries was a massive turn on the sides of Hunters. They were not able to brute force their way in even when they had that second floor control.
attackers are moving out
So
to
what's the
locate a
game
bomb
plan
and
here
defuse
to
it.
change things up? They want to go from wine cellars to maybe push their way in from the staircases. They need to switch up and try something a little bit different. To go in for the other second floor control play that they would normally go in for, I don't think it's going to help them out here, not in this instance.
It might not, given everything that we've seen so far from them. But let's see how things go. Jittery has brought in the fuse. Okay. I mean, it is the first floor site. I do get why. But we'll have to wait and see about how this works, if it does, that is to say. Lion scans out right now, but it doesn't find any information particularly. It does stop the defenders from moving around for just a second, and that, of course, matters quite a bit when it comes down to the push. But again, it's gonna have to be all about taking this second floor. Shots are fired. Jittery stopping at just the right time to make sure he doesn't get caught out. There's one on 90. He's got to know this. He's pushing up. He's gone to red stairs. Where's the player that was on 90? We saw a shadow there. or well, operator shadow, so to speak, on the spectator side of things. But no, Taha's actually all the way up to main stage, so he's not going to be caught out just yet. Rattler's already gone for verticality. Gotta be careful of any C-Force flying up to meet him in the face, as he's going to go sledgehammer all over this top floor.
A lot of lines of sight opened up. C4 also being thrown. That could have gone haywire in just a couple of seconds. That's one Goyo mine already being taken over. So they don't have to worry about as much when running in towards the sideline, but still it's going to be a problem. The sledge going to town with that sledgehammer. He's having the time of his life, just breaking each and every entry point that he can find. Because of it, they have the entire site opened up to try and maybe find a frag, but members of MRCZ, they're not giving anything away, and it's going to be Shinra getting that first initial frag on towards the face of Rattler. That's a good kill for them to find, and with this kill, they're able to stabilize. They just need to wait, they just need to chill. It's all about the timing. That's going to be the first initial catch. They know where the player is, but still, is it enough? Not really. Jittery does find one. Jittery wants to find a secondary, but it doesn't happen. Hatsim's going to be the thing that shuts him down. Sandy?
Drop the bomb diffuser.
It's all up to you.
Oh. All right, couple of good kills right there. He's standing right next to one of the Goyo canisters, and he doesn't have too much time on his pocket. Going in, there is somebody in pantry, and there's somebody in that other side as well. Both of them are going to converge on him in just a second here, but they're also playing keep away. He doesn't have the diffuser. He needs the kill. He's walking into the face of a shotgun, and the timer will run out, folks. We are going to map number 3 because Hunters simply could not keep it together for long enough to win map 2. When they had a clear advantage, they needed to take it, but they did not. MRCZ taking advantage of all of those mistakes will push us all the way to map 3. And mind you, it was still a close game, a 7-5, no less, as we have had quite the game and a half here in Villa. But folks, it is going to be MRCZ taking Hunter's map pick away from them. And we had a couple of very, very exciting and enthralling moments. We had a couple of comedic moments as well. There we go. The little guy comes out over there on Aggressor's end. You know a match is serious when the little guy comes out, all right? So
Yeah, that's for sure.
all's fair at the end of the day, right? But, you know, jokes aside, well played to Mercenaries, really, really well played. I have to give it to them. They played their hearts out, and they managed to win the map. They got it going for themselves, which matters the most here. But Hunters, there's going to be some criticism from my end towards them. I apologize in advance. You guys might think it's a bit too harsh for me to say, but they really should have held it together.
They made a lot of mistakes.
They made too many mistakes. It should have been a done deal for them. In the first half only, they were 3-2 up. And that dining room, they should have won. Not even dining room. Second floor trophy, they should have won. Why were they just intent on taking these 1v1s? It makes no sense to me, folks. I'll talk more about that when we go into the highlights in just a short moment here. But yeah, just very odd decisions being made from the Hunters camp. And of course, Mercenaries, they had their share of odd decisions as well. We'll go into the highlights to talk a little bit more about that, of course. And mind you, in the very first round, we had one of two, count them, 2 team kills in the entirety of the match. We didn't get to see it just there because it was a grenade used on a teammate, but at the end of the day, you know, it is what it is. It was Shinra, right, for both team kills, ending on a 7-9, I believe, on the map. So, hey, might as well make that a 9-9, right? If you can't get kills on enemies, you might as well get kills on your teammates. I'm just joking, folks. Don't tear me a new one, thank you. But the match, Hunters, they were 3-1 up, and they really just started to completely lose the flow after that. Too much aggression, too much, you know, just playing on the front foot for too long when they simply weren't there. And some of it worked, but it's not going to work all the time. 70% of the time even. And Mercenaries, of course, they showed us exactly why.
Just didn't make any sense at all. We wanted to see something drastically different coming out from Hunters, and Hunters just dropped the ball in more ways than one. This was not the Hunters that we know and love. This was very uncharacteristic of them, the mistakes that they were making. And a lot of the rounds that they did win out on was purely because Jittery just walked in casually and got frags because of his raw mechanical skill.
Mm-hmm.
That is not how you're supposed to play the game of Siege. Where's the team play? Where's the coordination? Where's the communication as well? And you have to remember the members of MRCZ, they made so many mistakes all throughout this entire map. There was even a team kill to boot coming in from Shinra. When you have those kind of mistakes coming into a round and you're still able to win it out, that's just a done for deal right then and then.
It really is, isn't it? And it's a bit of a shame. Hunters could have pushed it to overtime. It really felt like they should have been able to push it to overtime. But unfortunately, it simply was not to be. Late reactions, bad placements and movements, and just overall awkward decision making from them led them to the round loss that they see in front of them. The map loss, that is, they saw in front of them just there. And now we will be going to map 3, which is, folks, say it with me now, the SA Classic Oregon. Or should I say Oregon, because it's there every single game, or nearly every single game. You'd think, right, with there being what now, like 9 maps in the entire pool, and I'm pretty sure Stadium's going to be added to the map pool at some point, right? Like, at least I would hope so. That people would actually play some different maps, but I guess that's a bit too much to ask for, because unless you're Hunters or Mercenaries, even Chalet doesn't come out. And in early bits of the competition, like today's match, which is a qualifiers game, not the playoffs BO5, mind you, we don't even get to see that, to be fair. Chalet's been brought into the fold a bit more, but I'd like to see more Skyscraper. I'd like to see more Border. Bank, where are these maps, guys? Come on, make it interesting. Especially when you can play to the same caliber that Hunters and MRCZ can. Or even then, just bring out these maps, surprise your opponents, take games. But, you know, as we've seen before, sometimes those pleas tend to fall on deaf ears. So, let's have a look at the match summary. 7-5 and pretty similar scorecards on both sides. 16-8 to Sandy, 15-6 to MI7.
It's a pretty far cry from what we saw coming in from Hunters when it came down to their first initial game. 77% cost coming in from Sandy, 62 for Beat, Jittery with 46, Sparkle with 46, and Rattler with 38. I don't know what really happened to them in this instance at all. Map number 1, they looked clean, they looked fine. The impact frags were showcased throughout the entire matchup. But here, they got frags, yes, but were they impact frags? Not at all. Mercenaries, they were not even fazed by any of it. They played to their heart's content, and they made sure it was a close competition. And to get a 15-6 against this team, MI7, he just had the game of his life. He was able to perform and keep his team afloat, and that is how you make it happen.
That is indeed how you make a performance like that happen. 100%. MI7 really standing tall for the team right there. So there you have it, folks. The maps and the scores on your screens right now. Hunters taking a 7-3 on Clubhouse. MRCZ taking a 7-5 on Villa. Oregon, which is the third map, will be in play. And we will be seeing exactly how both of these teams are going to play on that map. Oregon, I'm feeling like an overtime, folks. There's potentially a big one coming. So make sure you guys are ready. Make sure you guys have your, dinner, popcorn, whatever have you. It's what's the time even? 10:20 or close to. So yeah, make sure you have all your food, your drinks ready. We'll be right back after this short break for the finisher to this game. Alrighty then, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again to the Esports Club Pro Series Fall Edition for Rainbow-Six-Siege, supported by Ubisoft and powered by Zotac Gaming, and of course, our broadcast partner, Loco. I'm your host, Blackjack. Joining me is my co-host, Aggressive, as we're back for now what is, I believe, one of the first and very few instances of a map 3 in a BO3 in the qualifiers. We don't get this too often, folks, so let's relish it while it's here. Map number 3, Oregon, with MRCZ going on the attack first. No real surprises right there, all things considered, but they will be on the defense second half. Oregon is a bit more split between attackers and defenders than Clubhouse is. It's much more close, like 51-49, but that 51 is still on the defensive side. So it's going to be interesting as to how both teams are going to be playing this map. Hunters defense first, and of course, Mercenaries attack first. Here we go, folks. We're not going to be wasting any time at all. We're going straight in to the ban phase and the map. Here we go.
This will be a very interesting fight, that's for certain as well, because the way that Hunters ended off the second map, it just left so much to be desired for the team. Just did not look to be in the best of spirits. But the way that Hunters play, they love to go in for bans that is a little bit more unorthodox, that allows them to play their defensive side or their attacking side in a much more safer line. And in this scenario, bearing out the Flores, very smart, because those deployable shields will be an absolute nuisance for Mercenaries to try and handle.
Thatcher, of course, ever present as the ban phase continues to while on. No real surprises of the Thatcher ban. Like, let's be real here. We've got ourselves plenty of Thatchers to go through. We have the secondary EMPs, right? So anybody can just be a discount Thatcher at any given point of the map. So why bother playing Thatcher at this point, right? Mira will be banned from the MRCZ side as well. Really just making sure that there are none of those really strong operators on this map of Oregon. Hunters have the final ban of the night, and they're going to be taking their sweet time with this decision. As the timer takes down, though, it is going to be Valkyrie. No real surprises there once again. Pretty much standard bans, all things considered. Flores has risen recently in terms of the ban rate. So, there you have it. Flores, Thatcher, Mira, and Valkyrie are your bans here. And with that, folks, we're going to be going straight into Oregon round 1. Basement, laundry, and supply room coming out from the Hunters LFO immediately as they prepare what could be the site to start it off and potentially even set the pace of this competition.
Pretty much anything could happen here in this instance. The way that all of this is going to pan out. What's the setup for them here? Goyo is going to get picked up by Beat, something that is not as expected on this particular map as well. Goyo is not something that we see here on the basement holes that often, but maybe Hunters, they have a strategy that we are not that familiar with. Taking a bit of time to close everything up and get the setup done, but with 10 seconds left, all of the anchors and of course the roamers will be able to find their positions. Goyo, though, on the other hand, what is he up to? This is what I'm really hoping to see, because the setup that he will do could just be the make it or break it for Hunters, because this is a massive X factor for them to find.
That it might just be. The Goyo, we've seen it before from Hunters, as Taha's drone really, taking time away from whichever defender was on the first floor, trying to take it out there by the fold that is above the drone hole, but no Sparko. Just sprays through a window and gets MI7. Nah, man.
That was that accidental or was that intentional?
Whoa!
Whoa! Whoa! Whoa! Whoa! Whoa! Whoa! Hello?
All right. This is gonna be a good one, folks. This is going to be
a tit for tat, literally.
One. Absolutely, and there's the fire back. Beat gets one. Hasib now trying to find one more. Gets the Goyo down. Can't configure onto Beat. Can't get the confirmation onto Beat. Excuse me. Verticality, Sandy. Excuse me. He wins that. Shinra goes down. It's all now down to the 3v2. Hasib gets the confirmation onto Beat. Finally. But it is that situation once again. Mercenaries with that man disadvantage. as we have seen them be pushed onto time and time again. Hunters now have fallen back onto the site. They're not taking any risks here. The Hunters that we wanted to see on map 2, we're going to see here. Minute 37 on the clock, so plenty of time to, allow for the Mercenaries to just set up a push, get into position with these two players that they have remaining. But they're also going to have to calm their nerves. There was a lot of chaos in the first minute and a half of this round. The remaining few that they have, that is to say the remaining 75 seconds, they will need to calm themselves down and approach this as well as they can.
Right up. Clear.
Doesn't look to be as clean as you would have hoped for, but for now, let's just take a couple of steps back and try to figure out what exactly could the members of Mercenaries do to try and bring things back. Again, they're on a pretty tough spot, but a couple of very over-aggressive defenders could just be the thing that Hasib wants. He spotted out one, and a couple of good shots could be all that he needs. That's going to be the first initial position to try and find Taha. Wait, where did he come from? Hello?
The hatch drop from Taha. Unfortunately, Hasib couldn't quite follow up in the same way that he would have wanted to. And Taha now, well, not much health remains. Shotguns out from Rattler, but Sparkle comes around on the long hallway, gets the final kill as well. Meeting hatch was opened. Taha tried to get down it, tried to turn around, go towards blue maybe, and the Lion actually had the right idea. That is to, Hasib, that is turned around, found the aggressive, the alibi, coming up the hallway. But unfortunately, they kind of lost coordination after a point, because as soon as the line went down, Taha just was left in no man's land. And with that, round 2 is going to be in play. We're going to Meeting Hall and Kitchen. Hunters are not going to be going second floor yet, because that's the site you expect from them. That's the site you expect from any defending team on Oregon. But today, it's Hunters, which means we're not going to be seeing the most expected stuff immediately. In fact, we're going off to first floor.
Attackers have discovered the location of a bomb.
Anything could happen here in this instance. And Hunters, they open things up pretty well, but again, we have seen Hunters do very good openings, but they can't really keep the momentum in their favor, and it seems to be a rising issue for every team in the Foundation. They get that early advantage, they get the momentum in their
5
favor,
seconds to insertion.
and a little bit later they just absolutely drop the ball and they have no way of trying to fight it.
Attackers' objective is to defuse a bomb.
They need to start building up their advantages. They need to start holding down on a lot of their positions and understand exactly what they could do better in the following roundup. You can never get too complacent in your position, because as soon as you do, that's exactly when someone's going to swoop down and completely steal or counter. And in this scenario, that's what Mercenaries are hoping to do. Oh boy, Sparkle, you got to give that one up. Give that space away. Don't take that engagement. You need to live. You're an anchor on a Jaeger that needs to survive. Otherwise, any of these roams or any of these plays is not going to work with Sandy. Okay, on the Frost. Who needs a Pog, man? And he got the actual player on the table.
Who needs a
Gets
Pog
that first kill,
Rattler?
and that's a
Pog gun.
The attacker's bomb diffuser has been dropped.
Sparkle finds another. Taha's going to get that, get taken down. And, ooh, beautiful shot there from Ayan, but immediate trade back from Beat. Shinra finds Sparko in the meanwhile. I realized that I made you speechless with that absolute horrible joke, and that just took over on the turn. Sorry about that, aggressive. You know I had to do it to him, eh? Okay, no.
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 I'm not giving you that one, sorry. Bad job, bad.
Hey, man. Sometimes you gotta just throw it out there, see if it sticks. You know, the Marvel formula. Throw the jokes out there, see if any of them stick. Probably won't, but never know, right? But the 1v3, well, 2v3 actually. Shinra and MI7, where are they? They're off towards second floor, towards bedroom actually, and they've gotten another big important kill. Rattler is gone. That's the smoke now on the floor, which means that they have a chance here of potentially pulling this back. Drones have spotted exactly where the Aruni is. Position will be given away once again. Shinra doing a ton of good droning right now, as Jittery has to fall back, is forced to fall back from offices. MI7 wanting to join Shinra as they need to recover the diffuser. 40 seconds on the clock. They are gonna go in. They gotta be careful of the hallway, because that's where Jittery is right now. They know where the Malusi is. Again, position's given away, but Jittery finds MI7 still. Now it's all up to Shinra. Going in towards security, now into the site. He's in here. If he finds one, he could potentially open things up for the plant. He's going for the Malusi. He knows that there's somebody towards the corner of the door. No, actually, he does not.
The sound.
Looking at the long angle and gets caught out. And beat. We'll finish it off. Hunters, 2-0.
Sound cues are everything. And I do believe if Beat just walked in very slowly, sorry, not Beat, Shinra just walked in very slowly, there was a possibility of him finding that frag, but it's a tough one to get. And Hunters, they casually walk away with it. 2-0 for their side. Still not as convincing as you'd have hoped for, but still, was it a good round? Yes, it was. Each and every note was hit perfectly. And in this scenario, I'm going to give the side of Mercenaries the benefit of the doubt as they're heading on down over onto kits and dorms. Normally a sideline that you would always expect to come in first, but the fact that Hunters picked it last, this could be their weakest side. So Mercenaries, they do have a small bit of a chance to try and take this one away.
Let's see how Mercenaries fires back here, because they kind of need to, right? If they're not able to, well, that's pretty much it. Game, set, and match. And the kind of effort they had to put into play and win Villa, they're going to need to put in similarly large amounts of effort here, because, again, otherwise, game, set, and match come back in Qualifier 2. So we'll see how they play around with this, with these first 2 rounds now a full factor in this match. Second floor, finally the site of choice, as it were. Dorms coming out from the Hunters. The site that you normally see first from pretty much every other team. That's not these 2 teams come out, but okay, Jittery. Interesting angles to be playing with here. A couple of Azami barriers. Actually, this is a smart thing to do with the Kiba, because this allows you to play second top floor of tower with a lot of cover. Normally, tower top floor doesn't afford you this kind of cover. Jittery is just hanging around here. Hasib's put on some pressure towards him, but nothing that's really uprooted this Azami from this position. Jittery knows where these attackers are too. He's just piling on cover after cover with each passing moment, as Beat, unfortunately, will be down as the grenade came in to take out the shield that he was sitting behind. Could be the first kill. No, seems like a revive will come in instead. There we go, waiting until mostly the perfect time. The legs are still poking out the door, but Sandy gets the cover going. Ion falls.
That's the first kill that came in after a pretty long time. Again, a couple of good nades from Shinra could open things up, but not the position that he wants to be in. Not a perfectly cut nade, but still, regardless, he does find a catch. Get some info at the bare minimum. No one's in that specific position, but still, the walls have not been opened up. They're playing for a complete and utter roam clear, and they're wasting so much time. With 50 seconds left, they've lost 2 people already. No info whatsoever. What's the game plan here? Someone's walking into small tower now?
All right. Shinra finds Rattler in the meanwhile. That small turbos might be a bit too late, but you never know. The Azami is still first floor. Jittery has given away his position. MI7 finds Beat meanwhile. 3 versus 3. Equalizes here. This could be something big. So there's a tiny little hole in the bedroom wall I can see over there. I think that's going to be used as entry. Oh, MI7 taking shots, but no. Sandy getting a bit too, just a bit too into shooting the Osa's feet right there. Unfortunately, not taking the chances as they came, which now leaves it down to a side retake situation. MI7 coming up the white stairs, gets seen, and just how do these 2 defenders even get in? Sparkle finds one, Jittery finds the other. MI7's gotten the plant off.
They know where the Osa is?
Then both of them. Ooh. MI7 finds Jittery though, but loses the gunfight to Sparkle.
Here's the clutch,
Dependable
Gene.
as ever. Gets the clutch and keeps Hunters in the lead with 0 rounds gone to MRCZ so far. It will be 3-0 to the Hunters.
My god, he has a clutch gene built into him. Sparko, how many times have we seen him in these type of scenarios and he still comes out of it alive? The man just knows what he needs to do in these clutches. But again, it's all coming down to the wire. I'm reliving map number 1 here at this point, Jack. Both teams are at each other's throats and it's all coming down to the last couple of seconds.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
Well, looks like we've got a rehost coming in, folks. Really unfortunate. I think it's another game crash, potentially, given the timing of it. But, well, we're going to wait for the rehost to happen as we come back to us, myself, and Aggressive for just a short moment here. Don't you worry as the rehost comes into effect here. So, really unfortunate that the action had to pause the way it did, but it is what it is, right? MRCZ, though, they'll probably need a break like this. That is for sure, because it's not exactly going all too good for them, right? They lost so many bodies in the early bit of the round, in round number 3. They did bring it back. It was still a 3v3. I mean, Hunters did, again, show signs of getting a bit too over-aggressive, a bit too over-eager, and they got punished for it. So Mercenaries were able to push in. They were able to make the site their own. It was a 2v3 after that. And it came down to, of course, Jittery and Sparko turning things around, coming from both sides, one from the trophy up Armory Stairs and one from White Stairs, and both managing to get the clutch. Sparko getting that final kill and the counter defuse going. So good stuff from them, but again, it really shouldn't have to be this sort of a clutch situation, right? It can just be just as simply one of those moments where you could have just prevented it from happening. Peeking weirdly the way that they did, especially the Wamai, right? From inside a tower. I get it. You want to clean out the OSA quickly, but like, you might want to watch for anybody behind the OSA, right? Unfortunately, that wasn't done. And we saw the results of that. It's kind of reminiscent of map number 2, Villa, where they were just doing these weird things in solo plays and weird other decisions being made. Wasn't quite the Hunters we're familiar with, but hey, it is what it is. It's a qualifiers match, so maybe they're taking it a little bit easier. Same with Mercenaries, right? Because both of them aren't quite up to the same standard that we saw them last as in the BO5 Grand Finals. That's a qualifier. They still have calls too, so there's going to be a little bit of chill vibes going on in the comms. But at the same time, you kind of don't want to make those sorts of weird decisions, right? Because after a point, you'll be like, okay, let's play this seriously now. And then you just can't bring it back, right? We've seen it happen before, so who knows, it could happen again. And one of these teams will have to play call too. So there's also that to worry about.
There's just so much that they need to go through to try and even get to that playoffs. And the mistakes that are being made by Mercenaries here, it's something that you just cannot defend now, can you? It's not even like those drastic mistakes that can easily lose you games, but explain to me, how did Jittery and Sparko kill 2 people on that particular round when they had complete site control? The attic was there. Jittery came in from White Stairs, no, not White Stairs. It was Main Stairs, I do believe.
Armory
from Main
Stairs,
Stairs, from Armory Stairs. He came in from Armory Stairs, casually killed 2 people, and they got away with that?
Yeah,
the members
that
of
kinda just
Hunters, they're
happens.
winning rounds purely because of their heroics coming in from Jittery in a lot of these instances. And Hunters, they're not able to shut him down. Is that one player that much of a problem for you? Seems to be the case. Jittery, he seems to be their kryptonite.
I mean, yeah, I gotta agree with you there. It really seems like there might be a bit of that going on here. And Jittery's definitely not one to miss moments like that, right? Sure, he's not exactly had the most explosive qualifier so far, but he might just be saving a lot of that for in the playoffs itself when they will really need him, right? They gotta get into the top 8 first, so they're doing that slowly but surely as we wait for the players to join back in once the lobby is remade, of course. Once again, folks, reminder for those joining us right now, we are in the middle of a rehost. As in to say, there was a technical difficulty for one of the players. They couldn't join back before the round started, so rehost was called, yada, yada, yada. It's South Asia. Things like these always happen. But That point notwithstanding, I want to see Mercenaries play a bit better going forward from here. We're definitely going back to Basement Laundry in the next round, right? Because that's the first site that Hunters played and they won. And it's been 2 rounds since, so they'll be able to go back to that. They can't go back to meeting, and obviously they can't go back to dorms because those are locked behind the win condition. So, Laundry, unless they feel brave and pull out kitchen dining, and extend it to meeting again, because they very well could for all we know, right?
Yeah,
But
that's
that's a
true.
bit more of a difficult site. I don't see them playing that today. Definitely have a strat for that. Let's be real here. But
It's
I don't
Hunters.
see them playing it today. Yeah, it's Hunters, but I don't see them playing it today just purely for the fact that they don't want to reveal that strat today, right? Because why would you? So the best case scenario here for them now is to just play the normal stuff. Just play what you know and try to outgun and outmove, outsmart mercenaries, right? It's difficult to do, but a team like Hunters is certainly going to be able to do it as they continue to move forward from where they stand at the minute. But the question is, and this one I'm going to pass on to you, Aggressive, can mercenaries bring it back, given what we've seen so far?
Mercenaries, they need to first of all work out how they can close out rounds when they have a man advantage. Again, it feels as though they start to get a little bit too overeager. Their communication lines feel to be massively disregarded, and their communication factor is just not as present. They have no idea what's happening. They also completely lost MI7. I don't know. Did he not give the calls to his teammates that Jittery was holding from the side of armory stairs? One person was on voice stairs, two different
Hmm.
crossfires being held. It's completely fine and dandy. You still got the plant off, didn't you? The diffuser was already put down, and you could have played inside of attic. Was there a reason for you to go over aggressive on the peak? Do you know that there was an aggressive player coming in from white stairs? Yes, the white stairs player is the only one that could contest the plan. You can easily hold the player on Y stairs, go in for a trade, then you can go in for a double dip onto armory stairs. Or even just don't even go in for that swing. You could have just stayed inside of attic. There were a lot of different plays that you could have gone for, but they opted for none of them.
Hmm. Yeah, there's a lot of things to be said about that mercenaries play from that round, right? So it's understandable that there is a fair bit of criticism that should be levied at them. I'm pretty sure their coach is going to be looking at that round particularly hard, so to speak. And once the match is done, once they go back for VOD reviews and training for either next qualifier or even if they win for the Pro Series, and even before that, right? Even if they do play qualifier 2, they'll need to train to fix these issues and errors that we've seen from them before.
True.
Because unlike the Hunters, who seem to just kind of show up in the big days, right? Hunters, they have this thing where they take a little bit of time to start up and they take a few rounds here or there to push themselves into gear. And when they're doing that, they tend to make a good number of mistakes that can be capitalized on. Kira has pushed them onto the back foot before. Even Retrograde has given them some trouble, where Hunters really haven't had that much trouble from any of those teams in particular, especially this year. Before they've had it, but not this year. No, Hunters have been on a training arc, a la anime style. I'll be honest with you. But
True.
regardless of all of those jokes, it's very true that Mercenaries has had a bit of a weird year so far. Not the best for them, definitely not the worst though. So they'll have to again improve and adapt and just overcome these issues over time. We've seen them for a while now. We've seen them since Pro Series 1. And it's about to be like after Pro Series 3, which is this fall edition, of course, we will be 3 months into, not even three, actually, nearly 6 months, right? Since the first Pro Series. No, how many months has it been? Pro Series 1, I don't know. I'm bad in math. But it's been a good number of months, okay? Good number of weeks that we've seen them make these sorts of mistakes for. And it yeah, they just kind of haven't really improved from that. Like they've improved in other areas, sure. Their overall gunplay, their positioning, it's a lot better than before. But these mistakes of getting over aggressive, losing coordination, and having just overall very messy comms, it becomes very clear in these moments that they've got messy comms, right? Everybody's saying something else, like one thing or the other, that it becomes very cluttered and it's hard to parse information. It seems to keep happening with them for whatever reason. Sure, Hunters, they walk away with these mistakes every now and again too, but it's because they keep winning rounds that we don't say much about it. They're still getting the wins, right, at the end of the day. And we pointed
Yeah,
out when
true.
it's happening. But after the fact, if they win the round, it's still on them, and they still took it. Mercenaries, on the other hand, will need to do less of that. They need to get it out of their system. Whatever's happening, get it out of your system, guys. You've got this rehost time. As we wait for the players to join the lobby, just make sure you guys are all cool headed. Coming back into the match, it is 0-3, yes, but the momentum is reset. Hunters will still have to win another round to gain it back. This is your chance to fight back for this map as well.
Yeah, that's a guarantee on that. And I do believe that the members of Mercenaries, they had the roster changes as well. That could be another big factor in why the team is not functioning properly. Mercenaries, they have showcased their proficiency as a team when they had their old roster with Poison, with Hardin on their side. But now that they're not present anymore, I don't know. Mercenaries just does not feel like Mercenaries. They have a lot of superstar potential on their team, but again, having superstars doesn't mean you're a good team. We've seen this in the past as well. A team that works together a lot better, even if you don't have that star performer, is way better than any team that has that one individual that can frag out of his mind. And there's like three superstars on the team. Don't forget that. There's Taha, MI7, and Shinra. And all three of them are constantly fighting each other to try and maybe get that early advantage. But for now, we're going to be heading on down over into a short little break, ladies and gentlemen, because the problem's going to be handled in just a little bit. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Alrighty then, everyone. Welcome back once again to the Hunters LFO versus Mercenaries match. It took a hot minute for us to get back into the game, but we are back indeed. Because of that technical reels, we had to take a second to just step back, regain our energies, and now we are here. Hunters, our 3-0 Mercenaries, have yet to take around. The site that we are going to is Basement Laundry and Supply
Attackers
Room.
need to locate and defuse
As
bombs.
Hunters, of course, like we said, 3-0 up. Aggressive. We're back. But Mercenaries, are they back?
Well, it's gonna be a tough one for them to find as well. I do believe their defensive side will be a little bit stronger, considering Oregon is just a slight, like very slight bit more favored towards the defensive side. But again, it's a pretty tough bet. Just as you stated, it's just a 1% off. Nothing more than that. For Hunters,
10 seconds
the
left
way
before
that they have
insertion.
showcased their proficiency in this map, it's pretty smart, especially on these 3 versus 2 scenarios when they have no form of an advantage. They're able to showcase their raw mechanical skill to the fullest, and not having a Flores as well is hurting Mercenaries so heavily. The amount of shields that they could have broken if they had the R4C Rotero in their hands, it would have been drastically different how each and every sideline was played here.
Well, it is what it is, right? In terms of the bans, no point crying over spilt milk. That's what Mercenaries will be saying right now. As we have the first bits of droning, the first bits of entry being staged from the attack. Jittery sees the shots coming towards him. The drones are going to give away his position in just a sec, but it's Sandy to find Shinra. That's a huge starter. Your sledge, soft breach, and grenades all gone.
And that is one of the most important parts as well for you to find early on in the round. If you don't have those grenades, taking fridge control away is going to be even more difficult. I am hoping that Ayan survives this instance. He's the only one that has grenades left. And if he dies, God save the queen. Nothing's going to stop him here. Wait, I should not say that anymore.
Yeah, not anymore. Thank you. Recent events have definitely been catching up to us. But anyhow, let's not talk about that. We have what could be a white stairs push from Ayan being set up in just a second here. No, this has to go into security instead, taking care of utilities that are inside that area. But the defenders have pretty much all bailed out. All except for that one player, Jittery. Top white being held down by the Zofia, Rattler, and Sandy. Both of them are here to try and make something off of a counter play. But Rattler got a bit too antsy. This is a problem for the Hunters in this match in that they keep getting too antsy too quickly. And they give away the bodies when they really shouldn't. Minute remaining. Grenade comes out, doesn't find anything. The Alibi gets the kill. That's Sandy with one more. Ayan down. MI7 now pushing towards the site. Trying to get what could be the player towards the laundry corner. Maybe someone who's reinforcing off blue. No, they're not actually going to reinforce off blue. They're going to play in blue instead.
They know that he's in laundry?
Reinforcement will be put down. MI7 can't really do much about it. Even if they know he's there, can't do much about it. There will be a counterplay in just a second. Hopefully. The Goyo is in cubby, but that Twitch has been mighty quiet.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to be expecting him. He's making that slow walk up from storage. This could easily just turn the tides of the battle in their favor. If MI7 is able to just find that first initial kill, that's a good chunk of noise already being given. And MI7, hello? Did he just run into the Goyo fire?
Kind of had to. No time.
Oh,
that
yeah,
Goyo
no
fire
time.
lasts for an excruciatingly long time. And well, we
That's for an
saw the
eternity.
results of that. Yep, it is an eternity. Goyo's canisters are still so strong. But they're a bit more situational now than before when they were just deployable shields, right? So, I mean, it's an all-around good rework to Goyo, but he's still really, really strong. Not a problem, just annoyingly strong. Hunters LFO in the meanwhile, well, they will be pretty much annoying the living daylights out of Mercenaries with these round wins. They're now 4-0 up, with MRCZ nary a comeback or any sort of breath of life from them even.
Jittery, you okay there, buddy?
is a little hit up, but yeah.
Attackers have discovered the location of a bomb.
Unfortunate situations for Jittery because this guy likes to play it aggressive, but now on the Aruni, very low on HP, not really going to be going anywhere anytime soon. They're all just stuck. Doors stuck, son. Doors stuck. Little bit of a comical moment for Hunters, but hey, they're still getting the rounds on the board, right? So, whoop you freaking.
Attackers' objective is to defuse a bomb.
Well, we of course have the site of choice from Hunters. Meeting, no surprises right there, given the way things are going around here. As in the meanwhile, Jittery is, just going to be holding above. But like you said, holding on the back foot just a little bit because of the fact that that shotgun took a good chunk out of his HP. Sandy's been down in the meanwhile, going for an early peek against Shinra. Loses the gunfight this time. Shinra will take one back. Sandy will not be too happy about that. The Frost, of course, got the Pogmats out all over the place, so no real surprises there. But we've got these angles that are made by Hunters that could still be put to use. Even if there's 4 players alive, Sparko from the back finds one, needs to fall away, and he does somehow survive the shots from main stairs. Mans is alive right now, and not just alive, taking shots. Ashiri gets another. Here's the rappel. Probably got a call that, hey, there's somebody on kids' dorms rappel. You might want to take him out. And boy, howdy, did he do just that. MI7 trying to get a shot off, but still unable to. They're trying to go for the roam clear because they need verticality to get into the site. He's out. Shots fired. Beat is low. They're low on HP, but they're not being killed. Finally, Beat will be shut down. Hasif comes in with one. Can he get another? No. Jaeger wins that gunfight. Sparko just so good today. Walks away, putting it back on a 3v2.
Still getting everything done in perfections. But still, they've completely given up the second floor. That's completely okay because, hey, you got that early man advantage. You have all the information in the entire world. You wasted a bunch of utility to try and make sure they get that second floor control. Plus, on the other side of the spectrum, they don't have drones. They only have one to play around with coming in from Daha, and that's it. And that one drone's just not going to be enough. 1 minute left on the clock. The Buck is trying to open up everything that he can with the skeleton key, but still, it's not going to be enough. The members of Hunters, they don't play common lines of sight. They know that the Buck is trying to play vertical. He's just going to wait. He's just going to chill, and there's absolutely nothing that he can do to try and get this one away. They need to jump on in. And unless they do it early enough and maybe just slowly clear things out with Taha's drone, they won't win this. Never mind, I take it back.
Immediately making you question why you even said what you just said. I know that happens to be all the time when casting these sorts of matches, but Sparko and Jittery very low on HP, but it's not like that matters. Sparko just comes in, finds the planter nonetheless. All right, MI7 now caught in a catch-22. Trying to find at least one of these two players or go for the plant. He's going to choose to go for the kills, but no, has to try and plant by the freezer. Maybe the sound is given away. His position is known. They're pushing up towards him. Pre-fires out, but he can only get one. Sparko decided not to aggress as soon as he knew the plant was not happening. He heard the Buck shooting. He was like, nope, I don't want none of that. Hunters once again walk away with just one player remaining. MRCZ's mid-rounds have seen them make comebacks, but they just aren't enough. Their end rounds are simply too scrappy, too sloppy. They aren't able to finish their plate.
It's been happening consistently throughout this entire game as well. Mercenaries, they're just not able to find that proper foothold that they want, especially in these 2 versus 2 scenarios. And why is it happening? It's all about the time. They're not managing their time whatsoever, but at the same time, Hunters, they're doing such a good job of wasting all of that time. So can you really blame MRCZ? No. Because if Hunters are going to waste that much utility and that much time coming in from the attack, you need to be a lot faster. Maybe the side of Mercenaries need to take a bit more risk instead of playing it safe. I don't see them getting away with this unless they utilize utility to be a lot more aggressive in the way that they're taking their sidelines. Because you have to remember, Jittery started off with a very massive disadvantage and he still got away with 2 kills.
Attackers are moving to defuse a bomb.
Well, right now. We'll have to see if Mercenaries can somehow manage to clear whatever they start. It's the last round of the first half. They're going to be going defense in the second half after this, round 7 onwards. But that's the thing, folks. It's 5-0. In any other situation, I'd be saying that it's a done deal. But with Mercenaries, yes, it is. I was going to go into that in just a second, right? MI7 has brought out the sense, folks.
Attackers dropped the
And should be interesting to see how that operator is put into use. It's second floor bedroom, the site that I would say that Hunters had the most problems on, as Jury finds one, but Hasib with 2 back-to-back, Rattler and Sparko. Very big problems for the side of the attack. Sparko more so, obviously. Rattler has done some good work as well. So with both of them gone, it's going to make things a bit more difficult here for the Hunters to hold on. They've lost the body count advantage pretty quickly. And in the meanwhile, let's see how the defense goes. A sense has been thrown in, one of the sense gadgets. I think it's called it's the audio projector. Thrown into the site, but all it's done is cut off one line of sight and not do a whole lot else. Jittery, he saw the player, he sees the rappel, but no, he's fallen back instead, hearing the rappel onto the floor and then the cancellation of it. So now, minute 30 on the clock. Mercenaries, they're still
Would you have run out to
ready
try and go
for
in for that
entry.
kill?
Maybe? Oh, that's going to be a grenade. That's going to be a grenade, but no, walks away from it. Oh boy.
I don't like this. I don't like this one bit. Things are looking very dicey from either side, and maybe Jittery could just get a possible kill here. Heard out all the sounds, has a picture in his mind of exactly where all 3 of these players could be at. Weister's already on the front entrance side. Nasib, how do you want to find this one? They're again running out of time. Look at the clock, 40 seconds left nearly here. And they're still gonna need to work their way in. Sandy's gonna be finding the first initial kill. Jittery going in for his casual peeks over from the side. And they have full control. No one's in yet. This is bad.
Oh! Jittery exposing his head just a little bit too much there. Hasib gets that, but Thal goes down in the meanwhile. Hasib finds Sandy. Where is the Frost? Just entirely gone all the way towards Armory. Hasib's giving chase as well. He needs the diffuser back, but he doesn't quite know where it is. Dodges the Frost mat twice as well. Wow. Gets the diffuser, walks back in, but beat. All you gotta do is get the shot. There you go. The foot sticking out, and the Frost taking the kill. Again, second floor dorms, clearly there's a bit of a problem for the side of Hunters on the defense, but it does not matter. They still walk away with it, and folks, it is match point, series point. Hunters LFO 6-0 up.
Doesn't even feel like a 6-0 game. It really doesn't. If anyone is watching this game from back at home, and if we just told them this was a dominating victory, I don't think anyone would agree here. Just look at the way that the members of Hunters played this. It was always down to the wire. Either it was a 1v1 or a 2v2 scenario, where the members of Hunters, they had to clutch it out because of the time. And the side of Mercenaries, they did not manage their time properly at all. They were just waiting for the members of Hunters to make that first initial over-aggressive peak that would give them the advantage, but it just never came. Hunters, they were playing the clock beautifully, but here the clock could just be against them. It's their turn to go in for the attack, and if this is a comeback coming in for Mercenaries, god damn, this is going to be a comeback and a half.
I mean, yeah, it is going to be a comeback and a half if they manage to properly get it going. They may be able to take a couple of rounds here, given everything we know about Oregon and everything we know about Mercenaries, but okay, Shinra, really just wanting to go all in right now. I mean, understandably so. Gets away with it though, because no bullets were traded on heads, so no lives were lost just yet. Ion drops down towards kitchen to hold the first floor as well. Roam clear will be very important from the Hunter side. 4 of them coming from the front end of the map, the garage side or the main lobby side, or whatever have you. Samurai 7 is on top floor. He could actually find someone here, but no! Jittery had info!
Okay.
And got that. MI7 now down. That's a big first job. Beat finds another. This is just a catastrophic start for Mercenaries' defensive half.
Hasib's position is already known as well. Things are not looking that good. He has a softball straight in front of him, and Rattler still has a grenade to play around with. This is bad. This is going from back to worse in just a couple of seconds, ladies and gentlemen. Here comes the Lion scans, and now the defenders are completely stuck in a hard-to-play position. Master Bedroom Wall's been opened up as well. And here's where the entries come in for the attackers, but still a good opportunity for the side of Mercenaries to go in for a hole. It just takes one kill, sway everything in your favor. One kill to turn the tides of this battle. But for Hunters, they have 2 bodies to give before it goes into equalization. Are they going to take the risk? You're all going to be witnessing that just right here and right now. 2 entry points opened up, 2 sidelines found. Rattler finds another kill. It will be a 2 versus 5 with Taha and Hassan being the last ones to hold down the line, hold down the fort, but they're getting blasted from each and every corner of the map. Where do you turn? Where do you look? Where do you hide? Here comes a flash as well. Hassan!
Oh. Gets shut down immediately. Sandy on the big window. And a C peeking from inside
7-0
trophy into the attic side. It will not be paying any dividend, folks. It's a 7-0 that we have, that the Hunters have taken on map number 3, Decider, against Mercenaries. That is correct. A 7-0, folks. We've seen a lot of scores between Hunters and Mercenaries before, but I think a 7-0 is probably one of the rarest screens you will have ever seen in the history of these two teams. But now add it to things that Mercenaries will want to get back at against the Hunters for, because Hunters have just made another big entry in this long list of victories that they now have over Mercenaries. Couple of losses, yes, sure. Mercenaries have beaten Hunters many times before. Last year, 2020, we saw Mercenaries really fighting it out against the Hunters. But other than that, this year, Mercenaries has really not been on form. So they'll have to really pick it back up for the Pro Series. If not, they'll have to pack it up and go home, because Hunters are very much on form this time around. Pro Series Fall Edition now has 4 teams that will be walking into the playoffs, of course. Now, with these matches coming to an end, we've got Shaheens after their victory yesterday. We've got Hunters LFO now. We had Team UWU earlier today, of course. He's right there. And we have, I believe it was Militant who actually won over Built Average, or was it Built Average who won? Let me just quickly
Militant
make
won.
sure of the facts. Militants won,
Militant
right?
won.
Yeah. Militants are going to be also going into the top 8. So 4 teams have been selected. Let's go into the highlights to talk a little bit more about the match that we just saw. And boy, howdy, did we see a game and a half.
It's going to be interesting, that's for certain. But again, this is not a performance that we expected to come out from MRCC.
Oh, yeah,
Again,
no.
they just did not manage their time properly at all. Where was the time management? I understand Siege is about those last 10-second, 20-second executions, but it just doesn't work. Not against Hunter LFO. You've been trying this for the last, 6-7 rounds, and at that point, you would maybe go in for an adaptation play, start to rush your positions, maybe start taking 2v1 engagements all across the map, but nope, they took none of that. The team just kept on going for the same slow-paced strategy over and over again, trying to fight for map control in the smallest bits without really forcing an engagement or forcing the members of Hunters LFO to get into a very uncomfortable position. And Hunters just waited for them in their waiting arms. They had the patience for it. And Sandy, being the one that is extremely patient to go in for kills like this as well, is something that is very unorthodox. Because Sandy's always the one who loves to go in for over-aggressive peaks. And in this scenario, he just didn't.
Yeah. Really just a whole case of Hunters growing from their experience on map number 2, because we saw so much of them being needlessly aggressive on map 2, right? And just playing too many forward positions, not really giving much care to where they really should be going. and how they should be defending given the entire situation. But in map number 3, Oregon, we saw pretty much an exemplified defense, an example of how you should be defending on Oregon. Use the sidelines, use these informations that you can get from the operators that you can play. And, of course, it allowed them a 7-0. Mercenaries not really feeling it today, very clearly so, as they unfortunately will have to bow out of this qualifier. But unlike the other teams that have bowed out before, this is not the end of the competition for them. They still have another chance here. Qualifier 2 is still there, right? And it's also still there for the teams that lost in these top fours, right? So it will all be there. They can still get back in, but they have to really, really fight hard for it. And that, of course, folks, will make for a very, very interesting qualifier too when we get into it next week.
I don't know what else to say, man. The members of MRC that they need to go back to the drawing board, but for the side of Hunters, credit where credit is due. Performances were not perfect, but it was up to standard. They did what they do best. They were able to take engagements, they played for trades, they worked the map in their favor, and they took a 7-0 victory. This was Siege played down as perfect as you can possibly get without making a lot of outlier mistakes for the third map. And I love the fact that they owned up to a lot of the mistakes that they made in the previous. They got a slap to the face, they huddled up, just played it to perfection. And with this, ladies and gentlemen, that does close out qualifiers number 1. 4 teams have qualified, and 4 more will be coming into the fray from qualifiers 2. And hopefully MRCZ, they can get themselves into that rank, because the team is good. They're really good, and they are one of the best in our region, but today's performance just did not highlight that fact at all.
It really didn't. Yeah. MRCZ is just a fantastic team. Today was just a really not great day for them. So hopefully they'll be able to make a good comeback from this going forward into the future, folks. But right now, looking at the match summary in front of you, Sparko going 10-2. And a bit of a surprise twist, I should say, because Sparko isn't usually someone who, goes all for the kills. He's mostly support. He plays on the back foot. But today on Oregon, man's really felt the need for speed. 10-2 with a 93% KOSC. Not a lot of folks can pull that off. Beat and Sandy getting 8 each with a 93% as well. Jittery, bit of a quiet map, but 5-5, held his own when he needed to. 87% KOST as well. Rattler with 67%. Hasib 8-6, pretty much the standout performer from the side of Mercenaries. Shinra coming in at a not too close second, 5-7. And overall, the KOSTs as well, not the best from the side of MRCZ, as only one from the Hunters camp had, as low a cost as most of MRCZ's players did. So, folks, that does it for the matches here at the first quals of the Pro Series Fall Edition. We have our 4 teams that have now qualified for the matches in the top 8 playoffs, starting with Shaheen's and Militant Esports from yesterday after a couple of very good games that they played. And of course, the other 2 teams, right now Hunters having qualified, and the other team, Team UWU, beating out Kira Esports earlier in the night. It's been a fantastic weekend of games, but don't worry, we have plenty more remaining, as we, of course, have 4 more teams to decide as to who gets to join and who gets knocked out, and that'll all be decided in a few days from now. So make sure to mark your calendars and make sure to keep your next Friday and Saturday free, folks, because we, Thursday and Friday free, excuse me right there, as we will be back with a lot more Siege action in those days. But until then, that is going to be doing it for Qualifiers 1 here at the Pro Series Fall Edition for Rainbow-Six-Siege, supported by Ubisoft, powered by Zotac Gaming, and our broadcast partner, Loco. We're signing off for the night. We'll be back in a few days. Stay tuned, and good night. GG.